I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, but I don't even know my name. It's a story about an ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams. In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized.
Hi, everyone. Hi. Hello. Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Gotta love a Thursday, right? Gotta love a Thursday. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? I only see one person in the chat. What the hell is going on? Do we only have one? Are you the only one here, Lacroix? Is there anyone else here, or did I come on way too early? Because most people are used to me coming on at 12:30. Huh. Well, whatever the case may be. Hello, Lacroix. Hello, anyone else who's here as well. So glad to see you here. Let me take a look here. Actually, was there even a notification? Oh, hello, Lurking Snow Leopard is here. Well, of course you're here, Lurking Snow Leopard. You do lurk. You are a lurker. You lurk. Okay, I'm just double checking, make sure there was notification. There was a notification. Okay, well, maybe it's just one of those days. Hello, Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. So glad you're here. Oh, you got Eevee? Is that Eevee, the cute little Pokemon? So great. Hello, Louise. Hello, Louise. So glad you're here. So glad you're here, Louise. And Sir Bart. Okay, maybe I was just being paranoid. Because I'm like, where the hell is everyone in the chat? Okay. Hello, everyone. Hello, guys. Hello. Oh, all right. I got excited, right? That's okay, Lacroix. I get it. All right, so let's see who we have here. So far, we have Lacroix. Hello, Lacroix. You say, appreciate that you've gotten my username correct from the beginning, CR. The other day, another streamer called me Xlax. I might do that now just to spite you, Lacroix. That's kind of funny. Anyway, no, I'm kidding, but no problem. No problem, Lacroix. All right. Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Is that Calvin from Calvin and Hobbes? I love that. That's cute. Hello, Lurking Snow Leopard. Hello, Alyssa. Oh, Alyssa's here too. Hello, Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. So glad you're here as well. All right. Mr. King K. Hello, Mr. King K. Mr. King K. CR, cut Trump some slack. He's old. His brain probably is turning into jelly as we speak. That's a good point, Mr. King K. He really ought to cut him some slack, put him in a nursing home or whatever. Matt Suck. I already said hello to Matt Suck. Hello, Matt Suck. Yeah, everyone. Okay. I guess that's all we got for now. We also got, we got James Nordoff. Hello, James Nordoff. So glad you're here as well, James Nordoff. As always, love having you. Know what? It's really hot. Let me put on my fan. Okay. Dear God. 1 second. All right. I'm going to put on my other little light here as well. I guess I, once again, started too quickly. Okay. All right, you guys. So, that's right, Lurking Snow Leopard. I get them mixed up. Okay. So we have a lot to talk about, okay? And I decided to start a bit early today because I wanted all of you to watch a professor talk about something. Okay, it's something that I've been wondering about. So I started looking it up because um, with this so-called ceasefire and the very obvious implication that America has been defeated. Okay, to be clear, we've been defeated. All right, the United States has been defeated. I think it's pretty obvious. Historically, when there's like a defeat like this that is so obvious, and where the other side, so Iran in this case, already is making demands that we're not going to be able to reverse. For example, their control over the Strait of Hormuz. I doubt they're going to ever get rid of that unless we pay them reparations or whatever. Historically, this has often been the sign of the arrival of a new world power, or and or the decline of another one. And I think we can see the trend here that Iran has displayed its power as a rising world power, okay, and shown the United States to be a declining one. And it's going to have massive consequences all across the planet. And I'm not exaggerating. Um, I've actually spent a lot of my morning, I have less prepared than I wanted to because I spent a lot of my morning looking at what experts in the field of like international affairs are saying and diplomatic history and things like that. And they're almost universally in agreement that this is going to cause titanic changes in the world's order. And what I wanted to do, uh, uh, what I want to do is look at there was a one professor in particular. His name is Poppy. Okay, Pape, Poppy. Ugh. Um, and he was on a show called Breaking Points. And now I read his Substack. So I read his Substack, and then I tried to find a video of him talking about what it says in his Substack, so that I don't have to just read it to you guys. But he went on Breaking Points, and he talked about this. And what I want you all to do, all right, is listen to what he has to say. Now I know, I know this might not trigger people's dopamine response because we're on the internet and an old guy in a suit and tie talking can be boring and it's not shiny. And I have ADHD, so I totally get it. So don't you dare leave the stream. You will sit in your chairs and you will listen. You will listen to Robert Pappy. Okay? Because trust me, you want to hear what he has to say. And like I said, there's many experts out there saying the same thing. Now, what I could have done is I could have just uh, plagiarized what he had to say and made it more interesting, but I thought I would want you to hear it from his mouth. Okay? So don't you dare, Matt's eye, guys. So I want you to hear what he has to say about what the implications are this world are for the world, because it is super interesting and it is very important for us all to hear. Okay? So let's listen to him and let's see what we can get out of it. And I will speed it up. That's why. How long is it? Attention span is short. It's not that long, Louise. It's like, I don't know. We're not going to watch the whole thing. We're going to watch like, I don't know. We'll watch a little bit of it. We're not going to watch the whole thing. So it's probably like 15 minutes, but I'm going to speed it up. So it's not going to be nearly that long. Okay. But just listen to what he has to say. And I'll skip certain parts to speed it up. It won't be terribly long. All right. So no, but no, it isn't. We're going to be talking. We're not. I'm literally going to be talking. So it's not like I'm not just going to play it and then just sit here. We're going to be talking about some of the points he makes. Okay. So it's going to be a whole thing. All right. So just listen to what he says, and then we'll get to it. Okay. All right. Let's just watch this. Watch what he has to say because it's important to listen to. All right. So here we go. Let me put on my thing. And this is why I started a bit early so we could talk about this before. Before we go on to the rest of the stories, okay?
Fragile, but big things are here in front of us.
So he starts off by saying that, despite the fragile ceasefire, there are still some new realities, regardless of the ceasefire. Okay, Louise, regardless of the ceasefire working or not, there are some big new realities we have to be aware of.
Yes.
There's really three issues to discuss. Number one, the trap, why the trap is not over, and in fact, maybe even tightening. Number two, the change in the world balance of power right in front of us, as evidenced by the nature of the ceasefire agreement itself. And then
I always thought he had he has
a
very friendly face, doesn't he?
The statement by Donald Trump, the president of the United States, to end the civilization in Iran. That will endure.
Norman.
That's not going to be forgotten. So the trap, maybe I could just
let's start with the trap. Yeah, let's start with the trap. So are they out of the trap, or is the trap not over yet?
No, the trap is not over. In fact,
so the trap, guys, is the escalation trap that, you get drawn into asymmetric warfare. You're going to have to keep escalating to the point where we will put troops on the ground.
We may be coming to an extremely dangerous phase of the trap. And the reason is this. Number one, U.S. military forces are poised on a razor's edge in the region to strike. So if the trap will start to unwind when President Trump literally removes all the carrier battle groups, removes all the fighters, removes the Marines, just literally pulls it back geographically. Number two, Pete Hegseth, Secretary Hegseth, just before we came on, vocally and publicly said, we're going to get that enriched uranium. We're going to get it. Well, we know that has been a big part of this whole issue. Iran has enough enriched uranium for between 10 and 16 nuclear weapons. They are now maximally incentivized to have those nuclear weapons. They know if they just go into those caves where the drones are and the missiles are, we can't stop them from building those nuclear weapons. And so you can expect over the next 6 months or the next year, nuclear tests, not just simply now weapons and secret.
Think about that. They are incentivized now to build nukes, and they could get it within a few months. Okay, like if they were to really put effort into it, because they're a powerful country. All right,
this is going to be incredibly dangerous for this trap, because of course Iran is going to show, I think, very little sign. They're going to just give up the nuclear weapons now that Donald Trump has threatened to kill 92 million Iranians, and probably all 92 million will help build those nuclear weapons, all of them, including the pro-democracy movement.
And you've obviously studied this for a long time. How viable is it that Iran would be able to reconstitute its missile supply, launchers, and even potentially nuclear weapons just in the next, we had Midnight Hammer last June and found ourselves back in the same place February 28th.
Yeah.
So what does the immediate future look like of Iran's ability?
So the first point he's making, guys, is that this is an escalation trap, right? Because we've lost, and now Iran has an incentive to expand their power, all right? So yeah, Iran's going to grow in power. Despite all our destruction of Iran, okay? And they'll likely build nukes, so that's the first part.
Rebuild its military.
Yes, they are building not just dozens, but something like 50 to 100 missiles every single month. That is what happened after Midnight Hammer. They went back to rebuilding, reconstituting, or you could say reloading their guns. And that has been happening on a steady basis, and also producing the drones on a steady basis. In fact, they were still shipping drones to Russia for Ukraine last fall. So they're producing them, they're shipping them, they're developing them. And so this is, we will have weakened this some. But without the bombs continuing to fall, even that weakness will disappear. And Iran is making $75 to $100 billion a year in RMB in Chinese banks that they will be able to use for all of these purposes. So they will have the money, they will have the space, they will have the materials.
I love the irony of this war ending up just strengthening Iran, of course, which is what happens historically, right?
And this is
think about it. When the Nazis destroyed the Soviet Union, they ended up just making the Soviet Union infinitely stronger. Okay, for example.
This is why all this destruction of these launchers,
they were defeated.
This was just not meaningful. It was always at most a temporary stopgap, and we will see within a year this will be back fast and furious. Because now, keep in mind, before the bombing started on Feb 28, you had something like 16 or 20% of the population supporting the regime. Now, I'm not saying they like the regime's ideology, but you now have 92 million people. Where is their best security coming from? Not from Donald Trump. He just threatened to murder each and every one of them. So what are they going to to do. They're going to, the vast majority of them are going to help in these programs because they don't want to die. So this is really quite an extraordinary set of events that have been triggered, and the effects of this are going forward.
It's like when you corner an animal, folks. Like if you corner a bear and you try to poke at the bear is gonna fight back, right? And it's gonna get more aggressive.
We'll see it. Secretary Hegseth, he sees right away that there's been no disincentive here, and he's saying we're going to take the material. Well, Iran, I think, is not just going to hand it over. This is, how are they going to stop the next nuclear threat by Donald Trump? There's only one way now, which is nuclear weapons with a nuclear test, and probably several nuclear tests, to just rub it into America's face. You nuke us, we're coming back.
And so you mentioned that Trump
How dare you,
that
Matt Saigai.
tonight a great civilization is going to
Hey,
die,
outer signal.
that is going to leave a permanent or at least a very long-term mark on our geopolitics. Can you explain how you mean that?
Yes.
No, Mr. Kincaid, what I mean is that verbally Trump has cornered Iran by saying he wants to exterminate their civilization, right? Like even that language. By the way, guys, we do know that according to international law, that is an admission of genocidal intent. One of the hardest ways to get someone convicted of genocide is you need to prove that their intent is genocide. Trump literally just proved it by saying, I want to exterminate Iran. Okay, whether or not that is what he wants to do, the fact that he said that, like open admission of wanting to do genocide. Okay, like any prosecutor trying to charge someone with genocide, that's like a gold mine of evidence just to have a president openly saying that.
So we need to understand that no president in the history of the United States has made a statement threatening to erase, destroy, kill an entire civilization. Point number one, that is the evidence of genocidal intent that's required in the Geneva Accords to convict for genocide. We need to understand that the genocide accords that we have, they're about the intent to commit genocide. Usually that's the hardest thing to find.
Of course, he'll never be held accountable, but this is true.
The killing of people, it's the intent. Well, President Trump, I don't think there could be a clearer evidence of genocidal intent than you just saw. Number two, President Trump is one of only a handful of people on the planet with enough nuclear weapons that he would be able to actually execute that threat. So we have 500 Minutemen missiles, and they have warheads with 300,000 kilotons on them. Hiroshima and Nagasaki was only 12 to 22 kilotons.
By the way, of course, the irony that the name of our nuclear ICBM missiles are Minutemen. Thank you very much, Marzipan Power. You know, the Minutemen were colonial, essentially farmers, who were to be ready at a minute's notice to come out of their houses with flintlock muskets and fire at the British if they were to attack colonists. The irony of us calling our nuclear missiles that we're using for imperial purposes after a populist rebel group that was seeking independence is a bit funny to me. Bit of a difference there, I would say.
So these are much, much more powerful than Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and we have 500 of them, and within 45 minutes, their gyroscopes can be reoriented to Iran. 20 minutes after that, all of those 500 can land on Iran. So I'm sorry to be so blunt, but we need to really understand that what Donald Trump has done here is it's immoral. It is very likely, I'm not a lawyer, very likely contradict the Geneva Accords, but it's also dangerous because now every American is marked here. And this will be wherever we travel in the world. About to maybe get on a plane to go to London here. This is not trivial. And so what you're seeing is...
So that's one of the big points I wanted you guys to hear him say, is that we're all marked now, whether we are responsible or not. Think about it. When Hitler was in charge and was doing terroristic threats, you know, why do you think people view Germans when they've met Germans in their country? Like if there were a German traveling to the UK or to Britain during that time period, what do you think people would think about them? Okay, what he Trump's, that very phrase that Trump said, it now marks all of us as members of a society that is openly calling for genocide against another society, whether we deserve it or not. Okay, yes, they did so, Cal. They did.
Now, 92 million.
Norman, you say, I have a question. In America, were you taught that World War II bombings in Japan were heroic acts or bad? So I had good history teachers, Norman, in this regard. We would always debate it in class, like as in, was it a good reason to drop the nukes or a bad reason? And when I was a teacher, I would always do the same thing. I would give my students the documents, and they would have to hash it out themselves what their opinion was. Most of them would end up deciding it was a bad thing. But in a lot of schools, yeah, it's presented as a good thing that they nuked. Okay, yeah, yeah, exactly, Mr. Kincaid. And I try to be neutral when I teach it, but I give the documents that show the suffering they caused. Okay.
Iranians, not just these tiny
Yep, you're right, Lacroix. Businesses internationally are refusing to serve Americans.
number of supreme leaders. They're pretty maximally incentivized to show that there's some
Correct,
payback
SoCal.
there.
But SoCal, that's humiliating, right? That's humiliating, right, SoCal? Yeah, that we are not member of that accord. Yeah, Norman, you're right. I'm sure the UK probably did always frame it as bad. Unfortunately, the American curriculum requires basically looking at both sides of it. This is hotly debated. Yeah. Okay.
Can come. So this is really an enormously consequential move by President Trump, and it will do no good that he will somehow maybe take it back, or his supporters would say it's just Trump being Trump. No, I'm sorry. Not everybody who's a drunk at a bar has their finger on thousands of nuclear weapons that can be delivered within a matter of an hour or
Yeah,
less,
no problem,
as I'm
Norman.
explaining in detail. This is way too consequential, and this will have tremendous ripple effects across the world. Our allies will in Europe will let us even run NATO. NATO, we need to understand, it is a military organization where when the American general runs the operation of a NATO military operation, it's the American general who controls the nuclear weapons of Britain.
Yeah, so think about that. Do you think the Europeans, the Europeans in NATO are ever going to want, yeah, right, are ever going to want an American general in charge of their nukes after this? Like, right? And Trump is already destroying NATO with his his threats of leaving it. Okay.
Britain is going to go for that at this point. I mean, you can see right away. So the consequences here are way beyond and then in the Strait of Hormuz, the consequences are there's a new hierarchy of power. Donald Trump just kowtowed to Iran, essentially. There's a new hierarchy, and everybody in the Middle East will see that. MBS will know there's no Donald Trump cavalry coming to save him. So that's Saudi Arabia. So you're seeing these gigantic consequences of what's happened are consequences for all Americans. There are consequences for the world balance of power. Iran is becoming the fourth center of world power.
Okay, so now we get to the important part of this whole thing. I know that first part may have been boring to some folks. Some of it I wanted you to hear. I wanted you to hear about how Americans are going to proceed, but this is the important part. I want you to understand that this is sort of symbolic of Iran becoming a fourth center of world power. Well, you'll see what he has to say, okay? So
I want to steelman this analysis a bit by bringing in the perspective of people who think this is a massive loss for Iran. This is Noah Rothman writing in National Review this morning saying, Iran's central nervous system has been severed, as indicated by the Islamic Republic's field commanders' attacks on Gulf targets long after the ceasefire was announced. Its command and control, intelligence, and domestic security apparatuses have been severely degraded. Its Navy and Air Force are
Lies.
gone.
Don't believe it, folks. Don't believe it. That's nonsense.
Its air defense network and nuclear weapons programs are in ruins. Its petrochemical and steel industries have been badly damaged, truncating two major sources of...
I love when people say that, as if like these things are permanent, right? As if a country can't rebuild and can't rebuild these things, right? We've destroyed them, so now they're gone for good. That's not how that works, okay? Yeah, coping so hard, right? Look,
foreign revenue that sustain the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Keep going here. The Gulf states are now ensconced in Washington's orbit. America's adversaries in Beijing and Moscow did not much alter the balance in Iran's favor. Tehran's defense industrial base is a smoldering wreck. And it goes on to say its stores of long and short-range missiles, drones, and the launchers to use them are dramatically depleted. What's your response to that, Professor?
My response is this is just not on planet Earth. So this is not even just victory rhetoric and so forth. But we need to understand that what has just happened is Donald Trump has just agreed that, yes, ships can pass through the Strait of Hormuz, but only if the Iranian military gives that permission. And that is enormously consequential here. And if it was the case that all of this was going in the other direction, you would not need any ceasefire from Iran. You would not need any deal from...
Guys, think about it. I mean, it really is mind-blowing. Hello, Gwen, that Iran right now is able to still controls the Strait of Hormuz and are able to charge $2 million for each ship that goes through. Like, Do you see how weird that is? If like all these thousands of missiles Israel and the United States has rained down in Iran, and yet they still effectively can decide what happens in the Strait of Hormuz. That is interesting, isn't it? Like that is very much reveals the lie, doesn't it? Like automatically.
Pakistan, the United States would just simply be the power in the region. What's happening is the complete opposite of that, and it's people can just say whatever they want, of course, but nobody's going to pay that any meaningful attention. Meaning they won't actually act on that assumption. They're going to act on the realities that have just been demonstrated by war. War is often clarifying for the realities of power.
Okay, now I actually learned this when I was in college. A military history class, guys. So like before a war breaks out, everything is sort of smoke and mirrors, right? There's a fog of war. Everything is kind of covered in darkness. So a different country's perceptions of each other's amount of power is just that. It's sort of perceptions. It's not really clear. You kind of have to guess. That's why so many countries do like massive military parades and try and show off their military equipment, because they have to at least present the image that they're powerful, whether they are or not. But as soon as you fight a war, it can have the reverse effect of what you intend by revealing how powerful you actually are. And then you can immediately see what the reality is. And that can fundamentally change the global order in a second, okay? If, like, let's say one country thinks it's amazingly powerful and another one's weak, and the opposite ends up being true, well, all the relationships that have been created around that idea are now gone in a moment, okay? And what have we seen in Iran? The American empire, the invincible military, American military, massive stockpiles of weapons, super powerful, crushed by, defeated by Iran, which was thought to not be that significant of a military threat. Oops, there's a reversal of power immediately. Okay, immediately.
War, we have a lot of talk, we have a lot of bolster, we have basically talking smack, okay? But once you get into war, the realities start to actually take shape. And what you're seeing here is that the reality is that before the war, President Trump in the United States was guaranteeing safe passage through the Straits of Hormuz effectively. It had military bases in the region to protect the Gulf states from being attacked and smashed. During the war itself, none of that was protecting the Gulf states, none of it was moving their oil, and the only thing that is actually now protecting the Gulf states is Iran deciding not to attack. So if you want your country protected, who are you going to go to? The United States, or are you going to go to Iran? Right now, it's pretty clear. You've got to go to Iran, and yes, maybe you got to hope Iran will not attack you. Because
I'm trying not to celebrate too much if these professors and academics are correct, because I love it, folks. I want to eat it all up. Oh, yes, please say America has lost its hegemonic role in the Middle East. Oh my God, I'd be amazed by that. Okay, please. Okay, oh my God, I don't want to hope too much. I'll be called a traitor, an anti-American, or there you go, Sir Bart. Oh my God, guys, if this is like, oh, please. All right. Okay. SoCal, you say, I kid you not, I had an argument with on Reddit with someone who said America invented the wheel. Hilarious. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Iran decides to attack you. There's nothing the United States going to do to protect you. This is power politics of the first order. The balance of power in the world and in the region is changing. In the region, it is now Iran at the top of the hierarchy, not the United States. In the world, Iran is becoming the fourth center of world.
No, I don't mean to say superpower, Matt Saigai. A world, like a world power, a country with worldwide influence. Okay, versus a regional power. I don't want to say superpower. That's a bit different than a world power.
World power. It's not yet as powerful as the United States. I'm not trying to say, and it's emerging as the fourth center.
Correct,
as well.
Lacroix.
Once they actually acquire the nuclear weapons and do the test, which I'm saying is likely in 6 months or a year, how would you stop it at this point without ground conquering all of Iran? It will become unmistakably the fourth power center in the world. So I'm not quite saying they're there yet, but they are emerging in all of the ways that we will credit this.
And like I said, this happens historically, folks. If a power defeats a superpower or a huge power, they suddenly rise in power. Okay, so Iran is definitely rising as a world player. Now I don't mean, if I said superpower like Matt Saigai said, that's not what I meant. but like a global power, another source of power on the planet. Okay.
Here going forward. This debate on what's happening will become clarified because the war is clarifying power.
And to be clear, your point is that the only way to stop them from within 6 months to a year acquiring the nuclear weapons, reconstituting, is boots on the ground.
Yes, but it's not just a few boots on the ground. This isn't going to stop.
But see, this is the problem, guys. This is the escalation trap, because the way to stop this, now that we've started it, is to put boots on the ground. And that's a war we will lose, or put troops on the ground, right? Yeah, you're right, Gwen. They now have a seat at the table.
20,000 Americans. And even if we devoted all 1.2 million troops here, this would not be enough. So this is why this was a dilemma. This is why it was an escalation trap. We don't have these hidden secret options if only we would use them. And then you saw, what was the hidden secret option? Nuclear destruction of every living person in Iran. That's where Donald Trump had to go, because he doesn't have all these other weapons at his all these other success strategies here, and you see what that has brought. So what we're facing here is a true escalation trap, and the off ramp to stage 3, which is the ground war, is Iran.
This is not Ryan Grim. This is Robert Poppy, who's a professor at the University of Chicago. For those that are showing up now, I just noticed a bunch of people just showed up. How dare you show up late? Go to the secretary and get a tardy slip. Okay, no. So this is right. I've been looking at what academics and experts are saying about what has happened in Iran, and it's fascinating. Most of them are agreeing that this is a sign of American imperial decline, obviously, and the sign of Iran rising as a world power. Okay, as a major center of power in the world. Which historically, guys, as I've said before, right, that is what has happened historically. Like, you defeat if a big power gets defeated by a smaller power, suddenly the balance will shift. Okay.
World power. That's what I've been explaining on my Substack, is there is a branch here, and either it's Iran as a new emerging world power, or it's the ground war. And you can see these are the real tensions. Literally, the ceasefire has clarified what I've been saying on my Substack just literally in the last week.
Exactly, Lacroix.
Etc.
Which, Lacroix, and I don't mean to, of course, I do a little bit mean to give myself credit. But haven't I said this? Didn't I say that, like, this could spell the fall of the American empire, or at least one of the big death knells? And that I hope America loses, because then that would be, like, this is very clarifying. Okay, very clarifying about the true state of power in the world, all right?
And so how does...
and I'm going to tell you more staggering facts after this, guys, about what this means for American empire.
Israel's strategic calculus factor in here. As they went into the war, the strait was open.
Just wait till you hear what he says about what it means for Israel, folks.
Iran was isolated and sanctioned. If you listen to Israeli leader Benjamin Netanyahu privately, he was saying they're many years away from a nuclear weapon. Now they're not isolated, as you said. They're regional and growing power. Sanctions are currently off, basically, and are likely to come off as a result of these.
There you go, Sir Bart.
Permanently. And I think it's debatable whether or not they can secretly race for a bomb. But let's I think stipulate that they're more likely they're in a better position.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Ryan Grim. Forgive me. Did someone say that this is Ryan Grim? Because the guy on the right is Pape. The guy on the left is Ryan Grim.
People inside Iran are now, and this is the thing people don't understand.
Norman says you should quickly invade Canada or something. What is there to lose? Well, the war. Because America has, I think, twice before invaded Canada and lost both times. So oopsie.
Before the war, the people in power in the Iranian government were opposed to seeking a nuclear weapon for both ideological and political reasons.
Plus, Sir Bart could hold us back.
And people who support seeking a nuclear weapon are empowered. Not that they are in power completely, but they have been empowered. Their faction has been empowered. So how does Israel respond to this? Because the U.S. is its own power center, but Israel has its own interests that sometimes are aligned with the United States and sometimes are distinct. So how do you see them moving forward in this new arrangement?
So we need to understand that before the war, 40 days ago, there was a balance.
You know what I could do, Sir Bart? I could challenge you to one of those old-fashioned pistol duels with a flintlock pistol, and we can, we can do the whole put backs together and walk away and then turn and shoot, and then whoever wins gets to own Canada. How about that, Sir Bart? You know I'm joking, Sir Bart, obviously.
Of power in the region. And if anything, Israel was the emerging hegemon with the hierarchy, with the Abraham Accords, counterbalancing against Iran. Iran, as you said, the supreme leader, but the one we killed, didn't really want the nuclear weapons. He had fought was against it. But now you're seeing this shift where even Israel, so Israel was the only country in the region with nuclear weapons. Well, now what you're going to get is you're getting this shift. And as I'm saying, you've maximally incentivized not just the regime, but all 92 million Iranians for nuclear weapons here. And so it's extremely likely, maybe over 90% likely, maybe not 100,
maybe J-Mac,
they will have that nuclear capability. And what that's going to do is it's going to put Israel down on the hierarchy. Now, Israel remains 7 million Jews. It is surrounded by 500 million Muslims. As that hierarchy shifts,
that's a shame, real shame there.
Is going to be a dramatic shift against Israel in the region. And so you are going to end up with Israel, has often said, well, they all hate us anyway. Well, yes, but only a few 100,000 at most were ever mobilized to attack Israel. You could now have a much larger pool mobilized. And it's because, again, go back to President Trump's nuclear threat. These threats are clearly explaining that for the West and possibly Israel, they're glad to kill them all. This is not going to work to Israel's security. It's going to go in the opposite direction, and their nuclear weapons here will not provide that much security, because what it's going to do is, even if they use the nuclear weapon, it will only further incentivize not just Iran, but every state in the region to want a nuclear weapon here. We're moving to a world that is going to be dramatically worse for Israel's security. This is one of the things I've been trying to explain to the Israelis. This strategy is not just about, well, we just have to do this for our security. No, it's their own. This is self-defeating for their security.
Yeah, Matt's like, I know, I get that. The point he's trying to make here is that they're surrounded by states with much larger populations than Israel, much more productive capacity and things like that. I get what you mean. He should have phrased that better.
And I think this will also start to become manifest within just a year or two. I don't think you'll have to wait 5 or 10 years. This will come pretty quickly because of the change in the balance of power. And there are only 7 million Jews. Unless there's going to be a rush of another 10 million Jews to go live in Israel now. Imagine that. You're probably going to lose 7 of the Jews in Israel. You're going to lose more than you're going to gain in the next year. And it's precisely because of the growing insecurity of Israel.
And can you respond to the claim that the response from the response from Moscow and Beijing proves that Tehran is increasingly isolated and didn't have its allies rallying around it? Donald Trump posted this morning that anybody who supplies weapons to Iran is going to be sanctioned.
What he should have said, Matt Saigai, was that it's a bunch of Zionist colonists surrounded by indigenous people who do not want, or not indigenous people, but people that are native to the region. Which is a very big unfair, a bit of a imbalance in power. Let's put it that way.
And so potentially, I suppose that could include China. Can he sanction China to the extent where Iran can't rebuild? What do you make of the international response from potential allies?
Of all, Iran is building its own weapons. So Iran was an exporter of drones to Russia, not the other way around. So we need to really understand here. Iran is not Grenada. Iran is not a small state. It's not even Venezuela. Iran is already a major country.
That'd be amazing.
This is already, it was over 1% of world GDP.
And I didn't know that. I didn't know Iran was over 1% of the global GDP. It makes sense. I should have known that, but
it may be growing. That Russia is only 2% of world GDP. We need to put this in some perspective here. So Iran doesn't really need the weapons. It will make the weapons themselves. What it will benefit from is probably the trade and the oil and all the money there. And also there may be growing technology transfers here, say between China, which has a lot of AI, and Iran. And this will be one of the things that I would imagine could easily happen in the future. So as I explained in the New York Times piece, there are, with Iran as the fourth center of world power, you have the United States, but Russia and China and Iran are not at each other's odds. They're against the United States. You don't need a formal NATO among Russia, China, and Iran. They just structurally incentivize to cooperate in a myriad number of ways, all of which lowering America's power in the world. And this Trump is just trying to, do a magician's trick, sleight of hand, nothing to see here. We're all
Yes.
good. Well, no, the realities here are coming for all to see, and this will just simply be powerful over time, and it will also work to President Trump's domestic political detriment here, and probably in the very near future. I mean, this is you're now asking all those Congress people who are running for office to hook their wagon in the midterms to somebody who's threatened the genocidal destruction.
Yeah, well,
of an
I
entire
don't think the Republicans care that much. But
civilization, led to the rise of Iran as a fourth center of world power. So yes, there may be 20% here that will, or 25 that will stick and ride and die with Trump. But the bottom line is there's not going to be every politician will know this is a really, really bad horse to be hooked to. And I think you're going to see the GOP itself is going to have some real question. It's not the Democrats. The Democrats are going to want to keep Trump around for political reasons, maybe not for security reasons. So that's where I would draw the line. But politically, Trump is like the perfect thing to keep around for the Democrats. It's the GOP who's going to have the biggest problems here.
I want to get your
okay, I'm going to stop it there. We get the idea here, right? And like I said, this is not the only professor I've been reading and looking at Substacks of who agree with this, that this is a sign of a new global realignment. Now, it'll take time. It'll take time for Iran to rebuild and then focus back towards, perhaps produce nuclear materials, if that's what they end up doing and rebuilding their weapons and things like that. But they have essentially established that there isn't a way they have control over the strait and the region. And they've created a scenario where all the states in the region have to basically grovel at their feet in order to be safe. Okay. And by the way, as a matter of fact, there's already deals being made between Oman and Iran to share income from the Strait of Hormuz. Oman basically is having to go to Iran to get this deal, and Iran's giving them the deal as sort of like an offering, kind of like a bribery type thing. So this is just an interesting thing to think of. Okay, that we're going to see. This might be the beginning of a global realignment, and so for the Americans out there, especially, I have noticed, and I know Fox Emblem pointed this out, that did the Americans out there all notice how American media has been very slow to report about how bad the ceasefire is going? Like most of the media I've looked at that talks about how that's basically not a ceasefire has not been American media. And it's really only been this morning that I've started to notice more American media sources being like, it looks like the ceasefire is shaky. And I'm like, shaky. I feel like that's an understatement. Okay. I think it's basically not a ceasefire at this point. And it's so to be clear, they're hoping it blows over and Iran does more so they can spin to blame them. I think the Trump administration has been defeated, and they are trying to. They don't really have the ability to to deal with the ceasefire failing, because they're just trying to get peace no matter what. Okay, yes, TJ, it is, but that's a gain that Iran got. Okay. Yeah, exactly. I think it has to do with the stock market too there, Mr. JMac. So I've been reading all about the realignment too. France just nationalized Bull, a world supercomputer producer that specifically is used to model nuclear weapons, among other things. They bought it for $4.4 million. Wow, fascinating. Okay. So this is interesting. Lacroix, imagine a decade or two from now where the U.S. isn't just running around being a bully at everyone. I would love that. Maybe I don't have to see dead children. Yep, I agree. And Lacroix, I want us to be a hippie country. Like, let's just be over here, over in the United States, like dancing around fires, high as fuck on marijuana, whatever. I'm like, that's what I want. I want to be a country of hippies, okay, with like green energy and like socialism and like, guys, we need peace. Let's reestablish. Let's just like turn our whole culture into hippie culture. Everyone gets to wear tie-dye. No one has to shower ever. We all get to put flowers and guns and stuff. Okay. No, I know, Paul Squaw. I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of, wouldn't that be nice? Yeah, he added that he was not a, yeah, it's bullshit. Like, Okay. No, of course. I go, guy. Why are you all yelling at me? I'm telling you. Yeah, of course I know America is bad historically. I'm saying I wish we became a lovely little country that was like, yeah, free guitars, where everyone were hippies and never did any global conquest or anything. Um, okay, yeah, like it's not a ceasefire. So yeah, how dare you, J Mac? Okay, yeah. So like, alas, that's not going to happen. But regardless, this is like a humiliating defeat. Thank God. Okay, you're right, Outer Civil. It was never a ceasefire. Like the fighting never ceased, and it's so bizarre. It's like living in like fairy tale land. Um, Paul Squall, how dare you? Okay. Um, so, what was I going to say here? Yeah, there was never a ceasefire, but it's just so weird how it's like living in fairy tale land because the American government is acting like there's still a ceasefire in place, but like obviously not. Like obviously not. We can all see it. And apparently they're still planning on meeting tomorrow, but hasn't Iran said that they're not going to meet tomorrow, even though the United States is saying that there's still a meeting tomorrow? I have no idea what's happening. I got to tell you, I'm deeply confused. I don't know. Yep. Oh, yeah, Sir Bart, don't worry. Don't you worry, Sir Bart. I will show you. I will show you, Sir Bart. We're going to talk about that. Okay. Um, okay. Yep. South Korea to send a special envoy to Iran. Okay. So let me show you some things, guys. Issue for the ceasing of fire. Did they, Norman? See, I don't know. Like things keep changing really fast. That's why I'm not going to. If I might be like, it's very possible that they said there is no meeting. Also, hello, Tater Tot Hot Dish Groovy. All right, so let's I'll let some other things regarding this, guys. Another sign. I started looking. I started looking into because I'm a military nerd in some ways. Um, I started looking into some military stuff to see some other effects of this war. Give me a second here. Oh God, how do I? Ugh. Okay, to see some other effects of this war. One thing, how dare you invalid axiom? Okay, I agree. So, the U.S. military has around 3,000 Tomahawk missiles. For those who don't know what a Tomahawk missile is, it's a missile that goes boom and kills lots of people. As I said before, given America's history, mostly children, probably. It's a great missile for destroying schools. Let's put it that way. Okay, you can also hit daycares with it. A great for hitting kindergartens. I guess the secondary use is that you could hit a few hospitals, but it's mainly designed for schools. Regardless, Tomahawk missiles are very powerful missiles. They have like 1,000-pound explosive in them or some shit. I don't know, some big explosion. Okay. And they're very expensive. They're multi-million dollars per Tomahawk missile. And the U.S. Navy is requesting $3 billion to replenish its stockpile of Tomahawk missiles, and a 1,200% increase in Tomahawk missile production, because we used almost a third of all of our Tomahawk missiles in this war against Iran. That's a lot of goddamn missiles. Okay, that is a lot of very expensive missiles that we used on this war in Iran. As a matter of fact, in order to keep up with the need for the number of Tomahawk missiles that were being used to bomb people in Iran, we had to transfer tons of America's stockpiles from East Asia and the Pacific to the Middle East, thus massively depleting the quote unquote defensive systems that are surrounding China. Okay, literally this war drained our imperial power. Okay, yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. Right, has massively drained American imperial power. And to be clear, a third of all your Tomahawk missiles is a lot of missiles that you need to now replace. And to be clear, just to show you, Congress, think about this, okay? We had 3,000 Tomahawk missiles, and now they're asking to produce 785. And it's going to cost 257 million for just 58 of these things. All right. Okay. So why am I telling you this? Well, we can only report about da, da, da. By the way, okay, I'm sorry, another fact here. We only used 850 we used about 850 missiles during this campaign against Iran. During Operation Iraqi Freedom, where we went to war with Iraq, we only used 802. So we used more Tomahawk missiles in this operation than we did during a land invasion of Iraq, okay? And some other things here. We can only produce about 10 of these things a year. And so, all right. So, okay. My point is that we have American empire has been massively drained by this war. And it's going to take a really long time to replenish all of the stockpiles of weapons that we wasted in this war. So it's another sign. American empire is falling. We cannot maintain the size, scope, and power of the empire. We're running out of supplies. Yeah, drained in less than 2 months, Fetty. Exactly. And we also, guys, know that we've also massively drained America's supply, the USA's supply of interceptor missiles. We can't really shoot down. We've used so many of our interceptor missiles that can be used to shoot down drones and missiles that that's going to take forever to replenish too. So, okay. Remember, guys, when we talked about Stalingrad, okay? Why was Stalingrad so disastrous for Germany? Someone remind me. I'm doing my teacher thing. There were probably two big reasons why Stalingrad was so disastrous. What were those two reasons? What were the two reasons why was it so painful for the Nazis, the Battle of Stalingrad? Why was it so painful? Okay. Someone tell me in the chat here. In the meantime, yep. Oh, absolutely, Fetty Spaghetti. You're right. Fetty, tell me, Fetty, you seem to know a lot about military matters. Why matters? Why is that? Did you know? Why is that? Check Al Jazeera, Fox. Okay. No, God, forgive me, guys. I'm sorry. So why was it so disastrous? Okay, I'm sorry. I phrased that wrong. Why was the Battle of Stalingrad? Why did it spell the doom of the Nazis? Why? Oh, I got you, Fetty. I didn't know that. Why did it spell the doom of the Nazis? What about Stalingrad? What basically made the Nazi empire unsustainable? Okay, not why did they lose? What was the result of it? Correct, invalid axiom. What it did, guys, is it drained so much of their men and material that they could never really recover. They lost so many men, so many material. It just drained them to hell, okay? And here we have an example of that, okay? Where the American military was massively drained by this little excursion. There you go. Jared, it also proved they weren't invincible. Same thing with the United States, right? Okay. Now, so let's look at this. Al Jazeera. What's happening here? So what's the issue, Fox Emblem? Yeah, Ivana, you need to come to class more often, right? Okay. So, okay, let's see here. Israel's Lebanon attacks threaten Tehran. It's easy to replace troop. Yeah, yeah, Lacroix, right? So we obviously didn't lose many troops, but we certainly lost tons of equipment. I want to stop saying we. I like to say we to make people understand that we are, our government is acting on our behalf, but that's not me. Oh, Iran is speaking live, you say?
But as you can see now, it's erupting again. Now it's erupting again. You can see the thick gray.
Would you tell me, just showing how non-existent the ceasefire is? I got you. Okay. Trying to see here. Oh, look at this. All right. That's cute. So I guess House Democrats were blocked on Thursday in an attempt to pass a resolution curbing Trump's war powers. By the way, this is moronic. This is moronic. Don't we know that the war is at the end? The Democrats have waited until the war is about to end for them to push back on the Trump administration. To be clear. All right. The Democrats didn't want the war to end, to be clear. Iran is speaking live. Sorry, one second, guys. I'm getting some messages here. Let me just see if that's true. Is Iran speaking live? Let's see what they have to say. As always, guys, as with any government, and I'm saying this every single time, we can't fully trust what they say to a camera. I'm not saying that Iran is evil or anything like that. They are a government, though. So, but Iran live, you said they're speaking live. Is that true? I don't see anything like that, but hey. I don't see any evidence that, but anyway, okay. So, I don't see that. Regardless, so there, okay? We've also massively depleted our very important stockpile, military stockpiles, okay? All right. So, inshallah, the American empire is falling. Anyway, so, I got you. That's okay, guys. So let me see what else we got here. I have some other stories to talk about. By the way, just to show you and just to make my point here clearer, even the New York Times, okay, even the New York Times is saying that what we've seen, like, and they're tepid about it, but they're saying, this is they say here, critics wonder if this is America's Suez moment, okay, when a leading power signals the start of its international decline. Even the New York Times is saying, you know, this looks like a major defeat, and this might be a sign of massive decline. Now, folks, I don't know if I want to say this aloud on stream, but I would not be opposed to an on-stream party to celebrate. You know, to celebrate, you know, whatever, the coming of spring, the decline of American empire, you know, whatever you want to celebrate, we can have a little, cute little, yes, LaCroix, I'm about to actually. We can have a cute little celebration, okay? And I will, Sir Bar. I'm coming to your house for those pizza bagels if there's a if I get drafted. So, all right. So, good question. So, I prepared this for you guys. I mean, I didn't prepare it. It's a video someone else made, but, you know, I'll take credit. I prepared for us to watch this together. They say that it's like the Suez moment. So I found a very short video about the Suez Crisis, so that I don't have to explain it.
Why is black?
Because I have other things to talk to you guys about. But let me. Where'd it go? Where'd my Foucault? Not Foucault. I'm sorry. Where did it go? God damn it. Okay, I'll find it. 1 second. So the Suez Crisis is another example of a scenario very similar to what is happening in Iran. Somewhat similar. The Suez Crisis sort of marked the end of the British Empire. Okay, so
They were quickly over.
is kind of considered by historians the last breath of British Empire, and a sign that it was never, will never be a world, would lost its empire. So let's watch this. We'll talk about it. And I know I was lazy today. I didn't make a presentation. Didn't make a presentation about these specific things. I do have a presentation for something else, but I was too busy reading about all this stuff. So this is the Suez Crisis. It happened in 1956. And now it's not completely the same thing, but you can see something similar happening, all right? So just watch.
1956, and Egypt has just nationalised the Suez Canal. The canal had previously been owned by the Suez Canal Company, which was controlled mostly by France and Britain. The seizure was ordered by the Egyptian president, Gamal Abdel Nasser, who wanted to use the proceeds from the tolls the canal generated for infrastructure projects in Egypt.
So, the Suez Canal was owned by a British and French company. It was mainly British, as far as I know. And the leader of Israel at the time decided to nationalize the canal, take it away from the British and the French, and then charge a toll for ships going through it to raise money for Egypt to help build their infrastructure and things like that. Okay.
So Egypt was a non-aligned country during the Cold War, and Nasser wished to maintain good relations with both the USA and the USSR.
You know what, Sir Bart? I hate you.
only real aim was to maintain the independence of the Arab world and to prevent any imperial powers, old or new, from dominating it again. America was unhappy with Nasser's lack of hostility to the Soviet Union and so, along with Britain, withdrew previously promised financial assistance to Egypt. As a result, Nasser declared his intention to nationalise the Suez Canal to make up for the lost cash. The French and British governments were furious and saw the nationalisation as an attack on their influence in the region. So Israel, led by Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, was also upset with the nationalisation, since Nasser immediately banned all Israeli shipping from the canal. Soon
what a
after,
shame.
the French, under Prime Minister Guy Millet, invited the British, led by Prime Minister Anthony Eden, and the Israelis to bring the situation under control. The plan was for Israel to capture the Sinai Peninsula, and that Britain and France would then capture the Suez Canal under the pretext of restoring order to the region. On October the 29th, Israeli forces invaded the peninsula, and the next...
I'm going to pause so I don't get a copyright strike and to yell at Sir Bart again. You know what, Sir Bart? You get a bonk. Bonk. I'm trying to clarify, Sir Bart. I'm trying to at least add some words to it to make it more a clarification. I'm a teacher, Sir Bart. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Okay, yeah, I'm interrupting it and shit, but whatever.
Britain and France delivered an ultimatum to both Egypt and Israel. Both sides were ordered to withdraw 10 miles from the Suez Canal or they would intervene. One problem: Israel's troops were still 40 miles from the canal. This gave Britain and France's part in the plan away, and both were met with international condemnation, specifically from the Americans, who were furious that they hadn't been consulted by their allies. On November the 5th, British and French paratroopers were dropped into the area around the canal to secure it. So the Egyptian army wasn't really prepared to resist the well-armed and well-trained militaries of the three nations attacking them, and they were quickly overrun. However, the population of Egypt rallied around Nasser, and many civilians took to resisting the invaders either passively or even taking up arms themselves. The military side of the conflict was over quickly, with Israel, France and the UK achieving their objectives. Politically, though, it was a nightmare for them. Most nations across the world sided with Egypt, and the USSR even threatened to use nuclear weapons against Britain and France. Dwight D. Eisenhower, the US president, was absolutely livid with the British and French and even went so far as to threaten to kick them both out of NATO. Furthermore, Eisenhower threatened to sell off sterling bonds, which would have severely harmed the value of the pound, which in turn would have likely crashed the British economy. As a result, Britain immediately ceased hostilities, and France and Israel soon after signed a ceasefire. British and French forces left Egypt in late November, and Israel didn't withdraw from the Sinai Peninsula until March of the next year. The Suez Crisis was over. For Britain, the Suez Crisis was a disaster and demonstrated that it could no longer pursue its own foreign policy without the consent of the United States.
So, so you see, guys, what happened? Sort of in a last-ditch effort to maintain a part of the British Empire, France and Britain and the French Empire, they went in there. They went into Egypt, but they won militarily, but they could not. The world pushed back so much. They realized that they were so dependent on the world order, the new world order, and they didn't have the power or strength to just steamroll everyone, that they had to leave, and they were defeated. And that was sort of the last breath of British Empire.
The crisis would also end the career of Anthony Eden. For France, the effects were similar, and Malay wouldn't last much longer than Eden. For Israel, the war was much more profitable. Israel's capabilities were now demonstrated to its neighbours, and whilst Israel still couldn't use the Suez Canal, it could now use the Strait of Hormuz, which Egypt had previously blockaded since 1950. The crisis also saw the expansion of the UN's duties and importance in international diplomacy. The crisis saw the UN send an international force of peacekeepers, the first of its kind, to the region to calm and monitor the situation. As for Egypt, and more specifically Nasser, the crisis was an unparalleled victory.
Yes, Paul
Nasser was now
until Dien Bien Phu,
seen as the Arab world's defender against colonial aggressors, and his popularity soared. This in turn would see him become the face of the Pan-Arabist movement, which would briefly see the unification of Egypt with Syria. But that's a story for a different time. I hope you enjoyed this.
Okay, so the Suez Crisis in 1956 basically showed that power revealing situation where it was suddenly revealed that the British Empire especially didn't have the power it used to. And it completely destroyed their international standing, and it highlighted that they didn't have power. And all it did was it ended up strengthening Nasser, and made him sort of a leader of the Pan-Arab movement to sort of unite Arab peoples against the colonialism and things like that. Now, it doesn't necessarily go that way. My point is, we're seeing something very similar here. Iran is now appearing to be the leader that can resist, American imperialism in the Middle East. We're probably going to see a shift away of a lot of Middle Eastern nations towards Iran's sphere of influence. Okay. And we're also seeing that the American empire is no longer has the power it used to. Do we see what I mean? All right. So very similar to the Suez Crisis in a lot of ways. Now, there are some big differences, but that's an example historically. You're right, Outer Signal. Within a decade, the UK basically gave up all of its colonies. And then, of course, Thatcher did the Falklands. There were still some colonies. That's a bit different, but yeah, yes. Okay, I'm currently on tramadol to deal with. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun and valid axiom. Give me some tramadol. Okay. Anyway, so there we go. That's the Suez Crisis. Does that make sense, guys? Okay. No, you're right, Paul Squat, and that's another big difference is that they're different branches of Islam, also. Okay, but a lot of Muslims generally in the Middle East are probably looking up to Iran, but this is complicated, and I'm oversimplifying. You're right. Okay. All right. So, okay. All right. So there we go. That is the Suez Crisis. We're kind of seeing a similar scenario here. All right. By the way, yeah, I'm going to just put this in the chat. Since we already watched Pape, I'm going to send you in the chat here. I'm going to put a link to his article where he discusses what he was just saying in more detail. If anyone here is interested in reading him, it's kind of an academic article. So, well, it's an analysis of what he just said on there. Okay. So there we go. Okay. If anyone is interested in reading the rest of what he said, and there are other professors out there who are saying similar things. Okay. Okay, I just finished work where I had a meeting to stop political chat in the office for reminding people. Wait. Explain that, Jonas. You just finished work where I had a meeting to stop political chat in the office so you weren't allowed to remind people that the Islamic empires were more advanced? What? You got in trouble for saying that there was an Islamic golden age and that Europe was a backwater during the Islamic golden age, which is just kind of a fact. Your manager said it was causing offense. Okay. Well, that's bizarre, Jonas. I wonder. Okay. I mean, all right. That's bizarre. Your coworkers sound like they might be snowflakes who don't like any kind of reality. Anyway, I'm sorry that happened to you, Jonas. That's crazy. Okay, that's crazy. I guess I could ask Norman. I mean, in what manner were you saying it? I guess if I suspect. Okay. No BS, no bullshit. They literally told me I should. Well, okay. That's bizarre, Jonas. That's so weird. Okay. I mean, I'm assuming. I'm assuming there, Jonas, that what were you doing? Going up and being like, you filthy Christian, I don't know, heathens. You are all barbarians back in the day. Like, I have a feeling you weren't doing it that way. You were probably just saying, because I know the business you work at is run by a Trump lover. Yeah. I know, Sir Bart, but you can see why they might get mad at that. Anyway, okay. You can see why they might get mad if he approached it that way. But I'm like, I doubt he did. You know what? Who knows? That I'm sorry, Jonas. Who cares? Okay. Who cares? And Jonas, come on, Jonas, that if someone had been saying, Jonas, I love that. Jonas, you said Muslims had lampposts while the English were shitting in woods. Oh, that's pretty fucking funny. That's pretty fucking funny. Okay. Okay. We'll go on. We'll go on. That's hilarious. Okay, we'll go on. That's funny. All right. So moving on. Oh gosh, invalid axiom. You having issues? Okay. Yeah. So moving on here, guys. Okay, that's pretty funny. All right. Speaking of workplaces, I wanted to quickly stop talking about Iran and talk very briefly. Now, for those that have been in the community for a while, you remember that I did a whole presentation on this a long time ago, a whole presentation on the book Weapons of the Weak. by James C. Scott. Pathologize. Oh no, invalid. It's okay. I was having trouble following along with what you were saying because I saw people talking to you and I'm like, what's happening, invalid? But it's okay. Hey, go ahead. Pathologize your health problems, invalid axiom. It's fine. Just share some of the tramadol with me. Okay. So this is a book, and I've already presented on this, but I wanted to show you something that happened. And this goes along with what Jonas was just saying. Jonas engaged in a form of resistance in the workplace, okay? Jonas engaged in a form of resistance in the workplace, okay? And so this is called Weapons of the Week. It was a book by an anthropologist named James C. Scott, where he lived amongst basically peasants, rural agricultural peasantry in Indonesia, and basically interviewed them and found out the ways that they resist their landowners, the landowners that are above them, the ways they do it without outright rebellion, okay? And he found out that there's sort of across the world in capitalist societies and in partially capitalist societies, etc., workers resist a lot, okay? Workers resist a lot. And we all do it, and you don't even know you're resisting, okay? Like sometimes you won't even notice. So what I'm going to do is I wanted to show you, I'm going to quickly go through the common forms of everyday resistance that people engage in their workplaces to show you guys that if you live in an oppressive work environment, you're going to resist whether you want to or not, or like whether you don't like capitalism or not. And it's a sign that there's something wrong with that work environment. If you're resisting, okay, if you're resisting in the workplace, there's a sign that there's something wrong there. Okay, so, all right. So these are some of the forms of resistance he discovered. And I want you to tell me in chat, come on, guys, please admit and be honest in chat. Tell me if you've done these things at work before. Come on, we know that we have, right? I bet all of you have done one of these things, okay? If not all of them at some point, okay? The first one is foot dragging. Foot dragging. That is where if you're told to do something at work, you drag your feet. You don't do it right away. Maybe you wait 3 or 4 days to answer that email, okay? You're told to do something that you don't want to do. So you slow it down and you take your time and you kind of hold it out. You hold out. And they might even send you a second email that's like, hey, just reminding you about this. And then you're like, oops, sorry, I didn't see it. Oopsie, sorry, my mistake. Okay. And then maybe you wait another 2 days and then you do. Okay. That's what you do, right? That is called foot dragging. Okay, foot dragging, where you purposely slow down the work you're supposed to be doing. All right. Come on, we know it, right? Who here has done that? Okay, we all know that people here have done that, right? The next form of common resistance is false compliance. False compliance. There's 2 forms of false compliance. One, you say that you'll do something and then you just don't do it. Or you do something exactly as it's prescribed, even if it's harmful, okay? So like if someone says, make sure you have to answer your emails, answer your emails. And then all you do all day is sit there answering your emails and don't do anything else. And then when you're approached, they're like, what are you doing? Haven't you done any of your other work? You're like, well, I did what I was told. I was told to answer emails. Okay. So that's also called malicious compliance or false compliance, where guys, come on. Who here has ever gone to a work meeting where like they're rolling out some sort of new policy and your manager or your boss is saying, this is what we're all going to do from now on. And everyone's like, yeah, this is great. Well, sure, we'll do it. And then no one does it. And then like 2 weeks later, they roll back the policy because it's not working. And then it's like it never existed. Okay. That would, hello, Drizella. Okay. That is called false compliance or also malicious compliance. Okay. And it is a form of resistance. All right. And we all do it. Okay. And think about it, guys. This is one of the reasons why I'm a socialist. And now, obviously, there you go, Lacroix. Obviously, there would still be workers who do these things in a socialist society, but I suspect there would be less. You know why? Because if you're in a socialist business where all of you together own the business collectively, it harms your bottom line if you do these things, right? Like if you're doing false compliance and foot dragging, it's going to hurt how much money you're making because you own the company partially. Your company won't do as well. You won't be able to make as much money for yourself. But if you work in a company where you don't own the profits, it's a lot easier to do these things because you know you're going to get paid a certain amount, whether, no matter what. Okay. Anyway, unless you get fired, of course. So the next one here is, is pilfering. Pilfering. Now, guys, you can admit this if you want. Who here has ever, maybe taken something home from the company you work at that is the property of the company? You borrow it, but then you don't return it. Let's put it that way. Or like, you're mad at your boss one day and there's a pen that's owned by the company. You're like, I'm taking that pen home with me. What are they going to do about it? Okay. Or if you work at, a restaurant, okay, and there's maybe some chicken wings sitting out and you just take one of the chicken wings and maybe eat it without anyone seeing. That is pilfering. It is small theft, okay? I don't personally view it as theft. It's where you take things that are not your property and keep them or consume them from the business that you're working for or the institution you're working for. Okay. Pen thief. Okay. Return the toilet paper I borrow. Lacroix. There you go, Gwen. Invalid axiom. I've never taken pens and paper from the private schools I taught PE. How dare you? Invalid axiom. As a teacher, I never did that either. What are you talking about? I never took a stapler home with me that I needed for other things or anything like that. Never. Okay. Okay. See, I ate so many McNuggets. Ivana, I'm just saying. Okay. No, actually, SoCal, I don't. I use my own, but I did maybe at the beginning I did. Okay. There you go, Jonas. Okay. I know invalid axiom, fist bump. Okay. You know how it goes about. So that's another example that lots of people do. And again, guys, we don't really think of it, but that's a sign you're being oppressed, right? It's a sign you're being oppressed that you're engaging in these acts. All right. Next one. Now, this one is a bit more severe. Okay, this one is a bit more severe. Some of you may not have done these. Sabotage or arson. Okay. Now, sabotage or arson. And obviously this is a bit more severe. But has you don't have to admit it, but has anyone known anyone who sabotaged a workplace in some way? Okay. Like you might cut a wire to the internet or something like that. Okay. Yep. And Fetty, that's actually why we're talking about this, is because of that incident. And this, I've suspected this from some people before. Like I knew a teacher once who cut who later, after they got a new job, confessed to me that they cut the internet connection to their room so that they would have an excuse for not working that day, basically. Okay. Some people will make themselves sick, which I guess isn't sabotage, but there's sabotage. Okay. False fire alarms. Okay, yeah, do not admit to that. I'm saying you could say that if you do know someone who did that, you could say you know someone who did it, but you definitely didn't do it yourselves, right? So my point being, okay, don't actually admit it. Yeah, no one here does these things, but these things I'm sure none of you have done, but that can happen, okay? And that's actually right after we finish this conversation, I'm going to show you a video that came out yesterday, which is why we're talking about this, about an employee who did just that. All right. Okay. Next one here is feigned ignorance. Feigned ignorance. Okay. Okay. Feigned ignorance. Come on. We've all done feigned ignorance, right? Especially if you're a new person at a workplace, you can get away with it easier. You can be like, oh, I'm sorry. No one taught me that. Or, oh, I didn't understand. I thought this or I thought that. You feign confusion. You feign ignorance. Okay. You don't do, yeah. Oh, no clue what you're talking about, boss. Sorry. Or like, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. I was confused. I don't get it. Um, you feign ignorance. Okay. And there's no way for them to prove that you were ignorant apart from what you tell them. So feigned ignorance. There you go, Alyssa. Okay. You still do that at work. Um, that would also never print excessive amounts of black ink pages to sabotage the printer. Yeah, that would be bad axiom. I'm sure you never did that. Okay. That would be feigned ignorance. All right. I'm mostly deaf. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you is my favorite line. Right. In Ivana. Right. Okay. You're right. Uh, yes. Okay. That's feigned ignorance. And a lot of people do it. And we don't admit it. Right. We don't admit it. I tell a lie. I accidentally set a bucket of biodegradable fuel light because I was cleaning out the boiler at the end of the day at work and tossed the old ash into the bucket, not noticing it was still smoldering. Everything was fine, but they just called the manager out who was able to put it out. Oh, Louise. Well, I'm glad that situation got resolved. What a terrible accident, Louise. Terrible accident. Okay. Paul Squaw, I send the best, most confusing, unintelligible emails when I don't want to participate in something. Yeah, Paul Squaw. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Uh, I would, how do I say this, guys? Like, if you have there, there you go, Fetty. Okay. Can I also, so, the, I would sometimes, guys, okay, this is horrible for me to say. You know, when you're a teacher, you sometimes get parents who are just helicopter parents and will not stop bothering you about every little thing. And it's like they think you are their personal worker and that you work for them. Yeah, technically teachers work for the public, but you have other things to hail with. So you might feign ignorance about some things. You might say, "Sorry, I didn't understand what you meant in that email. Sorry, I misunderstood that what you meant by the last email." You know, like you might feign ignorance a little bit about some things in order to, and then you might do something passive aggressive, like say, sorry, I have a lot of students I have to help. So I must not have fully read that last email. Okay. Um, like you see what I mean? All right. And yeah. And so like things like that, there are forms of resistance. All right. Gossip. Gossip, come on, guys. Come on. Who doesn't? All right. Gossip is a form of resistance. All right. Gossip has been studied a lot by anthropologists, and it exists in every society, and it typically exists as a way, especially amongst oppressed people, to resist authority figures. Okay. So we gossip, don't we? And it makes you, it helps you. Now, gossip can be bad. Okay, as in like sometimes gossip can be turned into a tool of competition amongst employees. Correct, Rosella. But oftentimes gossip is directed against leadership, all right? Against the bosses and against things like that. You all know it. Like if anyone here has ever worked in a school, like I would go into the school in the morning and then I would be sitting at my desk and then suddenly the teacher in the door next door would enter my classroom, close the door, and she would go, we got to talk. Okay. I got some things to tell you. And then she would sit down and I immediately knew the gossip was coming. Okay. Like employees do this, don't they? They gossip. All right. Yeah, they gossip as a form of control, as a form of having some kind of control over their lives. Right. Um, he is the worst boss because yada yada yada. Yeah, yep, SoCal. And then sometimes employees will coordinate their response to different policies through gossiping, right? Like they'll be like, "Oh, I'll back you up. If you say this, I'll back you up. You can say that I agree," and things like that. Hello, Dolly. Hello, Dolly boy. Um, oh yes, you know it, Alyssa. That teachers do this shit all the time. They gossip about the administration. I was at a now this I did not like. I was at a school once where there was gossip about one of the administrators being a former call girl, and I didn't like that kind of gossip. But that's an example, okay? Um, you see what I mean? All right. All right. Yeah, there you go, Lacroix. Okay, invalid axiom. So, credible source. My dad is a retiring biologist for 35 plus years. Okay, his grad students bring in studies. Apparently, gossip is a social standing. It is an invalid axiom. It is also a way of like gaining information as power and things like that. Yeah. Okay. And sometimes, but yes, Jonas. Now, in what way do you mean there's a racial component? There is a racial component to gossip in some ways. For example, oftentimes people of similar backgrounds will gossip together as a form of collective empowerment. There is a stereotype, folks. For example, this isn't racial, this is gender, but people of racial groups do this too. There's a stereotype that women are gossipy. Okay, women are gossipy. Well, obviously men are gossipy too, but historically speaking, women had very little power. Okay, especially in a household. So like in the 19th century, 18th century, the women of a household, one of the few powers they had was gossip. They could sit around with other women and gossip and undermine the authority of their husbands. Okay. So there was a notion there. A lot of husbands, a lot of men, and a lot of other people didn't like gossip because they viewed it as undermining their power, and women would engage in it. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Jonas. That's what I mean. But think about what happens when you're in a majority. Why that is true, Jonas. It could also be negative. It can be like gossiping against people who are different than you, etc. Yeah. Okay. Like against minority groups. Okay. Um, so we all do that. That's a form of resistance. And the last thing here, guys. So those are the ones he brought up. Okay. That across cultures people engage in. One other last thing, and again, I've presented on this before. I'm just redoing it really fast. Okay. Entertaining guy who studied this stuff. Racism is normal. Yeah. Racism is very normal when it comes to gossip. Okay. Very true. Now, James C. Scott didn't really look into that as much. He mainly looked into how gossip undermines authority structures. There are other studies that talk about how gossip is competition within employees and how employees use it to tribalize each other and demonize each other and things like that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I didn't mean to. That's, I guess, I'm talking about the form of gossip that undermines authority. But yes, you're right. Okay. Although sometimes racist or sexist gossip does undermine authority. A lot of times, guys, like there will be gossip about women who are in charge, or if like there's a black man in charge of white folks, there might be gossip that's racial. Oh, totally, Jonas, totally. Okay, so like men do it too, but there's a perception that it's a women thing. Okay, so all of this goes back to something real fast, guys, called the public transcript and the hidden transcript. All right, the public transcript and the hidden transcript. So, for example, you have a certain, think about it, guys. When you're at work, if you're talking to your boss, are you going to be talking to your boss the same way you talk to a coworker or to a friend of yours? Or, if you're public facing, you're going to have a different attitude than if you're, than if you're not. And exactly, Paul Squat. That James C. Scott determined. Yeah, you remember this, Dolly Boy? This is a while ago. I'm just quickly reviewing it before I show you guys a story of something that happened. Okay. Then you have a hidden transcript. That is what you say privately. Okay. That's what you say privately. What you say to your coworkers and what you think to yourself. And we all know we do this. Okay. We all know we do this. As a matter of fact, guys, becoming a streamer has really made me realize that it is hard. It is oftentimes hard for me to know where I should keep a line between my hidden transcript and my public transcript. Okay. You all know I'm sometimes too honest with you, or I am very honest with all of you. I have basically erred on the side of making everything like revealing the hidden transcript. Okay. I do that a lot, but sometimes maybe I shouldn't do it. That's a bit of a different thing. But like we all have a hidden transcript and a public transcript, right? You guys know I sometimes make inappropriate sexual jokes. Okay. I obviously would never have made those jokes in front of a boss or in front of a classroom or anything like that. And now that I'm streaming, I almost feel liberated because I don't have bosses and shit that could criticize. You see what I mean? Okay. Um, so I just blurt things out. Uh, and is that good or is that bad? I don't know, but you can see what I mean? So we all have these things, okay? Invalid axiom, I do that in chat too, CR. I'm on your side with this. Internal thought should be discussed intellectually. I agree, invalid axiom. That's why I do try to talk about a lot of these things with you guys. I'm open about it, but we all do this. We all have a hidden transcript and a public transcript, okay? Yeah, I exactly, Louise, exactly. You're right, okay? As long, see here. Oh, no, never, Ivana, never, okay? Never anything like that. But I mean, like, I would, of course, I would never do that to a student. I would never make a joke like that to a student and I would never make a joke like that in a school setting at all, okay? But okay, so yeah, all right. But my point is like, obviously, now that I am not in a school setting, I'm like, where's the line for jokes and things like that? Okay. Oh, sure. Um, Yes, if you intellectualize it, that also means the appropriate setting. That's true. Okay. So do you guys get what I mean? Like I'm just talking generally. All right. Uh this is not a coerced captured audience situation at work. That's a really good point, Paul Squaw. Um, Also, this is not a coerced captured audience situation at work. I would have to put up with inappropriate comments from a vice president because I'm a captured audience. Here, I can just close the browser. There you go. Okay. Well, you're right. This is and by guys, don't worry. I'm just trying to, yeah. There you go, Norman. Like I would never tell my class that I'm a communist, like that I'm a socialist or whatever. Um, what I'm talking about, guys, I want to make it clear. See, now look, I shouldn't have even mentioned this. I never had a desire to make a sex joke to a classroom of children. Okay, but like, yeah, like, but around like coworkers and stuff, I might make a joke like that. But I would never do that. But like in front of my students, I would not. I'm not going to go out and be like, I'm a socialist. Karl Marx is based. I love Cuba and shit like that. Okay, so that would be a better example. But okay. But regardless, guys, I'm just making a point here. I'm trying to highlight all of us have a hidden transcript and a public transcript, and I've tried to dismantle the hidden transcript, but it's harder. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's so cringe. What's so cringe, RL? Yeah. So like a CR, stick to intellectual discussion as your defense. It's unimpeachable as a journalist streamer. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. We get it? Let's see here. Okay, we get it, guys? All right. So does anyone else have an example of this? Come on, we all know we do this, right? We all have like say hidden transcripts and public transcripts, right? Or like, let me give you another example. Where like sometimes, guys, as a teacher, you might really, and guys, this is just human. There might be a student you really don't like. I know, teachers are human, and sometimes you have a student that really just grates on your nerves. Okay, um, okay, like really just grates on your nerves. Okay, but you're not gonna ever say that, right? You're gonna still try and talk to them in a public manner. Okay, like there's another example. All right. Okay. So it was Ivana working at a casino. I told my boss I had to let the guy grab my ass because they were big spenders. Sexual harassment is or was crazy in casinos. There you go. All right. Um, yeah, or that's true. Okay. All right, we got it. See here. Let's see. Oh wait, I'm sorry. I misread what you said, Ivana. Working at a casino, I was told by my boss I had to let the guys grab my ass. Oh wow, that's disgusting, Ivana. I'm so sorry. That's disgusting. Okay. Ugh. Um. All right. Okay. So anyway, that's disgusting. So anyway, you guys get the idea here. Hidden transcripts. Okay. So why am I telling you all about this? Why am I telling you all about this? Okay. Why am I telling you all about this? let's see here. So this is a video of this is a video. This happened yesterday. Okay. Right, Trump failed. Okay. Does everyone understand what I'm saying? Like now I feel awkward because I don't feel awkward, but I feel like people are misinterpreting my comments about me working at a school. I hope you all know I'm not saying I wanted to make sex jokes at a school. I'm just talking about how like there's certain things you would never say in a workplace, right? We got it. Okay. Yeah. So this happened. Where did this happen? What state? What state did this happen in? This happened in California. Okay. California. All right. So, this is what kind of warehouse is it? It is I don't know. It's a warehouse of some big company. Okay. And let's watch this and we'll see what happened. Remember the different forms of employee resistance.
Tonight, police say this massive warehouse fire was allegedly the work of a disgruntled employee. Stunning new video appears to show the start of the fire. In the footage posted to social media, you hear someone say all you had to do was pay us enough to live, as stacks of toilet paper burn.
All you had to do was pay us enough to live. There goes your inventory.
Last night, police announced the arrest of
So, what they did not show you guys is that this is a paper products warehouse, and this employee actually videotaped himself catching the product on fire and saying all you had to do was pay us literally, they didn't let you hear it in that video, but all he said was over and over again, all you had to do was pay us a living wage. All you had to do is pay us a living wage, and you did not want to pay us a living wage. And he said that over and over again on the video, and so he caught the warehouse on fire. And he burned a massive warehouse down. Okay.
Neil Abdul Karim on suspicion of multiple felony arson-related charges, adding the 29-year-old is an employee of NFI Industries, a third-party distributor for Kimberly-Clark, the company known for manufacturing paper-based personal care and hygiene products.
We can confirm that he was on scene of the fire at the time that it started, yes.
In a statement, police say they can't comment on specifics, but are aware of this video, adding they will be utilizing any evidence for the investigation. According to fire officials, the blaze broke out in the early morning hours of yesterday in Ontario, California. Flames shot up in back of nearby homes as the fire tore through the approximately 1 million square foot warehouse.
Definitely was uncharacteristic fire. It definitely pushed our firefighters into that defensive operation, and that was one indication that it could
RL? They already are, RL. There's already organizations trying to raise money for his defense.
Arson of nature.
In a statement, Kimberly-Clark said no one was injured and all workers were safely evacuated. Karim has yet to be formally charged and is being held without bail. Aaron McLaughlin, NBC News.
We thank you for watching.
Yeah. So an employee, a disgruntled employee who, after being abused by not having a living wage, decided to burn down his place of work. Okay. And we have to understand, guys, this is a systemic issue, right? As in, this wouldn't have happened if people weren't being abused. Like, what do you expect to happen? As I'm always saying, guys, radicalization occurs when people feel abused and they feel that they're not being allowed to survive, and they work really hard but don't get credit for it. Sometimes you just snap and you do something like this. And you guys, you can't tell me that you can't tell me that he was necessarily thinking this through. He was very mad, and it overflowed his thought process because he videotaped himself doing it. All right. So clearly he probably held off on doing this forever. Okay. And like was trying to calm himself down, but he just snapped, because who wouldn't if you're being oppressed in a workplace? And he did an arson and he burned it down. And I've heard that one facility supplies a pretty massive percentage of all the paper goods for California. Okay. All right. So but there are, so Cal, the guy is being held without bail, but there are people trying to raise money, and I'd have to find it for his defense. Okay. Okay. Uh, yeah, no, you're right, Alyssa. But like Alyssa, this is my thing though, right? Yeah, there are no jobs for his coworkers, but the company is responsible for this, right? They, by mistreating their employees, one of them snapped, and of course, the company is never going to raise their wages or anything. Yeah, okay. And like, imagine, guys, if like, and by the way, this story has not been covered by big news sources. They're not talking about it. I've really only found local sources that are talking about it because I can promise you one thing: people in power don't want this guy to become a hero. We already had Luigi Mangione, and now we have this guy. And the people who, a ton of people are already, a ton of people are already calling him a hero. Okay. Um, so this is a very complicated. I mean, not complicated. This is super interesting, right? And just interesting that this is what it's coming to. Okay. Now I know it's only one guy, but you're already seeing a ton of people coming out and saying he's a hero. All right, because there's so much rage in the country. Okay. So that is an example of arson as a form of everyday resistance. Okay. And obviously that one got a bit out of control. Yeah. All right. So there you go. On a side note, I'm going to put my face up. On a side note here. Where's my face? Where's my face? Oh, for sure, Alyssa. Okay. Oh, no invalid axiom. I'll be okay. I'm not saying anyone should go and burn down a warehouse. We're simply talking facts here that he's very popular among some people. Okay. And I'm not organizing any sort of action to do that. I know the laws around what I can talk about very well. Let's put it that way, invalid axiom, but thank you for covering my ass. Okay. Thank you. For covering, yeah, but thank you for covering my ass there, invalid axiom. Okay, you all know I'm not promoting people go burn down warehouses. I would never say that. That's illegal. Why would I ever want that to happen? That would be just, oh my God, that poor company. I would cry so many tears. Anyway, moving on. So, interesting. Now, this is a, so, okay, we just talked about that. We just talked about that. Now, no, Drusilla, you shouldn't do arson. That's very bad. Okay, arson's bad. So anyway, there we go. That just happened. Okay, the burning down. Okay, what I was gonna say. No, you're right, Alyssa. Yes, Alyssa, you're correct. Okay, you would have 3 hungry kids. You're correct, Alyssa. Alyssa, at the same time, Alyssa, here's the problem, and this sounds horrible, Alyssa, but if we were to do like a national strike, that would also happen. A lot of people would be without paychecks. Unfortunately, when you do civil disobedience, and I'm not saying that people should do arson, a lot of times it'll have negative results for individual people as well. It's complicated, but okay. Okay. So okay, something else, guys. Something else. Okay, right. What was I gonna say here? So I was gonna mention, guys, that during the time of slavery, okay, during chattel slavery in the United States, if you look at newspapers at the time, which I've done, okay, well, maybe I've done a little bit of, I've read studies about it. There are a large number of mysterious fires that break out on farms all across the South, on plantations, barns catching on fire. And there's like a lot of newspaper articles from the time talking about like these mysterious farms catching on fire and things like that. Okay. And we all know what was happening, right? The enslaved people were catching fire, were burning things down. That the enslaved oftentimes use these tactics a lot. They would purposely break their equipment so that they couldn't work anymore. It was very common for enslaved people to accidentally break their equipment and so that they couldn't, oh, you can't make us work now. They also, by the way, guys, would feign ignorance. So I want you to think about this. There is, this is going to sound understand what I'm trying to say here. There is a stereotype, especially from the old times, okay, from these times, that black people are dumb, right? There is this stereotype that like even I can't mimic it. If I mimic it, it's going to be racist. It's going to sound racist. But like old presentations of black people, like how they would speak, they would almost like speak like children and like sound like they're not that bright. If you look at like old movies about it, you know what I mean? Um, or even like you know what I'm talking about, that sort of I'm not going to mimic it because I don't, because it would be bad for me to do that, but you know what I mean, right? They would use the word master in a certain way. Okay, they would, massa instead of master. You know exactly what I mean. Okay, the reason, by the way, that that's the case is that that was a form of resistance amongst enslaved people. They would oftentimes feign ignorance when their slave owners, the slave owners, were talking about them. Oh, hello, master. I'm sorry. I'm just a dumb slave. I have no idea what you mean. I didn't mean to break that shovel. Do you see what I mean? And the owners of these enslaved people were idiots and were racist POSs. So they thought it was some sort of intellectual disability amongst a lot of enslaved people, when in reality, it was a based form of resistance. Not only that, enslaved people started developing their own languages in order to speak to each other in a way that their masters wouldn't understand. And that's where we get what are called Ebonic dialects, or dialects derived from black African American enslaved people, and that a lot of like the white folks would say is like bad English and like has racist connotations on it, but really it's a coded form of language used to mislead slave owners. Okay, you see what I mean? Like that, and that is exactly what that is. That's feigned ignorance. Okay, so enslaved people were quite ingenious in these things, able to feign ignorance and things like that. Okay. Exactly, Sir Bart. If you guys have seen the Key and Peele sketch where they troll those Confederate LARPers and they're acting like these not very bright enslaved people, okay? That's the joke, okay? That's the point. All right. So even enslaved people did these things. They were constantly resisting. There is a notion amongst some people to this day that enslaved people were passive and they didn't resist. They were constantly resisting, constantly, in almost everything they did, and oftentimes violently. There were many, many slave uprisings, but there were other forms of resistance too. They would, Gwen. So enslaved people would actually braid maps into their hair. So they would have like beads to symbolize rivers and stuff as a map to explain how to escape. They would also create, let's put it this way, what's the word here? Like they would weave things. They would weave baskets and weave blankets that would show how to escape and things like that. Quite brilliant. Yes, a lot of enslaved people ran. Okay. All right. Maybe someone could leak the Death Star plans. There you go. So it's a trap, right, Louise? Okay, go Star Wars. All right, we get it. All right. So you do see some of that today. Yeah, isn't that cool? The quality, the braiding of these of escape maps into the hair, people's hair and stuff. Okay. Songs, by the way, a lot of songs that come from enslaved people are coded messages talking about how to escape. Okay, like you'll come to the river Jordan, and like that river would be like an actual river. Okay. Yeah, disgusting. Trump failed. All right. All right, you guys. So that's that. There's a little talk there about resistance and how there are people still doing that today. Obviously, and a lot of you do resistance. You just didn't know it. All right. All right. So okay, guys, let's go on now. I'm going to go use the restroom because, I have a very small little bladder. I'm going to go use the restroom and then I'll be right back and we'll keep talking. Give me 1 second. Okay, I got to go pee. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I'll be right back and then we'll do some boops and then we'll go on. All right. So give me a second. Give me 1 second.
on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the way.
All right, guys. Hello. All right. So, guys, we got more to talk about. Let me see who's here. I think we will. I'm gonna give some boops. I'm gonna give some boops. Hello, politics. Welcome back, politics. So glad you're back. We all remember you. I think at least most of us do. From tomorrow. I'm from we remember you. We remember you. So glad you're here, politics. Hello, Sam or Atomic. I believe you're Atomic, right? Is that Sam? You're Atomic, right? Good morrow. Did you see the draft news for December? No, I didn't. I heard someone say it in chat that there's like they're creating the automatic draft or whatever. But I don't think that they're going to be actually be drafting people. I don't think there's actually going to be a draft. If I'm not quite sure what you mean. So anyway, so okay. Hello. By the way, welcome to Topic. All right. And Val, let's see here. Philly Cheese. Hello, Philly Cheese. So glad you're here. It's it's to make the drafting faster. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. All right. So guys, let me do some boops. Let me do some boops here. Well, boop one. Okay. So Gwen, you get a boop. Boop. Invalid axiom, you get a boop. Boop. Atomic, you get a boop. Boop. Lacroix, you get a boop. Boop. Did I miss anything? I missed a lot of people. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Dolly Boy gets a boop. Boop. No bonk for you, Dolly Boy, just to spite you. Politics gets a boop. Boop. Philly Cheese gets a boop. Boop. Ivana gets a boop. Boop. I'm just anyone else is here. Anyone else? Philly Cheese. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Druzilla gets a boop. Boop. Trump failed gets a boop. Boop. Wizards Breads Books gets a boop. Boop. SoCal gets a bonk. 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 You get 2 bonks, SoCal. Disgusting. Hello, TJ. You get a boop. Boop. Jonas gets a boop from a distance. Boop. There you go. Anyone else? Did I miss anyone who wants a boop? Good, a valid axiom. Anyone else want a boop? Did anyone miss a boop? Lurking Snow Leopard gets a boop. Boop. Anyone else want a boop? Everyone happy now? Everyone happy without the boops? Everyone happy with their boops? Speak now or forever hold your boop in peace. Okay. As a reminder, guys, there are 3 kinds of staff thing stick of justice things. I don't know what the fuck to call this thing. Technically, a jester would call it a merit, but it's not really a merit because it doesn't have a head on the end of it. At some point, I'm going to get one that actually has like a little jester head on the end of it, so I can be like, "Hey there, I'm Chuck Schumer" or whatever. So you get boops. So boops are a compliment, right? Boops are a compliment. That's like good for you. You get a boop. Boop. It's like a hug. Okay. Jonas, I swear to God, you get a bonk. Bonk, and that one was right in your face, Jonas. Right in your face. And then so that's a boop, and then a bonk is like, I don't like you and I'm hitting you over the head, okay? It doesn't mean I don't like you. It can also be a compliment, but you know, okay, whatever. And then there is a brump, which is where I remove a prior boop because you've been bad, okay? So 2 of them are bad and 1 of them's good. What, there was a donation? Oh, thank you, Lacroix. Thank you. I'm sorry, Lacroix. I didn't see that. Thank you for the donation, Lacroix, for the 400 bits. They're donations for Piss Stream. Disgusting, Lacroix. You all disgust me. You're disgusting. Okay. So, anyone else want to boop? We good? Okay, so guys, let me do a little self-promotion here. Let me do a self-promotion. Stop correcting me. This technically is a scepter, but a real jester would have a marat, which has a head on the end of it, okay? You know what? I really should just take like Sharpie and put a smiley face on the bulb and be like, "Hey, it's my marat." Regardless, fuck all of you. Okay, so yeah, googly eyes. I should put googly eyes on it. Eventually, when I'm rich, I'll get a nice. Oh, you know what, Paul Squaw. When I get rich, I'll get a nice one. Okay. Regardless, first of all, guys, if you like my content, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month, okay? In which case you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name, which will evolve with time. It'll change colors over time, and you get access to member-only emojis, of which I need to add more. If you're over on Twitch, please follow me. I'm trying to get more people in here. We have 320 followers, which is a pretty good number, and we're getting up there. We're getting up there. Given how long I've been doing it, it's pretty good numbers. And we're going up every day, so please follow if you're over on Twitch. And if you want to help support me, subscribe using Amazon Prime for free, or subscribe regularly. Then you no longer have to see ads. So, and then you also get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name. So you can also support me by sending me bits over on Twitch, or a super chat over on YouTube. And just because I want a lot of options, you can do whatever you want. Right here beneath my scepter is a QR code if you want to send me buy me a coffee. $5 or more will get you a personalized video response. And you can also find a link to that at the top of the Twitch and YouTube chat. Also, please join our Discord if you haven't already. This doesn't cost anything. And like the stream if you're over on YouTube. That'll help get more people in here. That's the best thing you can do, or that's the least expensive thing you can do, is just like the stream on YouTube. That will take like no time, and it'll help get more people in here. And then, so if you're, please join our Discord. Our Discord will allow you to send me videos for me to watch on stream. We have a fast-growing community on there. We have a book club. It's a very nice community. I think everyone, I'm not just saying that. It really is a nice community. It's the nicest one I've ever been on. Okay, so very nice. Okay, hello, Parkours. Yeah, or share the stream, whatever you'd like to do. Help me in any way you can, if you guys don't mind. That'd be very helpful, okay? Even if you don't send money, like the stream, do something, please. I beg you. Okay. All right, so moving on. Some other things to talk about, okay? Thank you, Paul Squaw. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paul Squaw, for the donation, and thank you, Jonas, for the donation. Thank you very much. Very much appreciate it over there on Twitch, okay? Paul Squaw giving 100 and Jonas giving 200. Thank you very much, all right? Help keep me going. What the fuck was I about to say? Oh, yes. So we have some other stuff to talk about, okay? I wanted to show you all something now that I've done my self-promotion. How dare you, Atomic? How dare you, okay? Christ. All right. By the way, if anyone is interested in being a mod, we have mods in here, but, you know, we can have more. We have several mods already on both Twitch and YouTube, but we could always use more. It'd be always fun. Jonas gave me 400. What do you mean? Jonas gave me we almost have a hype train going. That's lovely. Oh, you're right. Jonas did give me 400. Why does it say? That's weird. Well, thank you, Jonas. All right. So let's go on here. I'm afraid of the power. I get it, Jonas. All right. So let's go on here. So I wanted to show you all something. You know, I'm wearing the jester hat. I'm wearing the jester hat, of course, right? Because I wanted to show you some clowning, some shit that's happening from our favorite people, the Democrats. Okay. Now, I have noticed, guys, I would get drunk on that power. I know you would, Drusilla. Giving Drusilla power would be like handing Sauron the Ring of Power. I would never do it. I feel like, guys, we should always keep power out of Drusilla's hands. Drusilla like seems innocent and like nice, and then I'm sure as soon as we gave her power, she would become like a beast that could only be restrained by casting the ring into the fires of Mount Doom. But anyway, so no, Drusilla, you never get power. Okay, yeah, I'm joking with you, Drusilla, but you get a point. Okay, so Drusilla will become like what is it? Not Smeagol, Gollum. Okay, you are, I'm sure. Okay. So like, yeah, here we go. So here we have Chuck Schumer. And you know what I've noticed? It is so funny to me. It is so funny to me. So many of our Democratic colleagues I don't even a colleague. I don't even want to offend all of you by saying that. So many of our Democratic people, all right, have been criticizing Trump's ending of the war, not because of all the, moral reasons, not because any of that shit. Okay. Yeah. I know Atomic. I know. Okay. I love Lord of the Rings. I know. So how dare you, Atomic, try to tell me the difference between Smeagol and Gollum? Okay. How dare you? Not because they, hate the fact of murdering children, or they think that it's an illegal war of aggression, or because they don't like imperialism. They don't like it because they're like, why did you end the war when you didn't achieve any of your goals, right? So their big critiques are that, well, you ending the war is making Iran worse, okay? Because of course they are. Of course they are, right? Of course they are. Oh my God, of course they are. So let's listen to Chuck Schumer, who is a very charismatic man who will no doubt be able to beat will no doubt be able to defeat any Republican populist put up against the Democratic Party. Okay, so listen to this. Right, watch. Okay,
that Iran still has its nuclear stockpile, its nuclear ambitions. Iran still has its nuclear stockpile. Its nuclear ambitions are still unchecked, if not accelerated. And finally, American credibility. The nations of the world are furious at Trump. The Europeans, the Asians, even the Middle Eastern allies.
Thank you, Dolly Boy.
They say, what the hell is he doing? And the United States' diplomatic position and credibility in the world is dramatically worse because of this war. So just in summary, this war has made us worse off today than before it started. The war made us worse in terms of control of the Strait of Hormuz. The war made us worse in terms of the strength of the Iranian regime. The war made us worse in terms of high gas prices. The war made us worse because Iran's nuclear ambitions have been unchecked. And the war made us worse because American credibility is down the drain.
I'm sorry, I lost interest about a minute into that. So that was Chuck Schumer's very powerful and charismatic rebuttal of Donald J. Trump. Extremely powerful. I feel very motivated after that. Okay. And by the way, they're only saying this now, and only today did they renew the attempt to remove Trump's power so that he wouldn't nuke people. Like, they only tried again recently to even limit Trump's power over the military. So they waited until the quote unquote non-existent ceasefire to do this. Yeah, and guys, I'm just like, oh my God, he's just so boring. He's just so goddamn boring. Also, it'd be one thing if he was doing neoconservative, I love America, imperialism in an entertaining way, but he can't even manage that. At least cheer and be like, we hate Iran, we want them to be destroyed, we're a puppet of Israel. Say it in a way that's encouraging and badass, rather than just Trump failed and he didn't accomplish these things. And I'm going to lean over and not even be in the mic, so my voice is muffled down here while I'm pointing at the poster. Come on. And then, oh my God, please. All right, Jesus. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, this is the opposition party. Totally Philly cheese. What the okay. Dear God. So there we go. I know. There you go. So I get it. Okay. So oh my God. Did he take a Benadryl or something before this? Okay. I stole that from you, Trump failed, when you said Benadryl. Okay. Someone get the Benadryl. Trump is outraged and needs to calm down. Right. Okay. So there's the opposition. Oh God, me too, Jonas. Imagine if this was Zoran Mamdani up here. Oh my God. That'd be based. Okay. Alas, we're stuck with Chucky Schumer. Yeah, he took one of your tramadol. That's for sure. Invalid axiom. God damn it. So that's fun. He has a scheduled coronary on Wednesday. Great. So that's cute. That's great. Just wanted to show that to all of you. Meanwhile, So these are just two little videos.
Army colonel.
This one is sort of supposed to be a feel-good one, kind of. Because, you know, a lot of times the West has been uniting around wanting to destroy Iran, but occasionally Western anchors just get their ass handed to them, and sometimes by an unlikely place, okay? So this is from Australian News, okay? Sky News Australia, which is a conservative, as I recall, is conservative. Am I right about that? They're a conservative organization. And they had on the show, and I'm stereotyping here, a woman who kind of looks like she could be your mother or your grandmother, right? And she just calmly dismantles him and like tells him how wrong he is about the Iran war. So, you know, I will say there are people pushing back. Okay. So I'm going to guess so they are in fact conservative, and just listen to how calmly she dismantles his arguments about the Iran war. Okay. I really appreciate it. So listen to this.
Well, let's get back to our top story now, and these are the continuing developments, the troubling developments out of Iran, which is, as we know, showing no sign of slowing down. Joining us live now, the former US Army colonel, State Department official Anne Wright. She's there with us. Anne, thanks for your time this morning. So the war's ending.
Isn't she cute? Like okay, that sound condescending, but she looks like a grandmother or like a mother or something.
Now it's going back to the Stone Ages. Where do you think we are at this hour?
Sorry,
well, I think it's a pretty stupid thing that Trump and this administration has done to blow up a country like Iran. You know, they say thousands. I think it's 7,000 missile attacks on Iran. Supposedly, the danger from Iran was coming from its potential nuclear weapons. Of course, the Iranians have said they would never, ever have a nuclear weapon, and they haven't so far. Trump, in his first administration, threw out the JCPOA, and then now following the lead of Israel, where the U.S. now is the lapdog of Israel, the United States has mounted a horrific set of attacks, 30 days of attacks.
Also, guys, to clarify, I know I was making fun of Chuck Schumer. I know a lot of people say it's about age, but here's an example. This lady probably isn't young. I don't mean to be mean, but like she probably isn't a young lady. Like you can be older and you can still be a badass and still say things like we're a lapdog to Israel. Okay.
On Iran. And
yeah, Philly cheese.
Sadly, I think the U.S. will pay for this in many, many ways.
Iran was certainly heading towards nuclear, though. Isn't the world safer and better off with that taken out of the picture?
Well, it always has had this nuclear program, and it was under inspection and observation through the JCPOA that Trump threw away. And nuclear inspectors had been back into it. There was no evidence that there was a movement toward nuclear weapons, but of course you always have to wonder that. And one would say, if you don't want to be attacked by the United States, you ought to have nuclear weapons, which is a sad state of affairs for that to be the world diplomacy, and for the peace president of the United States now to have severely damaged the civilian infrastructure of Iran, a country, Trump said we're bombing it back to the Stone Age.
Is that true, Fetty? Fetty just said the following. That's amazing, guys. Listen, I didn't know that, Fetty. Her name is Anne Wright, and she received the State Department Award for Heroism in 1997 after helping to evacuate several thousand people during the civil war in Sierra Leone. Oh my God, that is pretty cool. She was also outspoken against the Iraq War. Thank you, Fetty, for looking that up. So she's a badass, okay? This woman is a badass.
Well, in the Stone Age, there was a vibrant society in Iran where there was no society to speak of other than the Stone Age in many other parts of the world. So what they're doing in destruction of a sovereign country, of a country with huge historical impact and cultural impact on our world, is terrible.
It's also been conducting terrorist attacks and terror.
Oh, so she actually, Fetty just told me, she resigned from the State Department because of the Iraq War. Oh my God, I love this woman. Okay, I needed to read about her before I showed this to you.
Related activities over recent years, either through itself or through its proxies. Did that not need to be checked?
Well, it can be checked, but you definitely don't need to just blow up a whole country over it. I mean, if you want to target certain elements of international efforts by other countries, then you target those efforts, but you just don't blow up a country. One could argue that the United States does terrorist things. For
guys, like, do you know how rare that is to hear anyone say that on like a mainstream news site? Like, you would never hear that in America. Like, you would never hear someone on CNN say that shit. Okay, now, there may be like one or two examples, but then it's always pushed back against. But she's just openly like, well, what do you think? America hasn't done terrorism? Like, oh my God, I love her.
Example, kidnapping the head of state.
I do. I need an Anne Wright emote. I'm going to make an Anne Wright emote for the chat.
Of Venezuela and his wife, threatening the leadership of another country, Cuba. I mean, once you start on this horrific destruction of huge civilian infrastructure of any country, as we saw in Iraq, it doesn't lead.
I don't know what an OAP means, Jonas, but I'm going to guess it's some straight person thing.
Anywhere good. And I would hope that my country at some stage will find that war is not the answer, that continued negotiations and things like the JCPOA are ways that you resolve issues rather than wholesale destruction of other countries.
The problem is other countries, they're not interested in resolving issues, whether it is Iran.
Oh, it means old age pensioner? I got you. You disgust me, Jonas.
Or whether it is Venezuela that you're talking about, which is a hotbed of getting drugs into the United States.
Well, no, Venezuela is not a hotbed of that. And if you look at what the court things are right now against Maduro, much of what they were talking about earlier about large-scale movement of drugs and like that, that's not it. There are other countries that certainly are that are moving drugs into the U.S. because the U.S. has a drug problem. I mean, if we could solve our own drug problem, that would eliminate a lot of the gangster drug problems that we have in the world. I mean, our own country, men and women, the users of so much of that drugs are causing instability throughout the Americas, from South and Central America all the way up into North America.
All right, and we will leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Well, there's a different view of things.
Always a different view of things. This woman, okay, and she had like not a single bad take. Exactly, LaCroix. So please show some respect to what's her name again? Anne Wright. Okay. I love that. I'm gonna try and make an emote of her. Okay. Oh, thank you, Jonas. Okay. All right. So yeah, just a note. Okay. There are some people out there fighting. Okay.
The bottom
even from
line.
unlikely places, anyone can resist. Okay. So there we go. All right. What's her name? What's her name again? Yeah. What was her name again? I forgot. Okay. What do you mean? What do you mean, Louise? I just said, what's her name? Oh, yeah, because I guess I have said that before. What's her name? What's her name? Don't worry. It's just casual misogyny. It's just casual misogyny, Louise. What do you mean? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm joking. All right. One of these days, I'm going to have to balance it out by saying, what's his name? What's his name? Okay. Sir Bar, as Imam Shamil said, I'm just an ordinary mountain man. Okay. No, I'm sorry, Louise. Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. God, I didn't mean like you know what I meant, Louise. Okay. You know what I meant. Okay, fine. I'll get better, Louise. I'll be better. How about that? Forgive me. All right. I'm just a dude. That's why I love Oh, thank you, Invalid Axiom. Okay. What dude doesn't love me? Okay. Probably a lot, actually. Sir Bar, as Imam Shamil said, I'm just an ordinary mountain man, but my woods and mountains make me more powerful than many monarchs. I must crown my ravines because they help a lot in the fight for Dagestani freedom. That's amazing, Sir Bart. Okay. Fetty Spaghetti, she hates Israel. Please, Anne Wright for president. I totally agree. We should definitely have Anne Wright for president. But guys, remember what the Democrats are doing, though. They don't think we should have a woman or a woman of, especially not a woman of color. We need a white guy to be president, according to the Democrats. Remember? So, because we live in hell. Okay. So, that's good. She was on the Gaza flotilla that was raided by Israel with... Really? She was on the Gaza flotilla that was raided by Israel with Greta Thunberg? That's fascinating, okay? That's fascinating. That's true, Louise. She is halfway there. Okay. Oh, I know, Philly Cheese. The fact that Gavin Newsom is the front runner makes me want to vomit too, right? I think all of us probably want to vomit knowing that that man is anywhere near the White House. So, guys, all right. What the hell was I going to do? I was going to show you something. Okay. Well, should we do this now? We can do this now. All right. So, give me a second. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do now. I have some options. What's this one again? Oh yeah. Really quick, guys. Really quick. I know, LaCroix, I know. All right. I have some issues with jealousy because, guys, I don't have a hidden transcript, so I'm honest with all of you. I'm honest with all of you because I basically don't have a hidden transcript, okay? Speaking of everyday resistance. So you guys know that whenever we talk about a certain streamer on Twitch, who I will not name, though I'm about to name him, I sometimes get a little jealous because this streamer has a very large following and is very popular. No, not Asmongold Philly, okay? Matt Saigai, don't you start with me, guys. I'm going to start handing out bonks. I'm going to start handing out bonks, and I'm going to put you all in timeout. Do not make me put chat in timeout. I will put chat in timeout. So this individual, whose name is Hasan Piker, okay, Hasan Piker, that is his name. I think that's his name. I don't know. Hasan Piker? I don't know. He's some guy, not that big of a following. I know, right, Sir Bart? So he has Dr. John Insane, okay? Hank Pecker, there we go. I don't know. He has some sort of name, regardless. I wanted to talk about that. Have we noticed how the media has been going after him? Jonas Bunk. Okay, so Hasan Piker has been a major target recently and to the point where I can't even escape it anymore. I'm like, yeah, like I've been watching like clips from CNN, and I feel like every clip I've seen has been of them talking about Hasan Piker, and like going after him. And why is all the mainstream media suddenly going after Hasan? Hasan has been right in like almost everything he says. Okay? Like, all right. It pains me to say it because you all know I like Hasan Piker. I just am jealous. And I keep seeing videos of and also on mainstream like newspaper sites, they've been running articles about him, like trying to make him out to be some like massive villain. And I really don't get what's happening here. And I want to, is that true, LaCroix? You say Ellison is about to buy CNN from what I've heard, and they're auditioning for the new owners. Oh, that's possible. Okay, that's very possible. You're right, Invalid Axiom. I do agree that Hasan is speaking truth to power. I've been seeing all these hit pieces coming out about Hasan like all at once. It's almost like a coordinated campaign. Okay. Okay. Louise, I swear to God. Okay. I know he's not that tall. Whatever. I'm tall. I'm 6'1". So fuck Hasan. Okay. I guess Hasan is, probably taller than me regardless. I like that about a man. Anyway, I'm glad he'll be taller than me. So when I convert him, anyway, never mind. So Jonas, you said they did the same with Bassem Youssef. Yes, they did. Okay. Yes, sir. But like, I don't get it's been weird, guys. It's been weird, regardless of whether you like Hasan or don't like Hasan. Okay. There is definitely a coordinated campaign against him, and they keep running videos. They keep running like clips of him saying, let me show you. Okay. And they're just completely dishonest. So for example, Dana Bash. And it's super, it's like they're doing it while there's a war going on, and it's really weird. And it partially is, I think, the Democratic Party the establishment trying to push back against him. I know, right, Philly Cheese? Yeah, no, you're totally right, Sir Bart, and I think that's what it is. I think the elites are trying to push back, guys. I think the elites are trying to stop Hasan because he is symbolic of a left-wing movement in this country that's growing in popularity and power, okay? And there's almost like a coordinated effort here to push back against him. And I think it's going to backfire. I think it's absolutely going to backfire. Oh, I guess we could watch it. We'll watch Hasan. Okay, fine. God, forgive me. Dear God, God help me. All right. Jesus Christ. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe it. We're going to briefly watch a Hasan clip so that we can see what CNN is saying about him. Now, don't worry, we're not going to watch much of it. We're just going to we're just gonna see what CNN said. I don't want to have to go find the CNN video, so we're just going to do it really fast. I'll just take a pee. I could take a pee break. That's true. So we're just going to watch this real fast. I know. We're going to do this, but we're going to do this. So let's see what they're saying about Hasan. I do know. Thank you, Philly Cheese. I do know that. Oh my God, I just looked at the screen and Hasan was looking into my eyes. No, Sir Bart, that's why I'm doing it, Sir Bart, is that he has a clip of what they said about him in this. So we're going to watch that. I'm not going to, I couldn't find the original clip, to be honest. So I'm just going to go to his clip
piece on me.
that he
Hasan
has
Piker
about
tests the
CNN.
limit.
Oh, actually, wait a minute. There, it's on his stream. We can
Dana
actually
Fash
find
did
it.
a whole...
Shit. 1 second. I can actually find that if I could see it on his screen. Hasan Piker tests the limits. Okay, let's try that. I'm going to find that clip. Hasan Piker tests the limits of Democratic Party. I know. There you go, Weird Morphous Blob. And also, I think a lot of it has to do with his thing where he went to Cuba. Whatever that thing he did was. That stunt he did. Okay, it's not just a stunt. Okay. Yeah, see, I can't find it. I might just have to watch his version of it. Okay, so we'll just watch his version of it, I guess. So
seconds, okay? 7 whole minutes and 40.
So let's get to it.
When Dana Fash
is not perfect.
Dude,
okay.
One of the crazy...
Oh my God, I don't want to watch it. I don't want to watch it. Okay, you know what? Okay. So
these
right.
parts about this, first of all,
I don't want to hear his commentary though. I don't want to hear his commentary. It's like, that's my job, is the commentary. Okay, whatever. So guys, the basic point here, so I don't have to actually go through and find it. Dana Fash, which I guess now is what Hasan calls her, like, was calling him out and saying that he was pro sexual assault on October 7th. That is 100% not true. He said that whether sexual assault happened or not on October 7th does not change the fact that Israel's doing a genocide. And of course, everyone is pulling it out of context and is like, trying to make it seem like he's pro-sexual assault, which is a lie, okay, and is not what he said. I'll try one more time. TJ, fine, CNN, panel, Hasan. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I can't find it. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. We don't need to see it. So that is what is happening, okay? And they keep saying all this crazy shit about him. Something else they said, someone else also said, he said that you don't get to do a genocide even if people were SA'd. Pretty tame opinion, honestly. Yeah, exactly. Look, like very obvious. And they also... where, he a long time ago, he made a comment about America, about something about 9/11 in America that I don't know that I can even repeat it because God knows what will happen to me on Twitch if I do. That was honestly not that bad of a take. I don't care what you say. I don't really care, okay? He did not, and he later came out and said, I don't mean that Americans deserve to die, but the government of America, the state of America, they kind of had it coming on that day in a lot of ways. Okay. Which is honestly not that bad of a take in my opinion. Regardless, they keep playing this shit over and over again. And exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. And I can't say it. I'm not going to say it right now because I'm too small. I don't want to get destroyed. But yeah, I agree. I totally agree. I agree with him. And that's just like, maybe he could have phrased it better, I guess. He later apologized, but I get with what he's saying. I totally think he's right, okay, in sentiment. We all know, do we know why Osama bin Laden attacked America on 9/11? Okay, he said that America supports Israel and America is occupying the Middle East, et cetera, some things that are true. I'm just saying, okay, whatever the case may be. There is a coordinated campaign against him right now from all sorts of angles. And to be honest with you guys, oh, thank you, Lurking Snow Leopard. Oh, here we go. Okay. Well, we'll watch it. There's going to be an ad, isn't there? There's going to be an ad. I bet there's going to be an ad because of CNN, but we'll watch it. Okay. I think this is actually good.
Now
Here
to
we go.
the Michigan Senate race.
Okay,
where
here we go.
a
So we'll watch
Democratic
this.
candidate
By the way, Dana Bash is a murderous Zionist. I cannot stand her. Okay. No, all of it. You know, it's okay. Is a murder. Okay, I know. Weird amorphous blob. No, it wasn't because they hated freedom and democracy. It's because we did some shit. So we'll watch this. I can't stand Dana Fash. If that's what his song calls her, I approve. Okay, and he can kiss me while he's explaining why that's the case. Yeah. Oh, 100%, Jeremy, you're right. And that's what we're talking about, how they're going after him, okay? They're going after him. So let's watch. Let's see what she says about him.
forging a controversial alliance with a left-wing streamer who has defended Hamas terrorists. Abu al-Sayed campaigned yesterday
Okay,
with 30
again, funny because she defends Israeli terrorists all the time. Okay, she is one of Israel's biggest dick suckers. I'm sorry. Whoopsie. That was inappropriate. I'm a jester. Anyway, so it's funny that she's saying that he defends. Okay, whatever. We go on. We'll go on here.
4-year-old Hasan Piker, who has more than 3 million followers on the gaming platform Twitch, as well as YouTube. Here he is at the El Sayed rally in Ann Arbor.
You notice how also she says gaming, like that makes him less human or less like subhuman. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. Do we understand why there may... Okay, and guys, I'm going to do a stream about 9/11 sometime. I have some strong thoughts on it. And I'm being careful about what I say now so that I don't get demonetized immediately because you guys know I have some strong takes on these things, like calling for intervention in Israel, etc. My point is like, okay, regardless, it is funny how they try to dismiss it by saying like that it's gaming, even though like the biggest category is just chatting, okay? Right, Jonas.
Saw heinous war crimes take place every single day for the past 2.5 years.
Oh, he needs to shut up his handsome mouth.
We didn't stand idly by, we spoke out. And in the beginning, it was a lot lonelier when we spoke out. They used the same exact heinous smears. They said you're anti-Semitic. They said you are a radical Islamist, you're a radical fundamentalist, but also really woke at the same time. Doesn't really make sense.
That's true, TJ.
And back then, I felt a lot lonelier, but I don't feel lonely anymore.
That is Hasan Piker attempting to airbrush his past statements. Here's
I
some of
cannot
what he
stand
actually
her.
has said about the depravity of the October 7th terror attack.
God, Ava Braun is such a liar. Wait, I'm sorry. No. I'm sorry. Whoopsie, I meant Dana Bash. Okay, sorry, a little slip there. Dana Bash is a liar. Okay, let's put it that way.
Deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Quote, it doesn't matter if effing rapes happened on October 7th. Like, that doesn't change the dynamic for me. The Palestinian resistance is not perfect. Now, let that sink in.
Okay, they clipped it out of context. He very clearly said that it doesn't excuse genocide. He's not saying his essay is good. He's saying that essay does not excuse doing a genocide, okay? Jesus.
Hasan Piker is excusing sexual violence by Hamas terrorists.
Liar.
He also claims Hamas is, quote, 1,000 times better than Israel. Hamas is...
It's just true. It's just true. I don't know what me to tell you. Obviously, they're better than Israel. Obviously, they're resisting. Like, well, I mean, come on. That's just okay. I mean, obvious. Yeah, that's just like objectively true in my opinion. I don't know what you mean. Like, of course they're better than Israel. Okay, and I know I shouldn't say that. I know. But yeah, Hamas is better than Israel. Okay. Yeah. Right. That's how that happens. Just like enslaved people who rose up against their owners and killed them were better than the slave owners. I'm just saying that's just kind of true. Right.
A designated terror organization, not just by the U.S., but by the EU, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, just to name a few. And here's what Piker said about the horrors of September 11th, 2001.
America deserved 9/11, dude. F it, I'm saying it. Like, we fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We fucking did.
Now, Piker did.
Again, guys. objectively true. Now, I'm not going to say that openly because I'm a little coward baby compared to big strapping Hasan, but it is true. And I will do a stream sometime where I explain where that's true. Okay. All right. Just saying. But like, I love how like she's trying to do this as gotchas. It's like a legitimate propaganda campaign.
Inappropriate and said he didn't mean Americans deserved to die.
Yes.
Several progressive politicians have appeared with Piker on Twitch, including Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Senator Bernie Sanders, and Congressman Ro Khanna. Other Democrats, including El Sayed's primary opponents in Michigan, Mallory McMorrow and Haley Stevens, not only refuse but both condemn Piker and his comments. My panel is back now. David Chalian?
I just think this is a fascinating bet that Al Sayed is making here. That like refusing to back down from his association with Piker, embracing it, standing with him, is a political bet. And it doesn't mean, you know.
That's weird, guys. Do you notice how she has a bunch of people on this panel, but she set so, you know, she has probably editorial authority over how she frames this whole thing. And how she started this segment was to talk about how horrible Hasan is. And now she's going to the panelists. You can tell what she wants them to talk about. That's interesting, right? She clearly is prompting them to, instead of talking about the election, she wants them to talk about Hasan or talk about this issue. This is like a setup. She's trying to get them to bash him. But I'm wondering what they'll say. Okay.
All those comments you went through, that will play a role here too. As you noted, McMorrow and Stevens, his opponents, are going to make this a part of the campaign. But the Sayed operation is betting the Piker popularity with the base is the safer bet in the cost-benefit analysis to make for him. And I just think that that's a really interesting thing to have us watch.
Interesting. This first guy's taking a neutral stance, talking about how it's interesting how this guy is making this bet because he clearly knows Hasan is popular. So he's not making a negative comment about Hasan.
Watch, because the politics of Israel inside the Democratic Party, especially in a state of Michigan, with a big Arab American population, as we saw in the 24 primary, this is still like a live wire inside the Democratic Party.
Yeah, I mean, it's also a state where there were almost 100-something preschoolers almost murdered by a terrorist.
Oh my God, oh my God, she's mad. Oh my God, she's so mad. Remember how, okay, so I was just saying, right, that she clearly editorialized this in a way to make it so that those panelists would feel compelled to bash Hasan. She didn't get her way with this first guy. He didn't go on the Hasan bashing route. And so now she's mad and she's in her fifis that he didn't say what she wanted him to say. And he's like, well, yeah, but this state is where a bunch of people may have been killed. Okay, may have been killed. So like, but like that has nothing to do with what he said. She's just mad because she's just trying to do a hit piece on Hasan, and that guy refuses to do it. Okay, he's talking about facts, she's just turning to like anti-Islamophobic tropes and shit.
Who, obviously was thank God stopped from doing it. Piker talked to our colleague Donnie O'Sullivan a couple of weeks ago, and I want to play what he said.
I've spent my entire professional media career and far beyond that combating anti-Semitism. I've been doxxed, swatted by neo-Nazis for my consistent advocacy against anti-Semitism. I just also happen to be an avowed anti-Zionist. I believe Zionism is a very racist ideology. It's an ethno-religious supremacist ideology.
I do not know, Matt Sagai, who is that?
Ideology that has caused the genocide of Palestinians in the hands of Israel and also the United States of America.
Now, just a little bit of sort of fact-checking here and context, because it's important, because these terms are thrown around without, understandably, people really knowing what they mean to a lot of people.
No, he didn't say anything that's wrong.
First of all, Zionism, what is it actually? It's a nationalist movement, an ideology supporting the notion of a Jewish state, the Jewish people's right to self-determination. He just called that a racist ideology.
I can't stand her. That is not. Oh my God. Yeah, it's literally just like Nazism. By the way, Zionism is explicitly racial supremacist. It's basically a white supremacist, though. It is a supremacist ideology of racial exterminationism and removal and colonization. This, like, to say that it's just about the Jews having their own state is a complete misunderstanding. Like I think it's on purpose. Play her back and say Zionism, and instead of Nazism, say Zion. Instead of Zionism, say Nazism. Instead of Jewish, say Aryan. Yeah. Okay. I don't. That's what I meant, Matt Guys. Like she knows what she's doing. She's obviously lying here. Okay. That's not what it is. I don't even want to go into it. You all know that's not what it is.
The right for Jews to have self-determination. Deborah Lipstadt, who is one of the foremost experts, academic experts, who worked in the State Department on anti-Semitism. I talked to her about this a couple of years ago, many times since.
I hate when people do this shit. One of the foremost academic experts on anti-Semitism that works for the State Department. I don't know from academia. I don't know of any one expert on anti-Semitism. There's a whole range of academics who study elements related to anti-Semitism. Each of them have a different specialty. Each of them knows something specific about anti-Semitism. To say, like, to kind of make it seem like one academic is the source of all knowledge on anti-Semitism is just not true academically. It's an appeal to authority, and it is very anti-intellectual. There's a reason, guys, when I talked about Professor Poppy at the beginning of this class, oh my God, there was a teacher moment. Okay, at the beginning of this stream, excuse me, I said that I also looked up other professors who agree with him, because if I were to just show you Professor Poppy and be like, he is the expert on all of this stuff, he's the only one, and we should believe everything he says, then that completely misunderstands academia. All right. Anyway, okay. So, all right. And she also didn't even tell us, like, what is her expertise then? Why is it that she is considered an expert on this shit? Okay.
Difference between quote unquote anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism.
Yeah, Tater.
Here's how she answered that.
Criticism of Israeli policy is not anti-Semitism, but when you question the right of Jews to a national identity, when you question the existence of a Jewish state, you move beyond the political.
I'm sorry. What? Okay. I know we've heard this argument before. I don't even know what to say about it anymore. By the way, there are people in the United States who want to form, I don't even know what that means. There are people literally it's a meaningless statement. What does that even mean? Okay. There's like this nefarious darkness to that tone there, right? There are people in the United States who want to turn the Pacific Northwest into a white ethno-state. They think that Idaho, Oregon, Washington, Utah ought to be turned into a separate nation, occupied only by white people. And I guess, so would she say then that they want if we move beyond, we can criticize those policies that they want to enact, but if we start saying those white nationalists, if we start saying they don't have a right to this white ethno-state, that we're moving beyond politics and we're just being racist. Like, what? Okay. Yeah, they're Nazis. So, all right. Yeah. So I don't get, like, I really.
Yeah, I mean, when you, I think he's sort of intentionally trying to get in the weeds here to maybe shift the spotlight away from some of his past comments,
Jonas.
which I think everyone can agree are unacceptable. But this is the broader
and guys,
issue,
also,
I think.
Notice how, by the way, notice how it also shifts the victim blaming. Okay, this is the idea of worthy and unworthy victims. Those poor Zionists are victims because you're saying they can't have a state, ignoring the fact that the creation of that state requires ethnic cleansing, requires that they are removing people from their land and murdering them. So, but they are the victims, right? The Zionists are the victims, if you dare question that, okay? Not the people they're actually murdering, okay? It'd be like if American settlers that went out west were screaming, are you saying that America doesn't have a right to exist, as they're like ripping babies out of their mother's arms and throwing them into schools to remove their culture and murdering their parents? Like, okay, All right. Jesus.
With everybody being so online, with a ton of younger voters starting to get in the mix on both sides of the aisle. The ultimate question is
Fetty.
How far do we want to go with this? And one of the reasons that Democrats lost in the last election was because the American people felt like they were too far to the left and they weren't necessarily representing the average American voter.
Yeah,
So
guys,
really
that was the oh my God. Okay. That don't you guys know that the Democratic Party was too far to the left? That's why they lost the election, right? That's the big issue we have, guys, is that the Democratic Party is too far to the left, which is why they lost the election. But guys, you have to understand, I know, okay, this is a common sentiment amongst liberals. I'm not even joking. If you like the Americans in here know this, a lot of centrist liberal types that are Democratic Party establishment people think that that is the problem, that the Democratic Party is too far to the left, and they keep repeating it, especially on major news sources like CNN. This is classic CNN propaganda that you can bet none of these guys are leftists, so they're just going to go out there and say that's the problem, is that the country is too far left, because they're corporatists. Weirdomorphous Blob says they felt like Kamala was so far left with her I love fracking and the most lethal military, and maybe the border was too open. Yeah. So like, oh my God. No, yeah, it's not ignorance, Sir Bart. It's just lies because they're being bribed. They're a corporate interest and elite interest that are all aligned against moving to the left. And they are mouthpieces for these corporate entities. Okay. This is just propaganda. Now, she might actually believe it, but the only reason she's on there is because they know she's going to say it, okay? Like, she might just be a fool or some sort of elitist who doesn't, like, it might be that she specifically doesn't know, but the reason she's on there is because of that, is because she doesn't know and because she's going to stick to the line. Lacroix, 200, they lost because they are too far left, but the left not voting for them is why the reason. Yeah, it's always the left, I'm sorry, Lacroix, it's always, I almost called you X-Lax. It's always the left's fault, right? Okay, yeah. I'm going to lose my mind. Remember that we watched that guy like last week that was just yelling at the left saying that it's our fault? Anyway, okay.
Interesting that you have candidates who are teaming up with people who are sort of on the very far left side of it. On the flip side, you have the same issue in the Republican Party where you have fringe folks sort of trying to weasel their way into this quote unquote mainstream orbit. And there's a question with both parties of what do we do with these folks? Should we be going on their podcast? Should we be denouncing them?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important point. What was before thought of as fringe, here, both sides are definitely sort of moving into the mainstream slowly but surely.
Yeah, Paul Squall.
On that note, you mentioned it's
oh my
Michigan,
God, this is how
that.
we've talked so much, guys, about how fascism flourishes. These are the people who are the slugs standing in the center. I've said this before, haven't I? That fascism thrives in an environment people have lost faith in their institutions. You cannot stand in the center when fascists are taking over because the fascists will walk all over you. That's what she's doing, okay? She is standing in the center and basically saying, yeah, equating both. Hey, Malzord, you made it. Great. I'm glad you got to the terminal. I hope you're feeling better. These are the people that are enabling the Nazi takeover, the fascist takeover. If you stand in the center, guys, who will keep winning time and time again? The fascists. You have two options. You go to the left or you join the fascists. And obviously, we're not going to join the fascists. So if you stand in the center, you enable the fascist. It's basically no different than being the fascist, okay? Like, so this is a slug who is actively promoting that other people be slugs, which has the same outcome as supporting the fascists, okay? This is why I get so mad with a lot of liberals. I get so mad with them because they are so stuck in this mindset of stick to the center, stick to the center, stick to the center, that they are aiding the fascist in every moment. Okay? Jesus. Yeah, no, you're right. And Paul Squat, they will try and suppress the left too, right? They are actively trying to suppress the left, which we also saw in Nazi Germany. Okay. Yeah. And by the way, when I say center, guys, in the United States, that means right of center. The center in the United States is right wing. So she's a conservative, but, you know, regardless.
Ro Khanna, for example, he said that he has no regrets about appearing on Hasan Piker's show.
It's interesting because going back to the last presidential campaign, you were mentioning the Democrats moving to the left. Another reason they struggled is, you know, they often face criticism on not meeting people where they were, just communication-wise, right? And, you know, Hasan Piker, other influencers, these people have millions of followers, right? And Dems see it as a way to reach a younger, disgruntled base that is losing faith in their political system, right?
Okay.
But the dynamic that you're talking about, what comes with that benefit of reaching those folks? Yes, you had the interview there with Hasan Piker. I think what's even going to be more influential is the questions that are put to the politicians that choose to go on these platforms. They're also going to face the questions of whether or not they defend these statements and these views.
All right.
Okay. So, all right. So again,
happening now.
There's been a concerted effort to go after Hasan Piker, and I just thought it was strange. And I think what we're seeing, guys, is a lot of money is starting to flow because of the upcoming midterms that are going to be coming not too long from now. And so a lot of the wealthy and the powerful are starting to spend money as the corporate Dems are trying to spend money to suppress the left, and they're turning Hasan into an avatar of the left to bash. Like, I just can't, I'm going to lose my mind. These people are going to be the death of our country. Now, I mean, the death of the world, really. Not the death of the country, the death of any semblance. I mean, they're going to keep the fascists in power. Okay, anyway. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to put down the desks because I need to sit down because my back is kidding me because I'm old. Ooh, here we go. Ooh. Oh. Yeah, you never hear them going after Asmongold, do you, Jonas? It's only after the left. Ah, there we go. This is nice. Yes, I love to sit down on the couch. Ooh. Ooh, look at that. This is fun. Yay. All right. So, anyway, the glorious median voter. Yeah, okay. How dare all of you? I'm not pooping on the couch. What do you mean? Okay. I only poop outside. So okay, so that's fun, right? That's fun. So I just wanted to talk about Hasan, how there are a lot of people going after Hasan right now. And it's weird because, again, they're going after Hasan rather than talking about the war against Iran and the fake ceasefire. Interesting, isn't that? Isn't that interesting? I'm also wondering, guys, if the war against Iran has really solidified people's dislike of Israel. And a lot of these sources might be noticing that. So they're doing back-end defense, trying to protect Israel and seeing that this war is further ruining Israel's reputation. I don't know. But it's just like, I'm going to lose my mind. All right. Okay. And that's it. We're done talking about Hasan. No more talking about Hasan. Never again. I'm going to delete any video of Hasan that we were watching. It's gone. We're done talking about Hasan. Now I'm going to ban talking about Hasan in chat. Okay. I do know Weird Amorphous Blob. You're right. Okay. Right. And guys, again, I know not all of us like Hasan, that you don't have to, but he is okay. He is being targeted because he's right. Oh yeah, no, it isn't, Jonas. It's not being covered, right? Yes, they are. They're doing preemptive defensive media strike. Invalid axiom, hilarious. Invalid axiom says they're doing preemptive defensive media strikes against Hasan, right? Correct. Okay. Okay, let's see here. Hello, Darius the Real. KKK is a big liar like her boss. Who are you referring to, Darius? Who's KKK? I'm honestly asking you. Who are you referring to? The average opinion of Israel now would made 2022 me blush. Yeah, people really don't like Israel in the United States anymore. It's been one of those massive shifts. Oh, Caroline Levitt. Yeah, Caroline Levitt is a big liar. Yep. Oh, KK Caroline. Yes. She's a massive liar. She's a monster. Yep, you're right, Darius. She's SS Barbie or whatever you want to say. Barbie Goebbels. Okay. So media special operations, correct. All right. So let's see what we got here, guys. I have some other stuff we can talk about. I just want to quickly check it out. Why? Okay. KKK Caroline news. 1 second here. I just wanted to check what else we got here. I'm just gonna see if there's any. Is there anyone live right now? Is there any like press conferences or anything that we should be watching? Any updates about the Iran war going on right now that anyone's aware of? No. There isn't. I don't think so right now. Okay, there isn't. All right. So, okay. Going on here now, guys. So let's talk. Oh, you know what? The hell did I put this? Why is Blackstone? I don't really want to talk about Foucault right now. So we'll maybe talk about Foucault another time. I know exactly weird amorphous blob. Why do you? That's exactly what. So guys, does anyone here? You know, maybe we'll talk about Foucault tomorrow or some other day. I was going to ask. The reason I'm asking about that, guys, is because there have been people who have come in here who really like Foucault, and yeah, Foucault has some interesting things you can use academically. He has some interesting approaches to looking at things academically, but I am not a fan of postmodernism. I got to tell you, I am not a fan of postmodernism, and I know a lot of people don't know what we're talking about, what the hell I'm talking about. So I was going to teach you all about what postmodernism is, and then give you some critiques, which is my opinion on it. Try to be fair about teaching you about it, but then critique it, because I have noticed a lot of people who love Foucault and love postmodernism, and it concerns me a lot. From my knowledge of fascism, it concerns me, and I'll explain why. So maybe we'll talk about Foucault later. But regardless, I actually, as a matter of fact, the first major, yeah, it is invalid axiom. It is. But I still wanted to teach you about it. Yeah, there you go. I still want to teach you all about it because it has a massive, yes, Jonas, because it does have a massive impact, not only on academia, but in the political world. And there are some parts of it that are useful, but it is not useful when it comes to constructing an ideology or looking at how to change the world or improve conditions or anything like that. We'll explain. Okay, I'll explain. But first, yeah, okay. What was I going to say here? I was going to show you all something. So we'll talk about Foucault at some point. I'm not really in the mood to do it today, but I do want you to learn about it. One last thing. The first person in one of my streams, Louise may remember this. Dolly Boy may remember it. Louise may remember it. I don't know. A lot of the folks that were here at the beginning, Alyssa may remember it. Matt Saiga might remember it. One of the first big trolls I had in my streams was a postmodernist who came into my stream and just started calling me a dirty gay guy, and was not doing it because he actually believed that, but was trying to make a postmodernist point. It was really weird. Postmodernist people are weird in some ways. Okay. Yeah, invalid axiom. I will. But anyway. Okay. So moving on. All right. So what was I going to do here? Yes. So I wanted to show you guys, I wanted to talk. No, Paul Squaw, it was weird. I think he was just, yeah, and that's the funny thing, Jonas. Well, Paul Squaw, to explain, I'll explain it when I talk about Foucault, Paul Squaw. Jonas says, all I know is Jordan Peterson hates postmodernist Marxism. Yeah, that's hilarious because postmodernism doesn't like Marxism. He has no idea what he's talking about, okay? He has no idea what he's talking about when he says postmodernist Marxism. What the fuck does that mean? Okay, yeah, exactly, weird amorphous Bob. That makes no sense. You're right, Louise, and it's okay if you guys don't remember, but hey, you never know, Tater. I mean, I am dirty and I am gay, right? I love being dirty. Okay, no, but okay. By the way, welcome, Tater. So glad you're here. Yeah. So anyway, exactly. Regardless, let's watch this. So this is a video from More Perfect Union. I've been really liking watching their videos. I just kind of wanted to briefly get away from the Iran stuff. You know, we all know that's going to shit. So let's talk about this. This is a More Perfect Union video where they have uncovered a giant housing scam in the United States. And it's very reflective of how we just keep getting screwed over in the United States. And we are in late stage capitalism. The wealthy and the powerful are draining our wells, reducing our wages, making our housing more expensive, doing everything they can to suck every last cent out of us. Oh, no problem, Tater Tot. Thank you for being here. Okay, please follow. I'm here every day except for Wednesdays and Sundays. Though sometimes I am here on those days. Anyway, okay. So let's watch this. Okay.
I'm sorry, but we cannot respectfully have media on the property.
There's something the private equity owners of this mobile home park in Central Florida don't want you to see.
Drusilla was here too at the beginning.
From filming, photography, no activity may proceed until our communications representatives contacted you.
Can we get your contact information?
Absolutely.
I had been filming conversations with residents of this park who have seen massive rent hikes. So it more than doubled.
Yeah, 125%.
Sir Bart was here too at the beginning. I keep forgetting all the people. Yes, guys, turn on your notifications if you want to be notified when I go live. Thank you, Sir Bart.
That's crazy.
All you guys are so thank you for helping me out there. You're gonna make me cry.
I was walking around, this corporate representative tried to shut us down. So I tried to ask them about some of the issues the folks I was talking to had raised.
We're trying to get answers from Legacy about why the rates are going up so dramatically.
So they are conducting in a lawsuit at this moment, so there's nothing that I can talk about with that.
This whole incident got me wondering, what do these companies have to hide? So we kept investigating.
Florida has some of the worst tenant protections in the entire country for tenants and...
I love Maxwell Frost. Who in here is from Florida? I know we have a few people in here from Florida, don't we? You don't have to tell me, but I know there's several people in here that live in Florida. God help you, okay?
Renters of all kinds.
They don't treasure their older people. They just put them in places and let them die.
I want to tell you about 3 mobile home communities where private equity came knocking on the door, because learning from each one might help us figure out how to protect some of the last affordable housing in the country. I'm here at the Highlands, a community with some 550 residents, because I heard about how people here can't afford the basics like food, medicine, and some elderly folks have had to go find a job to try and pay for the massive rent increase.
Sure. Hi, Dan. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Guys,
nice
it is
to meet
so
you
depressing.
Yeah,
I've seen more and more older people working at like Walmart because a lot of older people in this country can't afford to retire, so they work like way past the time they should be working. It's barbaric. It is barbaric that we do that.
Where the community gathers?
Yes, this is the clubhouse. This is our library. Then we have our card room, men's poker, mahjong, and they have a singles night and they play cards in here.
Charlene Cribble moved here in 2021 to enjoy her golden years after a 3-decade-long career in property management. Her husband is a U.S. Air Force veteran. Just a year after Charlene moved in, the park was purchased by Legacy Communities, a real estate investment firm with private equity.
Is there a different kind of poke there, wizards? I mean, I'm sorry, poker, oopsie.
Backing. They own over 70 parks across the U.S., with almost half of them in Florida. And last year, residents got hit with a massive rent increase.
When you heard that your rent was going to go up that much, what went through your mind?
I have to go back to work. I felt like I needed to at least make up the difference of the rent, about $700 a month.
Jesus.
The rent hike forced Charlene to give up her arthritis medication because it cost $270 a month.
This is my fist. This is all I can do.
Oh my God.
So that's why it's hard.
But don't worry, guys. We can afford all those bombs we dropped on Iran, right? That little war we just did, that we're, and the government's now asking for $1.4 trillion to fund the military. We can afford that easily, but we can't let this lady have her arthritis medication.
For me to work because I can't grab. Like if you gave me a pile of change, I wouldn't be able to hold it.
And,
no, it's okay, W.
And if you were taking the medication, would it help you?
I had a little more strength and I could close my fist.
What does that feel like to know there's medication that you could be taking, but you can't afford it because of this real estate company?
Sometimes I cry about it. It's sad. It's sick.
Charlene explained
I don't mean to sound mean, folks, but there is a probability that she may have voted for Trump just demographically. And I'm not saying that that there's much more to this than Trump. This is a structural issue, but I am curious who she voted for. Is that bad? Is that bad that that's what I'm wondering about? It doesn't matter, because even if Kamala had been elected, things probably still wouldn't have been great for this woman, though it has definitely probably gotten a lot worse under Trump. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm very pessimistic. Yeah, it is sort of important. It's important, Sir Bart. That's why I'm kind of like, Jonas, remember, yeah, I know, Alyssa, right? Me too. I remember, Jonas, reminder for Americans, a large portion of blindness in your country is curable. Right, Jonas, right? Alyssa, I hate how hateful I become, because my first thought as well is, how did you vote? Yeah. Like, okay. I feel dark. Yeah. No, you're right, Fetty Spaghetti. I know I'm dark. I'm dark when I dark that I say that, but I have a lot of anger inside me. Okay, it totally, Alyssa. So anyway.
These tactics to me in detail. She's the HOA president, so she knows her stuff.
There was a one-time assessment charge notice Legacy had sent us. They did not explain what it was for, except for those words. We all were baffled about the assessment. There was a committee that was formed to pursue mediation. Legacy took away the 5744 charge, but they also took away our CPI.
CPI, meaning their Consumer Price Index rent escalation clause, where rent increases are tied to inflation.
I think
I agree, LaQual. Like the left, I hope that these people, the people that did vote for Trump, like this, if this lady did, understand that they're really going to get it when the left gets into power. When the left gets into power, they're going to get health care, they're going to get education, food, and housing. I know that sounds super repressive, but that's, if the left ever gets into power in this country, they better look out, because they're going to get free health care and all this other amazing stuff. I know they might want to flee the country. Okay, anyway.
The committee was manipulated. I don't think they understood what CPI meant without knowing the details. I think they were pressured.
Legacy agreed to cancel the $3,500 fee, but only if the committee agreed to go to market rent. Residents are now in the middle of a lawsuit over the validity of the agreement, as hundreds of retirees saw their rent more than double overnight.
They know that the judicial system works slowly, and corporations oftentimes exploit that, but they know that by the time the legal system catches up to them, they already got away with it.
Community members are up against investors who are determining the value of a park not based on its current lot rents, but instead on how high they think they can push them. Legacy Communities is a major owner and operator of manufactured housing.
Yes,
and
Alyssa,
RV
Sam is atomic.
And almost half of the parks they own are in Florida.
It is a David and Goliath story, and it is.
Can I just? Oh my God, is it bad I'm being stereotypical? Of course, I shouldn't say that. That's classist. I want to say something very classist. It's not meant to be classist, but it is classist. I was going to be like, yeah, well, of course all the trailer parks are in Florida. I don't mean it that way. There's nothing wrong with living in a trailer park. It's a class-based thing. Like sometimes people can only afford to live in a trailer park. But that's a very Florida thing, isn't it? Come on, does anyone, you see what I mean? I'm just saying, like, yeah, like, okay, I'll shut up. I'm being an asshole. I'll stop.
Incredibly predatory. I think the ugliest thing that we see.
Yeah, because what I mean, guys, I know weirdomorphous blah, but like what I mean is a lot of Trump voters live in like trailer parks. Okay, I know that's awful. I shouldn't do that. It's classist. Anyway, whatever.
It is swift retaliation against residents who are trying to organize their communities. It's just not.
Oh, thank you, Jonas. Thank you, Matt Saigayan. Thank you, Jonas. Okay.
Fair. It's not.
I know, Alyssa. You're right. There's nothing wrong with it, and that's why I'm like yelling at myself in advance. But like, I know. I'm sorry, weirdomorphous blah. I'm being an asshole. I'm being classist. I admit. I acknowledge it. But there is, regardless. Okay.
Right.
I will say, guys, I have family members who lived in trailer parks. Right. I have a I know my uncle lived in a trailer park. I've had family members live in trailer parks. I'm mainly talking about a lot of the people, some of the people that live in trailer parks are very conservative, okay? And so that's partially what I mean. I know, I'll stop. I'm being an asshole. I take it back. It's economic necessity. I'm not being a good Marxist, blah, 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 blah. I'm being an asshole. Okay.
People that only have one income coming in and paying that amount of rent, it's not feasible.
I think they're just money grabbers. I don't know. I mean,
It's a retirement community,
Yeah.
55 and over. Where do they think people get the money from?
Yeah.
Gail Berghold lives around the bend from Charlene. She lost her husband 2 years ago.
I have a car payment that I'm 2 months behind on already.
You know what,
so-
Paul Squall? You go to hell. Okay, actually, Paul Squall, you're right. Paul Squall says Florida's not even the top 5 states with trailer home percentages. Okay, that's fair, Paul Squall. But regardless, I am being classist. There's nothing wrong. I know, Alyssa. I know, Alyssa. I know, Alyssa. I know. Alyssa says, remember, we want good things for Trumpers. I know. I shouldn't have said anything. I know, Alyssa. Okay? I know. You all know I am not perfect. I am flawed in some ways, okay? I have some biases, whatever. I want everyone that lives in trailer parks to have universal health care. I want all of that, okay? I want all of that. I gotta understand, guys, if you want me to be honest with you, one of the reasons I have this bias is that I've known a lot of gay folks who come from trailer parks and trans folks, and they often have horror stories about the way they've been treated there. So forgive me for being a bit of an asshole, okay? You all are oppressing me, okay? You're not actually oppressing me, but like, there is a lot of poverty in trailer parks, and they are perfectly fine people, and I want them to be great, okay? I want all people to have free access to healthcare and things like that. Okay, I'll stop.
I don't have the money left in my account to pay it. A lot of people in here are just living on Social Security. It's just not right what they do.
And that's where private equity has people trapped.
Legacies basically cut the legs right out from under us in terms of what home values are. We have no ability to sell. We paid $180,000 for our place, put another 40 in it.
Jesus.
I'll be lucky to get 30, 40 cents on the dollar.
Why is the value of your home half of what you paid?
Because of the rent.
How dare
Because
you?
the rent doubled. We would love
Jesus
to sell
Christ.
it and get out.
Like, this should be illegal. Okay, I'm really like to, I'm gonna side with Mal here. Mal was not a fan of the landlords. Let's put it that way. Okay, these people are monsters. These are the landlords.
But we can't sell it because people are giving away their homes.
Charlene and her community have spent more than $50,000 in legal fees trying to fight legacy. But the lesson here is that residents aren't giving up. They're organizing and fighting back and increasing rents and depreciating.
Oh my God, that sounds almost socialist sounding.
Home values aren't the only issues that mobile home residents are facing.
Yes, she's my roommate now. She pays a certain amount, and I cover out everything else.
I saw this ad in the next door publication.
76-year-old Tony Corbett lives in Gulfstream Harbor, a mobile home park in Orlando owned by Sun Communities, a publicly traded company on the New York Stock Exchange, valued at over $16 billion.
Yeah,
residents have seen their lot rent.
Oh, that's a really good idea, LaCroix. Lot rent is a scam. Trailer parks should be owned collectively by the people that live there. I totally agree, LaCroix. That's a brilliant idea. Invalid axiom, it's almost like extreme inequality causes socialism. Invalid axiom. That almost sounds like a dialectic to some extent. Paul Squaw, check out that American flag bling. I saw it, Paul Squaw.
Go up almost 50% since Sun Communities took over the park in 2014.
Oh, she's gonna come right to you? Okay.
Oh, kitty cat. Hi, kitty cat. Oh, look at the kitty cat. Look at the green eyes on the kitty cat. Ooh, so cute.
Tony ran her own limousine service called West Wing. She laughs about how she somehow fit the stretch Hummer limo in her driveway.
Did you think that this was going to be what life was like at 76?
Absolutely not.
Oh, God.
I mean, nobody thinks like that. I was in business till I was 69, and then I sold my business and came here to live, and it's been hard struggling. And they keep saying everything's going down, but it's not. Everything we see is going up.
With residents like Tony at Sun Communities feeling so hopeless, I wanted to know if any park was having success taking on these private equity companies. Which brings me to the third mobile home park I want to tell you about.
Blueberry Fields.
1,400 miles away in Brunswick, Maine, where residents got wind of their park owner's intent to sell to private equity and faced a crisis over what they could do to stop it.
Paul Squaw, I know. That is one of the things that I like. This one of the reasons, guys, I really like More Perfect Union. It's also a reason that it could be kind of flawed, is that they only really talk about economic issues. They will ignore like the other beliefs of the people that they're talking to, and I get it. That's part of their goal. They're they're a pro-union organization that talks about labor and costs and things like that. So, they're not going to ask these people. Like, imagine what the answers they might get if they suddenly turned to some of these folks and said, "Hey, how do you feel about immigrants?" And I get it. It kind of leaves it out. But like, yeah, that I like it. I like them for the same reason, that they are talking about the economics about these things. Okay.
Fournier is one of the community leaders.
Hey, Janet, how are you? What went through your mind when you heard that the park was going to be for sale? What was the worry that residents had?
For me, it was like, how do I fix this? Because that's who I am. I knew that if an out-of-state conglomerate came in and bought this property, that there was a high chance of many of those folks having nowhere to go because they wouldn't be able to afford the increase in rent.
The root of the problem is when private equity comes knocking on the door of mom
That's
and
so
pop
true,
park owners
Tater
who are
Tot.
ready to sell to the highest bidder. And in most cases, residents never
Correct
even
and
hear
valid.
their park is for sale until the deal is closed. Luckily for Blueberry Fields, the timing was just right.
As residents, we had 90 days after the owner's notice to make an offer and to secure funds to purchase.
The state of Maine strengthened its
Interesting.
laws in September 2025 to give mobile home residents the right of refusal, giving them a real shot at purchasing their mobile home park instead of private equity. I asked Janet how residents on fixed incomes were able to afford to buy their park for over $26 million.
Now there's some socialism right there. You should seize the park, own it collectively. I mean, not by force in this case, but
She told me they got a loan and support from state and local governments, along with community organizations.
It gives us peace of mind. We're in control of our own destiny.
guys, and that's actually one of the ways I think, if we wanted a lot of this is up for debate. If we wanted a slower progression to a more socialist society, we could do things like this where the government helps fund different communities to purchase their own land and purchase their own businesses. Okay. That could be a slower process. There are other ways to do it, but imagine if, for example, there's an apartment complex and then local governments assist the residents in buying the apartment complex from the owners and then collectivizing it, or a business. Like if local governments were to help employees set up a fund that could then be used to purchase the business from the owners for the employees. Now there are issues with this, obviously. I'd rather they just be taken. But that is I like the idea of this right now, okay? Like a co-op trailer park, yes, or a co-op building or whatever it is. There's lots of other things we could talk about, but I like this idea as this is a slower approach that might be a bit unfair, but still.
Do you think that the new laws in Maine have discouraged more private equity companies from coming in?
I think so. I mean, it makes it more difficult for them. They've got competition. They can't just come in with their checkbook and walk over folks.
Well, lawmakers in Maine have stepped up to help protect
Exactly,
residents.
Axiom.
Florida leads the nation with the highest number of mobile home parks that have been purchased by private equity firms and out-of-state investors. Florida has no cap on lot rents or how often they can be raised. And a Florida law passed in 2023 prohibits local governments from being able to implement any kind of rent control measures. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is in on it too. His campaign has raised millions with major support from private equity, including the owners of the parks we visited.
Of course,
I asked the residents at Legacy Communities Park directly about the DeSantis ties.
Residents were frustrated by the governor's lack of response to their concerns.
I've never heard a word from anyone. Nothing in email, writing, nothing. Phone call, nothing.
And ironically, DeSantis is putting huge sums of state employee retirement money into private equity firms.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Of course they are.
Donated to his campaign.
There is a real conflict that the public employee pension funds, unfortunately, are not looking at how their investments contribute to that.
This has only emboldened private equity firms to go to even greater lengths to turn a profit. I wondered what lawmakers in Florida are doing about the crisis that is affecting so many of their constituents.
Hey, how you doing?
At the state government level, not much. But some national lawmakers, like Congressman Maxwell Frost, are paying attention.
Yeah, Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey,
yeah.
nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
Welcome to Orlando.
Thank you.
Part of the issue here is that residents are kept in the dark. They don't know what's going on. And there's also a bunch of rules and regulations that government has put into place that actually makes it damn near impossible for them to even put up a bid as a community. That's wrong.
I met up with him at the Sun Communities Park in his home district in Orlando. He's recently introduced a federal bill that will give mobile home residents around the country a chance to buy their parks like they did in Maine.
See, that's
what
good.
Our bill does is give states large sums of money through federal grants and says if you are able to
Maxwell Frost is one of the like the progressives over up in Congress.
increase the number of
As far as I know, I don't know much about what he's done since he's gotten there.
communities that are owned by the people who live there, you're able to qualify for these big sums of money that we'll give you.
When doubters in Congress might say, this is a stretch.
I say the only reason it's a stretch is because you just said it is. We're literally the ones writing the legislation. We're the ones here writing the rules for the nation.
For residents I met already under private equity control in Florida, they know it's an uphill battle and long for better days that existed before private equity took over their park, but they aren't giving up.
What do you think would solve this?
This makes legacy honor our original perspective. CPI plus 2%.
I love this.
That's it. That's what we all signed.
I love this. I love all these older folks getting together to try and buy their park from the big company. Invalid axiom. By the way, CR, I had a good chat with my mom today. She's 74 and semi-retired by choice. I had to explain to her that our family of four was naturally communist. My parents literally governed us as from each according to his ability to each according to his need. That was our family version of fair. She was so happy when I told her, I'm so lucky to grow up in a family like that. Aw, that's amazing. Okay, let's see here, Weird Amorphous Blob. I will say us organizers in Florida have bad blood with him because he backstabbed FPN and opportunistically shifted his tune. Oh, really? Oh, that's disappointing, Weird Amorphous Blob. No, but thank you for telling me. I don't know much about what he's done, so yeah, sure.
For and agreed to.
Atomic.
Do what you said you're going to do. That's all.
Both Sun Communities and Legacy are two of the 6 private equity firms named in a congressional probe launched by New Hampshire Senator Maggie Hassan into the business practices that are having a harmful impact on residents nationwide.
Okay, we don't need to get into this libbed up stuff. Oh, they're gonna create a commission to examine what they're doing. Are they gonna actually do anything though?
Clip. Bye, Ellie.
Spending your golden years in the sunshine used to be an iconic part of the American dream. Now greed has created a new reality for Florida's working class. Seniors are being forced to live with roommates.
So guys, I get sometimes annoyed when people say greed is the problem. When you live in a system that is predicated on greed, is it greed that's the problem, or is it the system where greed is incentivized? Capitalism is the problem. Greed is the foundation of capitalism. So yeah, it's kind of a libbed up take kind of deal where you're like, oh, well, this is just greed. That implies that it's an individual problem, right? That if these companies just weren't greedy, that is what companies do by their nature. Their job is to make a profit and get as much money as possible, and they will do whatever they can to do that. That is not a greed problem. That is a capitalism problem, which is what, by the way, if you want to view it this way, their actions are rational. What do I mean by that? Does that mean I think their actions are morally good? No, but they are rational under a capitalist system. You want to maximize profit. So they're going to do whatever they can to do that, okay? So that doesn't mean they're good people. It just means that they are doing what the system makes them do. All right.
Again, and even skip important medication. But people like Janet and her fellow residents in Maine are showing us it's possible to restore that dream. It means rebalancing affordable housing towards tenants, not investors.
Maybe the tenant should just own the housing. Yeah, exactly.
Before you go, please.
Okay, so that was interesting. I'm glad we watched it. Yeah. You see what I mean? Okay, it's capitalism, all right? And we're in the end times of capitalism. We're in late stage capitalism. So that the capitalist institutions are going to try and leech as much as they can out of us since they have lost a lot of their influence abroad to leech it from elsewhere. Okay. That's true, Trump Hill. We should do that at Trailer Park Boys. All right. We are in disaster. We are, yes, invalid axiom, disaster capitalism. Okay. Atomic says, I used to be from Florida, can tell you about how the state is a POS casual. I believe it, Atomic. That's hilarious, Vina Moose. These guys need to hire Italian plumbers. That's for sure, Vina Moose. Okay. All right, you guys. I'm going to put my face up here for a second. Am I? Yes, I am. So, all right. All right. I look so far down since I'm sitting down right now. How's everyone doing out there? How's everyone I look so small. Look at that. Look, I look so small and sad. Look at me. I'm just a little guy. Just a little guy. Okay. How's everyone doing? Everyone good out there? How's everyone doing? What time is it? It's 3:30. Okay. So, let's take a look at Trailer Park Road. So great. Yeah, it is. Okay. I'm a little gremlin, aren't I? Weird amorphous blob. Okay, I'm being weird. Okay, whatever. It's fine. I'm always being weird. When am I not being weird? So, let's see here. Disaster capitalism, Trailer Park Boys, a little bit. Okay. What was I going to say? How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Everyone happy out there? Everyone good? So how about this? I'm going to see what we have to watch over in React. I'm getting very tired for some reason, folks. I don't know. I feel like I just hit a brick wall of exhaustion. But let me quickly go over here to, I'm going to go over to the Discord. Please join our Discord. You can post videos there for me to react to. And I'm trying to see what videos we have over there to watch. Oh, this lady again?
Can
oh my God.
Can I start by asking you about this latest post?
Is this? Oh God, I don't know if I want to watch. God damn it, Gwen. All right, are you still here, Gwen? Oh, that's cute, Alyssa. That's cute. You don't worry, Alyssa. Just wear an American flag and try to fit in. Okay, wear an American flag. So guys, yeah, you guys can tell who it is just by listening to it. Okay, are you still here, Gwen? Gwen sent me something. LBC regarding that lady you're all mentioning here. Apparently, she was talking to Hasan. And you know what? Let's just watch it, okay? Let's see here. Okay. Where's my face here? Video capture device. Okay. So, this what's her name? Sheila? I don't know who she is. Okay, we've seen her before. Apparently, she interviewed Hasan. I'm trying to figure out what this is about. 'Cause since I don't think Gwen is here, Gwen could explain more to us, but I don't think she's here right now. Oh, Gwen, you are here. Forgive me. Okay. So is this, so she's interviewing him? Does she, is it exciting? Does she, let's just watch. Okay. So this lady, we've watched some clips of LBC that are good in terms of the people who are on there are good, but we also have seen clips where there are right-wing loonies, and she is one of these. Shh, weird amorphous blob, don't say that, okay? This is the last time, guys. This is the last time we're ever watching Hasan anywhere. We're having to get all of it out. We're having to get all of it out of our systems in one stream because no more Hasan after this, okay? Yeah, more bad than good. Correct, inverted panda. So let's see. I remember we've seen this woman before. She was the one that was like screaming, "Muslims scary, Muslims bad, Muslims gonna kill all of us" in that one clip. I'm kind of exaggerating, but not really. So let's see what she has to say to Hasan Piker. I guess they talk to each other. Let's find out.
Can I start by asking you about this latest post on Truth Social by Donald Trump? I mean, it's of a piece with the things we've been hearing throughout this Iran war from him in particular. What's your reading of it? What's your reading of this moment?
Positively Hitlerian.
Correct.
I mean, what else
Honestly,
is there?
it might be better to say more like Genghis Khan. I mean, Genghis Khan probably killed more people than Hitler, so, well, maybe not. It depends on how you calculate that, regardless.
He's talking about destroying entire civilizations. And it obviously immediately contradicts the previous goals that both Israel and America had, that they stated that they had for liberating the Iranian population.
That's true, Atomic.
That was obviously a
good
lie.
point.
We've repeated those lies in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya, and we've destabilized these places and reduced them to rubble in many instances.
Okay, you know what, guys? You're right. I take it back. I take it back. A lot of you are correcting me. I love it, all three of you. Atomic said the Khan at least was successful. That's true. And then Inverted Panda said at least Genghis Khan had respect for some laws. That's true. And then Invalid Axiom, at least Genghis Khan gave city-states a choice, taxes or die. Oh, that's funny. Okay, you're right. You're right. I'm sorry. You're right. Okay.
And Iran was obviously going to be the same. Now, of course, there's a difference. The Iranian government is a lot more competent and has set up its defenses for the past 47 years, specifically against such a reality. And therefore, they've been able to defend themselves against American and Israeli bombing campaigns and at least retaliate and set up military deterrence. So far, it's clearly been more successful than America, at least, presents it as.
Yeah.
And that's precisely the reason why you're seeing Donald Trump.
If this is just going to be Hasan saying shit, we're not going to watch the rest of it. I want to see him get into a fight with the lady, okay? With the lady on here, okay?
Saying increasingly unhinged things and threatening to do more war crimes. I mean, he's calling tonight.
Yeah. We all know Hasan. We know what happened. We're not stupid. I'm going to go on. I want to see what she has to say. I don't want to see Hasan's stupid face up there.
Can I ask you the question that I was discussing with my colleague Simon the other day? Simon Marks, LBC's Washington correspondent. Where are the Democrats on this, on many other things, though, but where are they? I know you push for them to be much more progressive than they are. You push for them to be much more vocal
that's not
than
true,
they are.
Inverted Panda. You guys don't know me. Be quiet. Be quiet, Jonas and Matt Guy and Inverted Panda. You don't know anything. I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous.
What's going on with the Democrats in America?
Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. It's boring. I don't want to watch it. Forgive me. It's boring. I thought there'd be like more fire and brimstone, like, them yelling at each other. That'd be more fun. We don't need to see the rest of this. You can go watch Hasan on your own time, folks. Okay, let's find something else to watch. Okay, I'm done with it. Moving on. We get it. We can, okay, whatever. Thank you, Gwen, though. Thank you, Gwen, very much. Thank you, Gwen, very much for that. Let's go on. Let's find something else here. Oh, let's watch this.
All right, y'all.
How dare you, Trump fail? I don't have an attention span of a gnat. Yeah, that's what I thought. Weird Amorphous Blob. It's like, is she really just going to interview him and not yell at him? That'd be more fun if she was going to yell at him. Okay, let's watch this. Okay, this will be more of a, sort of a palate cleanser, guys, because we haven't really done a palate cleanser. LaCroix, don't you encourage Matt Guy. You know what, LaCroix? Bunk. Anyone else? Matt Guy, bunk. Jonas, bunk. Druzilla, bonk. We all done? Don't make me put you all in timeout, okay? Don't make me put you all in timeout. Okay? Atomic, bonk. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Louise. I know. Thank you, Louise. Even though I'm a misogynist pig, thank you very much for helping send the funnies, because the rest of these fools are assholes, okay? No, Invalid Axiom, you get a boop. Boop, just to spite you. All right. Okay, so let's go on here. This is but my favorite Razor streamer says he's not. Okay, so let's watch. This is from Louise. It's called Americans on British Tea Habits. And as an enjoyer of tea, as an ingester, boop. I'm sorry, bonk. All right. This is as an enjoyer of tea, and I do know. You know what? Bonk on you, Trump failed. I'm going to put you all in timeout. I would like to watch this because it looks cute and fun. And I know that the people from the UK out there are going to yell at me. But let's watch. Okay, let's see here. Thank you, Matt Guy, for the donation. All right.
Serious questions. I am well known for giving very serious answers.
When you put milk in your tea, are you putting milk in your tea?
What?
Are you putting cream in it?
I don't want to be a dick, but if someone tells you they're putting milk in their tea, they're putting bloody milk in their tea, okay?
Are you putting heavy whipping cream in your tea?
Why would anybody put heavy whipping cream in their tea? They are making a cup of tea.
Do people do that? Do people put cream in their milk? I've never done that.
Not a Vicky sponge.
Because I just assumed that everyone was putting cream and sugar.
Do all Americans assume that people are lying about their use of dairy products? Are you putting milk in your...
I'm sorry, is this guy German? He has a very German accent. And I'm not trying to make fun of him, but he does sound very German. He can also DT, you know, like, is he German? I thought this was English. Well, it doesn't matter.
Cereal,
okay?
Or you put...
I am kind of making fun of his accent. Forgive me. I know, Deutschland is the best. Okay, I'm just saying.
Putting heavy whipping cream in your cereal. I need to know.
Ew.
Isn't the question, do you want...
He's Austrian? Well, there, that explains it,
cream
okay?
and sugar?
No, the question is milk and sugar. And then they say, just some milk. I'm sweet enough. Thank you.
Or are you just putting regular milk in your tea?
Why wouldn't they put milk in their tea? Otherwise, it would taste like a cream tea. That's not what cream tea is. Just, I need to be clear. I said it out loud. I heard it. It sounds like you are putting cream in your tea. But a cream tea is including like the scone and the cream. It's a whole other thing. Google it.
Because
You think you are dumbfounded? I don't understand why you don't understand that one would understand putting milk in their tea. For goodness sake.
You're not putting single cream or double cream in it?
No, people, okay, that is gross. Please don't put cream in your tea. Don't put also don't put half and half in your tea. I've seen people who put half and half in their tea. Like they'll be at a restaurant and then they'll pull out a half and half because that's what the restaurant offers. And I'm like, no, don't put half and half. You're not going to taste the tea. It's just going to taste like cream.
Coffee, yeah, you're not cutting through the flavor of the coffee. You have tea, a much more gentle and civilized flavor of beverage. One that...
Alyssa's a heretic. Alyssa says I've used a little cream before. Alyssa!
Requires more nuance, and the fact that most of the world thinks that the British people are crazy for putting milk.
Guys, by the way, half and half is half milk and half cream. They come in these little containers at restaurants, and it's like half milk and it's half cream, and you just dump it in, but it doesn't taste good in tea.
And the tea anyway is beside the point.
I just saw this reel, and it's blowing my mind.
Look, my friend, I've been on the internet for like my entire life, pretty much. You know, I'm one of those people. But
Jesus,
I have to tell you, evidence suggests it does not take a lot to blow the mind of an American.
That British people are they're just out of milk, just basic milk, nothing else. Nothing else.
So you're telling me that Americans are microwaving their water, then dunking a tea bag for 3 seconds?
By the way, in my defense, guys, I have never done that. I have never microwaved water and then put in a tea bag, okay? I always boil the water and then pour the water over the tea bag. I am curious, though, for the UK folks out there and people from tea drinking cultures everywhere, what is the order in which you do this? I'm guessing, do you do tea bag into the you obviously put the water on the tea bag, and then do you put in milk? What do you do? Like I keep saying, people saying like you put in the milk first. So what do you do first? Okay. What is the order in which you do this? That's what I'm saying, Sir Bart. What's the order? Because obviously I put water and then I will put in milk afterwards. What do you guys do? Most do milk after. Some like milk with the tea bag. Got you. Okay, so that is why people are yelling at me. I got you. You promote flog. Okay, so it really is the water first. Okay, tea bag, sugar, hot water, then I got you. Okay, that's okay, Louise. That's kind of what I do. I do the tea bag, hot sugar, or I do the tea bag, hot water, then sugar, and then milk. Okay, gotcha. All right. That makes sense. Brew the tea, throw the sugar in, then throw milk in. That's what I was taught. That's fair. Okay. So guys, we do the same thing. Yay. At least I do the same thing. But Yeah, okay, that's cute. I like that. I can handle that. Yay, I'm not a complete barbarian. That's true, Matt Saiga. Yes, all right. You add other spices too. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing to do. All right. Probably honestly not use tea bags because they release microplasm. Possibly. I got you. Hey, that works, Alyssa too. All right.
Seconds in the tepid liquid before adding a whole bunch of cream so it just tastes like creamy water that is slightly discolored. Is this what you are doing? I feel so sorry for your entire nation. Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
All right.
By the way, Austria has a culture of coffee houses, which is interesting that he's talking about tea. Okay, I'll watch this, Jonas. You say this is a perfect video for this conversation, right? Valid expert. What do you mean the islanders Trump failed? What islanders? What do you mean the islanders? Oh, ha, 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 Trump failed. You're so funny, Trump failed. Ha, ha. Oh, yeah. So wait, there are people that do that? That's lunatic. That's loony. I've never done that. How do you do that? I mean, you just have cold milk in there before you even... like that, won't that ruin the whole thing? If you put the milk in first, you're not going to get any of the good tea stuff out of the tea bag. It'll just be inverted panda. I said what I said. Okay, I said what I said, and you can extrapolate what you want from that. Okay, fine, inverted panda, fine. Maybe I'm being a little bit ethnocentric here. Maybe I'm being a little bit ethnocentric. But like, okay, let me phrase it this way, inverted panda. If you put in the milk and it isn't hot, okay, if you just put in cold milk on top of the tea bag and then pour hot water on top of that, that's kind of loony, right? That's kind of loony, okay? So yeah, so you're right, Inverted Panda. That's not lunatic. You put the milk in first and then you boil the milk, and close to 1 billion people in India. That's fine. If you're boiling the milk, it's fine. But like if you're just putting in cold milk, you see what I mean, Inverted Panda? Okay. Whatever. By the way, does anyone else put lemon? Does anyone else put lemon in their tea? Like if you have English breakfast, you put a little lemon in there, Even stir it. Yeah, so there is a good way to do tea, guys. There's a good way to do tea. And I'm American in England. Gwen, hilarious. All right. So yes. Okay, guys. So we do know now the right way to do tea, right? Don't put cold milk in there. Of course, if you're like the millions of people that do it in India and Pakistan, that's only because they boil it first, okay? That's only because they boil it first, all right? And so I'm not trying to be ethnocentric. I'm just saying for the traditional English way, all right? Oh, my God. Hello, atheist. You're back. So glad you're here. Oh, God, I had to move my desk a bit. All right. All right. So, okay, guys. Let's see here. I'm going to fix this a bit. Okay. Well, now I feel low down again. I'm low down. All right. Okay. Let's go here. Let's see here. That's true. Trump failed. Tea originated in China and India, sir. I don't have proof of that, Matt. It's like, what do you mean? I think that's a myth. Okay, that's a myth. That was a myth invented by... I don't know. That's a myth. Clearly, all tea comes from England. Okay. Louise, if you add a lemon slice, don't put milk in. Yeah, won't it coagulate if you do that? I do like a plain lemon and ginger tea. Okay. Sir Bart, why did you spell England like that? All right. All right. So I see that this topic is heavily dividing in the community, right? Which I find deeply amusing. The tea is like the most divisive topic we've ever covered here, basically. All right. Somali tea is cinnamon. Ooh, that sounds amazing, Jonas. All right. I'm gonna see what else we got here. Where's the spilling tea? Hello, soulless death and despair. Spilling tea. Yas. Okay. Chai tea is very good, by the way. Ooh, that sounds... Guys, you have such good ideas. You're right. No, you're totally right, Inverted Panda. I totally agree. I do know, okay? And tea was actually used as currency in some places. Like blocks of tea. Chai is tea. Yeah, chai is tea, right? Isn't it just called chai? That's what the word means. Right, Matt Saigai? Am I wrong? I could be wrong. But isn't it just called chai? Or something like that. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's chai, okay? They know that weird thing we do, you uncouth piece of shit. Matt Saigai, calm down, okay? But yes, that is what I thought, chai. You're uncivilized, Matt Saigai. Okay, oh my God. You know I'm joking. That sounds horrible. All right. All right. So, God damn it. Let's go on here. Jesus. Let's see here. Let's see what else we got here to react to. Airstyle. Where are you from, Airstyle? Where are you from, Airstyle? You don't have to tell me. I think you've told me before, Airstyle. Before Airstyle. All right. The Balkans. Oh, that's right, Airstyle. Okay, thank you. You told me that. I remember that initially. Let's see here, guys. So, I'm trying to find something else to watch. Terror. Oh, good God. Mr. King K. Mr. King K always sells the most. Ooh. Oh, God. Fetty Spaghetti, you're always
on Israeli.
The scariest things. Okay. We'll watch this. We'll watch this. Balkan breakfast and stream. That'd be kind of cool. Okay, let me show you. So this is a...
I went on his...
Why the hell is my screen not showing what is on the screen? Do we see that? My screen is not showing what is on the screen. What the hell is that about? Okay, give me a second. Not sure what's going on.
I went on Israeli.
Unless, of course, give me 1 second, guys. What the hell? Why won't it actually show? Why can't we actually see what's on the screen? There we go. Okay, I'll just fix it. So this was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti. I don't know what it's about. Okay. So exactly, Matt. I was reading exactly what the message said when I said chai tea is also nice. Okay, I was reading exactly what it said on the screen. Okay, I wasn't trying to be careful with my words for a snowflake like you, Matt Sai guy. Okay, so let's watch it. So this is called, oh God, Israeli IDF grinder. Israeli IDF grinder. For those that don't know, do we all know what grinder is in this community? I hope there's enough of us degenerates out there that we know what this is. Exactly, Le Quabwa. It's a type of sandwich. It's definitely, it might have something to do with your mouth. Anyway, regardless, the point is that, okay, we all know. Are we sure everyone we are about to see is 18 years of age or older? What do you mean, Paul Squaw? One of these great okay. So yeah, we're not gonna, okay, good, Gwen. I'm glad you're degenerate. Okay, so let's watch this. This is called, I went on Israeli Grindr, and here's what I found. I'm deeply concerned about what we're gonna see, so let's find out.
Grindr, so you don't have to. And you guessed it, there's a lot of IDF uniforms and a shit ton of racism. Like, a lot. And even some kind of like slut posting with half of a uniform on. That was unsurprising.
Oh,
what was
God.
surprising was how little they actually try to hide any of this very public information.
You know it, Lacroix.
With this one having the sense to blur out their uniform that would label their position or commander. But the very next picture is the unredacted version of this with his full face on it. And of course, we had our fair share of what I had to translate into fetishization of brown people is what I can only read this as, right? Yemenis and Persians, which just strikes me as a very particular type of fetish for this person, considering those are the two.
Ew. So he's literally... Okay. Oh my God, my fellow LGBTQers out there. We do need to have a conversation sometime about this weird cultural thing online of like saying, I like this race or that race in your profile. I'm not, listen, I know he's talking about the IDF, but that happens everywhere. For anyone who's been on Grindr before, you know, there will be people, and that probably might be more prevalent in the IDF, but guys, there is an issue on some of these apps where there will be people on there who openly post in their profiles that they only want one race or another. Okay. I'm sure many of the people in here who has ever been on Grindr know that that is true.
Two groups of people that Israel is consistently at war with the most effectively, other than significantly off this list, Palestinians. And then here at the bottom, this like toxic top.
Okay, goodbye. Goodbye, whoever this person is who just showed up in chat. You're going away. Goodbye. Bye-bye. Bye. How do I... Someone... So someone is... Guys, I don't know. I can't figure out... Where did they go? There's... For the... Are there any... Are there any... what do they call... mods over on YouTube? There's someone that needs to be banned. I'm having trouble getting it to work on my end for some... Oh, wait, here we go. How do I do this? Remove. Remove. There we go. Okay. Oh my God. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Dear Lord. Jesus Christ. All right. We do have mods over on YouTube. I think people didn't see it right away. I didn't see it right away either because they put it backwards. Okay, anyway. So anyway, moving on. This is a big problem. Okay, where was it saying? Okay. So, okay, sorry. Okay, I'm no longer distracted. Okay, I'm no longer distracted. First of all, guys, what was I saying here? Someone here said, Redmond Barry says people can't express a preference. No. So, no. I honestly, Redmond, why do you need to, if you have a preference for a racial group, why do you need to publicly post that? I'm not saying that I'm not saying that you maybe people can't help it. Maybe people can't help it. I'm just saying that's disgusting. Okay? Why would you be publicly posting that you only want one race or another? You just exactly weird amorphous blob. And let's say, and I sound gross even saying this. Let's say you somehow do, but Redmond Barry, come on. Are you so, I'm not saying you, Redmond Barry, are you so lazy that you feel like you have to do segregation language in order, instead of just not responding to people like that you don't want to see? You see what I mean? It just turn down people you don't want to hook up with or talk to. You don't have to publicly post, I don't like this group or that group. It's weird. It creates a very, and I get it. I get some people we can't help. Some people can't help having preferences, but to publicly post that is also threatening. You see what I mean, Redmond Barry? But I understand, Redmond. I'm not yelling at you. Okay. Okay.
It's on Israeli Grindr, so you don't have to. And you guessed it, there's a lot of IDF uniforms and a shit ton of racism. A lot. And even some kind of slut posting with half of a uniform on.
I'm sorry.
Which of course is a military tie-on, but it's also just largely a population center. This shit was ubiquitous. And this type of normalization of extreme violence and extreme racism
it has an inherent racist undertone. And guys, there's a weird... Okay, you know what? I'm going to put my face up. We need to chat. I've talked about this before, guys. If anyone has ever had the misfortune of going to a gay club, 1 second. There are big problems in the gay community, generally, okay, when it comes to race. Okay, Jesus Christ, all the lunatics are coming into chat today. Bye-bye, master, whoever you are. Bye-bye. You're gone forever. Bye-bye. Remove. Bye-bye. How do I get rid of this person? Where's the fucking thing? Thank you. God damn it. I'm very slow trying to figure out how to get rid of these folks today. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay, of course, as soon as I start talking about racial issues, all the lunatics start coming in. All right, I'm gonna put my I'm gonna move my desk back up. Okay, yep, Twitch chat is staying pristine. So there's an issue, guys, in the gay community. Watch as my desk rises up. If you've ever had the misfortune of going to a gay club, and I should say a white gay club, because there is segregation still in a lot of American cities in regard to gay clubs. You will have clubs where mainly white people go, and then you'll have clubs where mainly black or brown people go. That's not the case everywhere. But if you've ever had the misfortune of going to one of these clubs where there are people of different ethnic groups, there's almost always a racial hierarchy, and you can see it on the dance floor. All right. Now, I have never been a clubber. I've been to like a gay club like a few times when I was younger. But there's a very obvious racial hierarchy. You can see it on the dance floor. Okay, you will have white, shirtless, muscular men dancing in the center of the floor, and then you will have another layer around them of men who aren't muscular and shirtless, and then who are mainly white, and then you'll have a layer around them that are non-white people. And then near the edges of the dance floor, you will have Southeast Asians, Asian folks, other groups that might not, that are people who are larger. Okay. So, and there are a lot of issues in the gay community in regard to racism because shocking. Yeah, well, no, exactly, Jonas, because shocking, guys, racial issues still exist in the gay community, right? There's intersectionality. There are different issues that face, even if you're gay, that doesn't mean you can't be an oppressor. And there's also body shaming. And there's a lot of that online too. Yeah, there just is. Especially on Grindr, on these dating sites. I lose my mind. Yeah, Inverted Panda, I lose my goddamn. And this, guys, I am generalizing. This is the same almost everywhere. This is not the same everywhere. There are certain places in the country where gay clubs are much more open. But like when I lived in Boston, Boston is known for being a racist city, okay? And that was the case there. There are other places where there's no problems there. And that doesn't even, I'm trying to hide someone else from the chat. There we go. That does not even include trans folks who are often are not really allowed in these spaces. So it's just something that the gay community, the LGBTQ community needs to be aware of, okay? And it's really frustrating to me. Very frustrating to me. You would think, Jonas, and I will say, and I don't mean to demonize the LGBTQ community because they are. A lot of gay folks are more progressive. But then there are gay folks who are not more progressive because they're human beings. And like a lot of white gay men, okay, are not more progressive. They're the NIMBY types, and you know what I mean. The snooty upper class gays, upper middle class gays who have very racist ideas and things like that, okay? Yep, exactly, Paul Squaw. White queer people can be white before someone. Exactly, okay? So there are still racial issues and stuff, and it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy when you're around LGBTQ folks and they suddenly start talking about they start discriminating okay, has anyone here who's in the LGBT community met someone from the community who just starts bashing trans people? If they're like a lesbian or a gay man or they're bisexual or they're asexual or whatever it may be, and you're like, they just suddenly, exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob, a lot of normal gays are transphobic, okay? As it turns out, gay people can have their own bigotries, yeah. And it drives me crazy. Yeah, exactly, Salem Corvin, you know it. Inverted Panda, why? Because some gay people are human beings. And sometimes they have biases. They can be racist. They can be transphobic. They can even be homophobic, by the way. They can be homophobic. Lacroix, you say there's generally really bad issues with fetishizing black people. Yeah. Oh my God, yes. Okay. Black people are very fetishized. In the LGBTQ community, and things like that. Okay, in a lot of ways, you can guess what the stereotypes are there that I'm not going to say here, but there is this idea. Okay, there's some issues that need to be worked out by the LGBTQ community. And I want to, again, though, guys, I want to be clear. I'm not demonizing the entire community. There's a lot of gay people that are the opposite. Okay, Jonas, yeah, it does. So it's not, sometimes, Jonas, it's because it's viewed as a taboo. Other times it's viewed as like black people are objectified. Okay. Black people are objectified in some ways. Redmond, I don't know how to answer that question. I don't know if I know the answer to that. That's a good question. And I'm not saying that, my point is that a lot of times black men especially are objectified for certain traits, that there are assumptions that are made about them. Let's put it that way. Okay. Paul Squaw, radical queer liberation got sidelined by rainbow capitalism and assimilate. Yeah, exactly. It is. Okay. So yeah. And it doesn't help, guys, that the corporations, banks, and things like that who are trying to are mixing capitalism and consumerism with the LGBTQ community makes it more prevalent and more problematic. No, Red, don't get me wrong. I disagree with that. So Redmond Berry says, I hear cross-race attraction called fetishization. Yeah, no, I disagree. I agree with you, Redmond Berry. No, there's nothing wrong with being attracted to someone from another race. The issue becomes when it becomes fetishized, okay, where you are attracted to someone because of their race, as opposed to for whatever else, okay? Because, like, if you find someone attractive because you find them attractive, that's great, okay? It doesn't matter what their race is. But if you like someone because they were of a certain race, this is complicated. It's bizarre. Let's put it that way. Hello, Argentical. It starts to have issues. All right. Right. So, and I got to tell you guys, one group that gets really sidelined in the gay community that we rarely talk about is Southeast Asians. Okay. East Asians aren't as sidelined. They are sometimes for other reasons. But the Southeast Asians, okay, Southeast Asians like Pakistani people, Indian folks, Sri Lankans, etc., massively get sidelined. This and that. Anyway, it's just something to think about. Okay, that we have some work to do in the LGBTQ community about this stuff. All right. Argento, thank you for raiding. Thank you very much for the raid. Okay. Yeah. And again, it's not because there's something wrong with the LGBTQ community. It's because they're human beings, and some people have blind spots. All right. Okay. Oh, absolutely. Exactly. Inverted Panda. It is fair in the straight world. You're right. It is it is the same in the straight world. But a lot of times I think people in the LGBTQ community sometimes think that because they are a marginalized group that they can't, but they can't that they can't be an oppressor of some sort. You see what I mean? Because the gay community was constructed as a form of resistance, but it also can be oppressive. There you go, Jonas. It's simple. I find Hispanic women attractive, but I want to date one because they're Hispanic. Exactly. Okay. I can't be racist. I have an Asian girlfriend. Yeah, Paul Squaw, right? Okay. So you get my point. Yeah. So, all right. And again, I'm not trying to demonize people. If you find one race especially attractive overall, is that fetishization? Redmond, these are good questions, Redmond. I don't want to make a pronouncement on that. I don't know. I don't know. But I will say, if you advertise it to the exclusion of others, I would say, yes, it is a problem. But I don't know how to phrase it. All right. Weirdomorphous Blob. If you got a lineup of everyone I've ever dated, there's no, yeah, me too, Weirdomorphous Blob. But yeah. Anyway. Indeed they do, Redmond Berry. They do. Okay. And don't get me wrong, guys. As I'm saying, straight people have the same issue. The reason I'm particularly talking about the gay community is because a lot of folks in the LGBTQ community, I keep saying gay community, as an oppressed group, we tend to think that we can't be oppressors, or think that our community is not oppressive, and it can be. Okay. Yeah, Matt Sai. Okay. So anyway. So just a note, and it's a problem. And the reason I'm talking about it, guys, because it really annoys me. I am so sick. Yeah, I am so sick of going online and especially white like white wealthier guys. Okay, like white guys who are wealthy and muscular, all over the place. Okay, and then it just drives me crazy. Okay, it drives me crazy. Or like you will see gay people talking about how evil Hamas is. Okay, you'll see these white muscular guys talking about how Hamas wants to kill gay people and like stand up against bigotry and things like that, but they don't have a peep about what Israel's doing. Okay. Yeah, body swap. You know it. You're right. Oh, yep. You know it, body swap. The treatment of South Asians and Southeast Asians is horrific. Okay. Yeah. A bright love. I have only ever dated white women, but the most beautiful women I have ever met were all Latina. Does that mean I think all Latina are beautiful? No, that would be fit. Right. Okay. Yeah, no, Jonas, you're right. And that's an issue, right? There's an issue. That's an issue when you say, I get it. It annoys me when other black guys act like white guys are puny or weak. Yeah, it is racism, Jonas. And I will say, I said before, some people, we're getting into a whole nother conversation here. We're getting into a whole, but yes, guys, black people can be racist. And listen, and obviously, black folks are oppressed, but that doesn't mean that black people can't be racist. And okay, let me explain. All right, I know there is a contingent on the left or like liberals who think that will literally use the phrase that you can't be racist against white people. You absolutely can be. They'll say, well, it has to do with power relationships and things like that. Yeah. Structural racism, that there are different kinds of racism. You can be interpersonally racist against white people. Now, structural racism, white people aren't the victims of racism structurally, but they are the victims. They can be treated badly. There can be interpersonal racism against white people. Okay. Yeah. I know, and I get it. This is complicated. I think it's problematic. It's problematic because a lot of times right wingers will use this and be like, okay. Anyway, I know, guys. I know. And I know that if I were to say that, if I were a bigger streamer and I were to say these things, I would get all my inboxes flooded with people complaining. But yeah, you can be racist against white people. All right. Anyway, does that mean I think it's a big problem? No. Okay. It's not like racism against white folks isn't exactly a pressing issue, but it does happen. Thank you, J-Mac. Please send me hate mail, J-Mac. I'd love it. Okay. All right. Okay. I had a weird amorphous blob. I had an insane conversation with white lesbians about whether Islam is evil. God, they can have the most disgustingly imperialistic and colonial views, not to mention their bigotries, and their identity says little about exactly weird amorphous blob, because we're all humans. And obviously, guys, trauma can often spark resentment and hatred. Okay, yeah, a lot of gay people have experienced trauma at the hands of religious folks. Okay, I'm one of them. And you all know that I often speak badly about Christianity and things like that. I do not, it's not like I don't like Christians. They're human beings, right? But yeah, I have some anger built up in me at Christian institutions and at Christian beliefs and different things like that. Same thing with a lot of folks when it comes to white folks. A lot of people have resentment built up towards people that look like me, for example, because they've had trauma at the hands of people that look like me. So yeah, that being said, you see what I mean? A bright love. I would posit that arguably white is not a real race, and therefore, what do you mean it's not a real race? A bright love. It was a legal classification in the United States. All races are made up. If you think that white isn't a real race, then black isn't a real race, and it's true because none of them are real races. Unfortunately, they've been created into races in the United States. And you can totally be racist against people with white skin. If you think people with white skin are somehow lesser, Okay, yeah, I know, inverted panda, right? Or like, then that would be an example. So inverted panda, consider yourself lucky, CR. At least you don't have to fake pretend to be a Muslim. Inverted panda, I cannot imagine what it's like to be to be an atheist in your scenario. Okay, I totally get that. Um, okay, okay. Well, bright love, neither is being black. So, Bright Love, you're saying here that white is not a genetic ethnic group that could be identified. Neither is black, okay? Black is not an identifiable ethnic or genetic group. It is just a classification. Okay, all right. Anyway, so moving on. But I want to point out, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there is like, I got you at Bright Love. I got you. Okay. I'm not saying that white people are particularly oppressed, but it is possible to be racist towards white people. Regardless, I want to be clear. That's a tiny problem. We all know where, when it comes to power, almost everything is in the hands of people that look like me. Okay. So I don't want to make it seem like I am massively oppressed because people don't like me. No, I'm just saying it is possible to be racist against white people, but regardless, okay. Right. I know lesbian. Okay. Moving on. So yes, and yeah. Okay. To one second here to go back off what Inverted Panda said. I went to a Catholic high school. I went to a Catholic grade school, and these were school. It was an interesting experience because my father worked at both of these schools. Okay, because he was a teacher. He was a teacher at the schools I went to. I never had him as a teacher, but he was a teacher at the schools I went to. Regardless, guys, because of this, we did not have to pay tuition. So I had a very interesting high school experience because I was a gay kid going to Catholic high schools, which was a weird thing to begin with. And then I was a not rich person going to a school where there were a lot of people that could afford to have that education, because these schools like had a college like cost about as much as it would take to go to college. Okay, we didn't have to pay anything because my father worked there. So I had the experience of having to deal with being a gay man in Catholic high schools and being like the working class kid at these places. So it was very interesting and it was very unpleasant, and I was constantly getting sent to the dean's office and things like that. Okay, and constantly not being invited to the parties at the big rich upper middle class houses and shit like that. But anyway, just a note. But for arguing with the religion teacher, JMac, I would be arguing with the religion teacher and things like that, arguing with different teachers. Well, were you wearing that hat back then? No, unfortunately, Redmond Berry, I was not. Okay. All right, guys. Anyway, moving on. Reddit atheist, kind of. All right. And then, by the way, guys, about a year after I left high school, that school that I went to, which will not be named, you can probably find it on the internet. Okay, that's not halal, bro. I'd invite you to my party. Oh, thank you, Jonas. Okay, thank you. That school I went to made national news because they fired a gym teacher when they found out she was in a same-sex relationship. So this was the school, guys, where I told you how we had a priest come into our theology class and say to all of us, to children, we were 16 years old. We were, or maybe 15 or 16. This was in my freshman year. A priest came into our classroom and said to us children, the anus is an outie, not an innie. And if you want to hear something else weirder about this, I was the gay kid in this class, and when he says this, he makes eye contact with me and looks directly at me. Okay. And it was a very weird experience. And I felt kind of targeted. Regardless, there's lots of other things. Not knowing that hilarious Rememberry. So anyway, okay. I know, JMac, I should have said that. Yep. Hey, no, yep. La Croix, it's legal. It's legal because it's a religious school. And yeah, it was legal because it's a religious school. You can fire teachers for whatever reason for that reason. So yeah. Oh, I know, guys. There, like exactly. I have all kinds of stories I could tell you about this, okay? About how I got sent to we had a school psychologist who they ended up sending me to for a number of reasons because I had clinical depression. And the school psychologist ended up trying to do conversion therapy and trying to convince me that I wasn't actually gay, along with trying to tell me that evolution never happened. And guys, I got stories. I got all kinds of stories for you. It's fun. It's fun shit. All right. Or I could tell you what you want to hear. It. Okay. You know what? I know, guys. Okay. You know what? I'll tell you one more story. Let me tell you one last story here. This has been addressed, by the way. I don't want anyone to think this hasn't been addressed. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but there was at a, I'm not trauma dumping. I'm just explaining to you what it's like to be, well, okay. There was a, oh, thank you very much, Alyssa. There was a, if you want to talk about priests, the vast majority of priests I've met are perfectly fine people, whatever. Okay, so priest, okay, and he would let students go over to the rectory, which is where the priest lives. This was at my grade school, okay, my grade school. So I was in 7th or 8th grade here, and he had a TV there, and he had all these snacks that his staff would stock up there to give students a space. Yeah, you know where this is going, Eunice, to give students a space to hang out and watch TV and stuff. And oh, you know where it's going, Sir Bart. And so we'd hang out in there. We'd hang out in this space. And one day, he seemed like a really nice guy. Well, one day, there was like 5 or 6 of us sitting in there. He came out of the bathroom almost completely nude and just like stood next to the TV near us. And we were kids. We didn't think much of it. And then it started to become a pattern where it seemed like whenever we were in there, this priest would go into the bathroom, come out naked or nearly naked, and then one time even came out of the bathroom forgetting to put a towel around his waist. And like, oops, I didn't know you guys were here. Okay, even though it was obvious we were there, we had the TV on. And it was only years later that we realized what the hell was happening in this scenario, okay? Now, admittedly, no one was touched, no hands were laid on, but my point is that, like, anyway, you guys can see why I have some issues with religion and Christianity and things like that. And yeah, it's assault. It's assault. And this wasn't a high school. This was a grade school. Oh, it is inverted panda. It is. And I want to be clear, guys, this sounds dark. We have a notion in the United States that assault happens in Catholic churches. One of the reasons why we know about the assault that happens in the Catholic community is because it's centrally controlled. There are statistics collected by the Catholic Church on these things. It happens a ton in Protestant sects too, and it happens a lot in madrasas. It happens a lot in temples. It happens in almost every religion, but a lot of times there aren't centrally collected statistics. So like it happens amongst Baptists and Lutherans a lot too, but it's about but it's only individual churches where these incidents happen, and there aren't necessarily widespread statistics collected. So it could very well be that it's happening on a mass scale elsewhere as well. Okay, yeah, it is, Sir Bart. It's a position of power thing. And if you look at the statistics, amongst Catholic priests, the church found out that 10% of priests have been engaged in assault. That's a problem. Imagine if 10% of teachers were engaged in assaulting children, you'd probably have to disband the profession. And so if that number is anything to go off of, it's possible that that number is the case everywhere. That there's about 10% of clergy overall. Again, I'm not saying that is the case, but that's possible. And we also have to notice that, yeah, those are the ones that got caught. And we also have to notice that there's been a bias against Catholicism in American history because we are a Protestant nation. And so a lot of times the Catholic Church is targeted, and I'm not saying it's not deserved. So it's very well that it's just as bad in other denominations and sects and things like that, okay? Anyway, and I'm losing viewers by talking about this, but just to be clear, so anyway, I have tons of stories I could tell you guys about being gay in that sort of a scenario, but all right. I have, anyway, I have other stories too, but I will spare you some of the trauma dumping, okay? Just know that a lot of the LGBTQ folks out there, and I got to point out, the trans folks especially know this. We're often viewed as objects, right? Not we as in trans folks, because I'm not trans, but we're often, even gay people are often viewed as objects. So that oftentimes means like trans folks are often targeted for assault and just being touched and viewed as an object. Gay men are too. And it's not as bad as for trans folks. Correct, Louise. Structured organizations and power do this. So like I could give you examples of where I've experienced this, and most straight men don't often experience assault, as far as we know. It's possible that they do, but they don't report it. But gay men experience a ton of assault. Because imagine having to deal with all the closeted men out there who refuse to express their sexuality, and they suddenly see a gay man who's openly gay, and then they suddenly feel enabled in whatever they want to do to them, and that they can touch them and things like that. So I could tell you stories, and I won't tell you, but yeah. Anyway, Inverted Panda, is it bad where you? If it's bad where you are, imagine how bad it is in countries. Oh, I know, Inverted Panda, and I don't have it that bad compared to like other nations, okay, where it's criminalized and things like that. Okay. All right. It's really a shame because out like where I live, Catholics really, yeah, no, Alyssa, the Catholic Church does a lot of good things. Catholics do a lot of charity. They do a lot of volunteer work, more so than a lot of Protestants do, okay? Catholic clergy are great people. It's the power structure where there's a problem. And that's the same with like a lot of folks, okay? A lot of institutions have problems with the people in power, okay? Taking advantage, okay? And I don't want to say this is mainly a Catholic thing. That's just where I experienced it. All right. Anyway, guys, I agree, Alyssa, and it's a shame because then you have the priests who are like taking advantage of it. Okay. I wonder, right? I wonder, Invalid Axiom, ACR, it's almost like they're treating you as subhuman. It's almost like authoritarianism can be an individual philosophy too. Yeah, okay, absolutely. Absolutely. Can I just tell you guys a story real fast? Okay, last story here. This isn't about me. This isn't about me. Someone reached out to me. I'm not going to obviously tell you who it was or anything. Someone reached out to me very recently. Someone from elsewhere, someone who is somewhat closeted, all right? And they reached out to me to tell me that, and they sent me a picture of themselves wearing nail polish, and this is a man, okay? And this almost made me cry because this is an experience that the LGBTQ folks out there might know what I'm talking about, but I want everyone to hear it. They sent this to me to tell me, hey, CR, for the first time, I put nail polish on, and I'm doing it in the privacy of my room so that no one will see it. And I told this person how proud I was of them, that they finally were able to express themselves, even if they had to do it in private. And they responded by saying, I didn't do it very well because my hands were shaking as I was putting on this nail polish. I was so nervous. And they went on to explain that they felt just by putting on nail polish alone in their room, they felt more like themselves than they had previously. And this individual had done something deeply courageous. You can imagine, guys, that a simple act of putting on nail polish can be very liberatory and very frightening. And this individual reached out to me to tell me about it because they wanted someone to know that they had done this. And gay people and trans folks are, when they, my point is there are acts of courage that we do not see happening every day. Okay. And I know that sounds like, well, he's just putting on nail polish. What's the issue here? For a person living in that environment, that is an act of courage that cannot be understated. And okay. So you get what I mean. I just wanted to point that out there. There are acts of courage that take place that we are not even aware of, okay? All right. Okay. Paul Squaw, I came out at 16. I forgot what it feels like. Good for them. Yeah, this person is a hero. All right. I do hope I was able to communicate that to them. But you know, so also be aware, guys. For those that I know most of you, I'm guessing, aren't homophobic or aren't afraid of LGBTQ folks or whatever. But you also don't know who you're around. Okay, so like even if you might make a joke or something, just realize you don't know who around you might be hearing it and how it might maybe making them feel, okay? And what they might be having to do in private to be able to express themselves. Okay. Anyway, so moving on, guys. Moving on. And that is like a common kind of story you hear, all right? And we should praise these folks for, and we should work to change society so they can feel comfortable, all right? For me too, for trans people, for everyone, all right? Anyway, okay, I'm done ranting about that, all right? Okay. So, moving on, guys. Okay, there you go. A bright love. Oh, what an adorable egg crack story. Mine was lip gloss. Yeah, guys, when I first put on nail polish, it felt very liberatory. Okay, I love having nail polish on. It makes me feel better. I feel like more myself when I have nail polish on. I haven't been wearing it recently because I've been lazy, but I like having nail polish on. Okay, no, I get it, Jonas. I get it. Okay, that you are sort of a father. Hilarious, Reverend Barry. You're kind of a father confessor, right? Hilarious. So yeah, yeah. So Paul Squaw came out at 16. I forgot what that feels like. Good for them. Yeah. Okay. And that's a good point, Bright Love. A lot of times gay people will call that an egg crack story, where you finally open up you crack the egg to give birth to your gay self or your trans self or whatever it may be. I know. All right. Same. Try acrylics sometime. They are cool. They are, right? All right, you guys. Anyway, moving on. So, shout out to all the gays, bis, lesbians, asexual people, transgender people, queer people out there. Continue being yourselves. Continue being brave. You are loved and cherished, at least by us. Okay. All right, guys. Moving on. So I kind of rambled on there. And there you go. And that's true, Inverted Panda, and atheist. Okay. As a fellow atheist, Inverted Panda, science bless you. Okay, let's put it that way. And the libs. Oh God, Jonas. All right. And by the way, Muslim folks too. Muslim folks should be able to be themselves. They shouldn't have to be afraid to wear a hijab out into public. They shouldn't be afraid to do any of this stuff. Okay, this is the same for everyone. I get it, Paul Squaw. I get it. All right, I get it. I get that. All right, guys. So moving on. I don't mean to bring everyone down. Hello, Mr. King K. Okay, Mr. King K. All right. So, all right. Let's see here. What time is it? It's 5. Okay, 4:35. Let's do this, guys. I'm going to. Let's see here. I wanted to see. Exactly, Jonas, and that's my point. Like, who cares? Why do we have to care about what other people want to do and respect them, etc.? Time to do shots of vodka. That's what time it is. It's always time to do shots of vodka. Let me go here. What's this? This is cool. Let's watch this real fast. This is another one from Druzilla. Thank you, Druzilla, for sending this. Druzilla sent this to us. So this is called "The Iranian Civilization Will Never Die." The Iranian civilization will never die. Yeah, it has been around for thousands of years. It's one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. Do you think the Mango Mussolini is going to be able to destroy one of the most flourishing, gorgeous, and amazing civilizations ever to have graced the Earth? I doubt it. But regardless, let's just watch this. This was sent to us by Drusilla. Yeah, I get it, LaQual. I get it. Yeah, exactly, Dolly Boy. He thinks he can take it out, even though it's like the cradle of civilization. What am I doing here? One of the cradles of civilization. There it is. Okay, so let's watch this. Thank you, Drusilla, for sending this. Yeah. So true. Okay, that was kind of short, but yeah. It's been invaded multiple times. Alexander the Great, Mongols, Muslim Arab conquests, things like that, and it's still standing. It's still standing, and it has never been destroyed. Okay, you can go to the ruins of Persepolis. Let me show you here. Has anyone ever heard of Persepolis? So this was the capital of the this is the capital of the Achaemenid Empire, which is the Persian Empire, one of the manifestations of the Persian Empire. You can go and visit it today. It's a massive archaeological site. I'm trying to find here. And it has all this beautiful stuff. I'm trying to see if I can find a good pick. Like giant statues. Okay. Look at this stuff. Very nice stuff. Now, have I emphasized that it's been very nice stuff? By the way, so here you go. Here's one of the walls. You can see I think that's King Cyrus, etc. This is one of the reliefs from there, like amazing art. Okay, this civilization has lasted for a very long time. So JMac, let's see what JMac sent us. We'll take a look at this. Leaders as corrupt. Okay, let's watch this. This was a piece of propaganda from the Iranian government. Let's just watch this real fast. All right.
The strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran. Hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here.
Okay.
Hey, Orange Pig. America first? Oops. Oh boy, that was the slogan you sold. But Bibi's pulling strings and your vote is getting cold. We're not just fighting for Iran. Hear this clear. Your people reached out to us. Yeah, we got the DMs here. If one nation's gonna stand against the Epstein regime's fear, it's us to the last.
Yes, Sir Bart.
We've been doing it for years. We're standing here for everyone. Your system ever wrong. They've known all along. The enemy was always you. The real threat wore a suit and sung a patriotic song while selling their own citizens and calling it strong. Stealing from
Jonas says, wonder how many Americans know Mesopotamia was mainly modern-day Iraq. Yeah, and by the way, guys, when the Americans went to war with Iraq, we actually bombed some of the historic sites there. Some of the ziggurats, we destroyed them. If you go to some of the ziggurats in Iraq, they're full of bullet holes now. Big chunks of them had been destroyed by American bombs. And the National Museum of Iraq was actually looted because the American government refused to send soldiers to protect all the precious artifacts there, like thousands upon thousands of year-old artifacts, world heritage. Okay, and we kind of let people we let people loot it. We let people go in there and just steal all of it without giving it any protection, and so tons of history and stuff was lost. Baghdad, by the way, was originally the global capital of learning and knowledge. Okay, Baghdad used to be is where the houses of knowledge were, which were these giant libraries and centers of learning during the Islamic Golden Age. It used to be the center of the world in terms of intellectual development and things like that. Then the Mongols destroyed it. But okay, Inverted Panda, and the rest were done by ISIS. Yep, and funny about that, Inverted Panda, is that when ISIS was destroying, because they destroyed a lot of ancient stuff too. LaCroix, how dare you, LaCroix? When ISIS was destroying a bunch of sites, American pundits were all like, oh my God, these barbarians, they're destroying all this ancient stuff. Okay, oh God, no, the Taliban is destroying these ancient Buddhist statues. But of course, when America does it, it's hardly a mention. Nothing, okay? Nothing mentioned. Right, Inverted Panda? At least the Brits just looted it. They didn't outright destroy it, okay? I'm not defending it, but you see what I mean, okay? All right, let's go on here. Let's finish watching
your own people, making them bleed, taking tax dollars just to fund your own greed. They waking up to the lies, the illusions of burst. You screamed America first, nah, you put losers first. Make Israel great again. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
Yeah, Inverted Panda.
We saw everything. If the public ever saw the files, man, the planet would shake from the level of filth and the crimes in your wake. No wonder Jeff called you the worst, you degenerate snake. You claimed you never set foot. You went 40 plus times. You sick bastard, you cooked. We stepping up to the plate. Epstein regime gotta fall. You fake Christian elite sacrificing the ball. Demon, you talk real big for a man with tiny hands. Tiny hands, tiny things, tiny everything. We saw everything, and word got out. The smallness kinda expands. No wonder all those rage tweets, all those desperate rants. Overcompensating bully, always causing the scene. You said you love losers. Well, look at your team. Your government is run by. Your government is run by pedophiles. They ordered you to die for Israel. They ordered you to die for Israel. They lied to you.
I love that. Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna put my Facebook. Guys, Jonas says, is it there possible for another person to come up and flip the Dems next election like Obama? Yes, absolutely, Jonas. But the Democratic Party likely won't allow that. So we'll find out. Because they're already trying to push people who have zero charisma and who are just going to be corporate goons. But I certainly hope that that's the way they go. All right. You need to vote. We need you to vote. And we'll do our best, Jonas. Of course, the people in here will vote correctly. But we know that the most of the country, plus the Republicans, are trying everything they can to stop actual real democracy and elections from happening. But we'll see what happens. Okay. Exactly. Hello, Sylvie, by the way. You'd vote for Papa CR. Hilarious. So guys, Iranian propaganda. So let's do this. Can we play a round of the food game? Let's play a round of the food game. Oh, totally, Inverted Panda. I don't like Obama at all. I think what Jonas is saying is that he wants someone that is charismatic like Obama. Obama was a war criminal, a monster who was just as bad as the other presidents in a lot of ways. But he at least knew how to run a campaign. And he was able to get people to vote for him by using the right messaging and things like that. And I would love to have a real change agent who does the same tactics. Alas, it'll likely be just to be a corpo dem. Okay. So, yeah, at least someone useful is both good and horrible. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Louise, someone who can at least string together a sentence would be nice, okay? And preferably someone who actually won't be a corporatist. In the end, it won't matter. Okay. So if they don't change things. So moving on. What I'd like to do, guys, let's play the food game. I'm in the mood for the food game. I know, right? Invalid axiom, I get it. Food guesser. I know invalid axiom, right? But you don't have to understand, because this invalid axiom, but like our Democratic Party is so deeply incompetent. Even if they had a good person who would do good things, I doubt they would run the campaign correctly enough to get them elected. So they need both, unfortunately. All right. All right. So just to show you, let's play this game real fast, guys. And then I will end for the day. Let's just do relax a little bit. I don't know why. Like I said, I'm overwhelmed with exhaustion for some reason. Let's play this. Free play. Ooh. All right. Well, we've seen this one before. We're going to start over. All right, everyone ready? So this is how this works, guys. When we play this game, as a community, we have to get gastronomical genius. I know, isn't it great, Dolly Boy? Play a round of the food game after that whole emotional stories of liberation. That's my idea here, Dolly Boy. Let's let's watch. So let's play this again, guys. So what is going to be on the screen? An image of a certain kind of food is going to appear on the screen. I will read you the ingredients, and then we as a community have to figure out what country the food comes from. And we have 5 guesses. And we have to get gastronomical genius. Otherwise, I will yell at all of you and beat you with my stick. Okay? Theoretically, of course. So this is here are the ingredients. Beef, galangal, I don't know what that is, ginger, lemongrass, garlic, shallots, coriander, turmeric, coconut milk, bay leaves, lime leaves, salt, pepper, sugar, cooking oil, fried shallots, green chilies, kaffir, lime leaves, candle nuts, nutmeg, and cloves. What do we think? Iraq, Syria, Palestine, Indonesia. Okay. Are you just going to say, Jesus Christ. Indonesia? Okay, fine. God, we'll try Indonesia. I see multiple people saying Indonesia. Okay, Vimano. Okay, fine. Indonesia. Let's try Indonesia. If you're wrong, I'll be very angry. So it'll tell us how close we are geographically to being correct. It'll tell us hot, cold, very cold, etc. Oh, okay. You know what? I'm sorry. I take back my yelling at all of you. It was, in fact, Indonesia. We got 5,000 out of 5,000. Who gets a boop? Jonas gets a boop. Boop. Jonas might... Okay, TJ gets a boop. Boop. Vimanos gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a bonk. Bonk! Matt Saigai. Okay, so that was good. And, Louise gets a boop. Boop. All right. Okay, let's now... Oh, my God. Please. Oh, my God. If this is an American thing, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay, dear God. We always know that as we have said before, guys, this program, this game tends to have a bit of a bias against America. I feel targeted all the time. I feel a little bit targeted. I think we all know that. So pizza dough, tomato sauce, provolone cheese, mozzarella cheese, raw toppings such as green peppers, mushrooms, onions, pepperoni, sausage, hot peppers, or olives. The dish features a unique preparation method where the crust is baked first with the sauce and minimal toppings. Okay, well, I think this is Detroit-style pizza. TJ, there's no difference between Israel and the United States. Okay, so, fine. Guys, don't make me embarrass us again. Okay. Remember the one time they did the lobster roll, which is actually good American food, but then it ended up being a McLobster? Oh, God. All right. Oh, no, it's Ohio Valley style pizza. I was worried they were going to say that. Oh, it did look like Ohio pizza. There's a type of pizza called, it's Detroit style, but there's a very popular pizza company called Jet's Pizza, and they do their pizza just like this. God damn it. No. Okay. Whatever. We're ignoring this. This is disgusting. Okay, fine. You can take a screenshot. Fine. Valid axiom. I'll let you take a screenshot. But okay. The Ohio Valley style pizza is a distinct regional pizza. That's actually, there's a, where I'm from, there's actually a even more specific kind of pizza. Ohio, northern West Virginia, and western Pennsylvania. I'll show you our particular kind of pizza. Thank you. Okay, we'll go on. There's actually a Columbus-style pizza, which is more common where I am, but because I'm in the central Ohio. But how dare they put Ohio? All right. This is tomatoes, lamb or mutton, onions, potatoes, garlic, salt, pepper, bay leaves. I don't think it's India, Matt Saigai. I think you're lying. Anyone have an idea? This is pretty interesting. Lamb, tomatoes, potatoes, garlic, salt, pepper, bay leaves. Yeah, it looks too bland. That's what I'm literally, Matt. It's like that's what I'm thinking. It looks too bland to be Pakistani, but isn't it too bland for Pakistan too? Am I wrong? I think it might be like Eastern Europe, right, TJ? It's British Indian, maybe. Look, it's Afghan. The Balkans? You think so, Vimanos? England? I don't know. I really think like Eastern Europe. Am I wrong here? Can I try like Poland? Like, where do they eat a lot of lamb? Who in the world eats a lot of lamb? You know what? I'm going to try this. I'm going to try Poland. I'm going to try Poland. I'm going to ignore everyone, and I'm going to try Poland. And I'll probably be wrong about it. But if I'm wrong about it, I will take the blame, and I'll yell at all of you. So that was a mistake. We have 4 more chances. We're ice cold. It says we are ice cold, and it's far to the south. Far to the south of Poland, and we're ice cold. It's far to the south of Poland. Where the fuck is this? Okay, it's like way far away. Is it South Africa? Yeah, let's try South Africa. I'm going to try South Africa instead. No, I didn't mean to click Brunei. God damn it. South Africa. Oh, thank God I was right. Okay. This is why, guys, I should never listen to all of you. I was right. It was South Africa. No one else said that except for me. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. You all should be. Clearly, without me, you'd all be suffering and flailing wildly. This is why you watch me, right? Look at my genius. So I was only wrong once. And then the second time I was right. Yeah, you were thinking the same thing. It doesn't matter in valid axiom. I won. Okay. So it was tomato bready, whatever the fuck that is. And, you know, whatever. Definitely looks like, anyway, it looks like the Europeans didn't exactly didn't really bring their best cuisine. Drusilla. Hell yeah, Drusilla. I'm sorry, Drusilla. I don't mean to yell at you. Okay. Whatever, invalid axiom. I'm ignoring you. Next round. This is potatoes, zucchini, eggplant, red bell peppers, tomatoes, garlic, olive oil, salt, pepper, paprika. Ooh. What do we think? I have no idea. I have no idea. Hungarian? That actually is possible. I'm willing. You think inverted panda, Egypt or Syria? Ooh, French, look to it. French, look to it. Greek? Turkey? Okay, you know what? I guess let's... Interesting. Yeah, Yugoslavia. Okay, let's try Turkey. It's kind of in the middle of what all of you said. So I'm going to try Turkey. Turkey. It's not Turkey. It's to the northwest of Turkey. But it's cool. So we're not that far away. Maybe it's like... Someone said Hungary? Did someone say Hungary? Let's try what Jonas said. Let's try Hungary. Oh, we're warm. You know what? I think you might be right. Who said the Balkans? Someone said the Balkans. Air Style said the Balkans. I should have listened to you. I should have listened to you, Air Style. Where in the Balkans? Can you give me an idea of where in the Balkans this might be from? If I were to put like, should I do Albania, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Croatia? Let's try. I'll try Bosnia. Bosnia and Herzegovina. Oh, no. Nope. I was wrong. It's wrong. We're warm though. It's to the west of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we're warm. Is it Italy? Is it literally Italy? It might just be Italy. I'm gonna try Italy. We're very close to losing this one. I'm gonna lose my mind. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. God damn it! We're still warm. It might be Spain. It might be Spain. I'll try Spain. God damn it. We'll try Spain. Oh, it is Spain. Okay, well, whatever. Fine, whatever. That's not that bad. Who says Matt Sci Guy? You got a boop. Boop. You get a boop. You got a boop. You got a boop. All right. Thank you for not cheating, Louise. I know it was hard for you. I know that the temptation, it was hard for you. Jonas, where did you say it, Jonas? You didn't say it anywhere, Jonas. You're a liar, Jonas. I don't see you say that anywhere, Jonas. How dare you, Jonas, try to trick me? Yeah, whatever. Exactly, TJ. Whatever. It's European. Who knows? Okay, they're all the same, right? All right. It was. I know it was Louise. I know. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Right. Jonas. Right. Okay. All right. Oh God. Corned beef, potatoes, onions, garlic, tomatoes, cooking oil, black pepper. Invalid axiom. How dare you? Bonk. No one's allowed to cheat on me with other streamers unless it's Hasan. In which case, never mind. No, you're not allowed to cheat on me with Hasan. You're not allowed to cheat on me at all. I'm the only streamer in your lives, to be clear. This is not an open streaming relationship. All right. This is a Greenland dish. What? What do we think this is? This is corned beef. This sounds like, what, Drusilla? God. What do we think? Do we think this looks, is this Irish? Is this American? Is anyone going to help me? Okay, inverted panda, that's true. The Philippines? Are you crazy, Lacroix? Corned beef hash is Ireland. Let's try Ireland. It might be American because... Wait, seriously, Lacroix? It's the Okay, fine. I'll try what Lacroix says. I will trust Lacroix. I will trust Lacroix. And if Lacroix is wrong, I will lose my goddamn shit, Lacroix. I will lose my shit. I will come after you, Lacroix. I'm in Minecraft, of course, not in real life. I'm not in... This isn't a parasocial relationship at all. Okay. Philippines. Oh my God, it is the Philippines. Okay, fine, Lacroix. You get a boop. Boop. Good for you. The rest of you are wrong. Deeply wrong. Invalid axiom. Bonk. Invalid. Jonas. Bonk. Ivana. Bonk. All right. Final score. Thank God. We got gastronomical genius, folks. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Oh, thank God for that. Okay. You haven't shamed all of me like you do normally. Normally, I just feel deeply ashamed, and this community embarrasses me publicly. Okay, fine, Matt Saigai. We can do time guesser once. Just once. Yeah, just once. You're all lucky that I didn't lose my shit. Okay? Time guesser. We'll play time guesser once. And then that's it. And then we're done. We're done. All right? Play. TJ! Bonk! Shame on you, TJ. Go back to your room. I don't know if it's your room or your apartment, whatever it is. I hate you, TJ. All right, so this is how this works, guys. This is how this works. What we do is we're going to do 7 minutes. Oh, they're going to show us an image. We have to guess where the picture was taken and when the picture was taken. So we have to guess the date and the location. Matt Saigai, thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much. What do we think? So this looks like, is this the UK? Yep, Leeds, invest with Leeds. Well, I think this is the UK, isn't it? Is this the UK? I can't really tell. William Hill, England. Is that true? Is this? Are you serious though? Are you serious, Matt Saigai? Is this literally the UK? If you're fucking with me, Matt Saigai, I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. I'm gonna lose my goddamn mind. Okay, so it's Leeds. I don't know where that is. Would you guys tell me where that is? And what date do we think this is? This looks like what, the 60s? Is it the 60s? It kind of looks like the 60s or the 70s. I'll say the 60s. I'll say 1962. Does that look good? Or 1966? Let's do 1965. 1965. And we think it is 1960s. Okay. And we think, where in the UK is it? So if I were to go to here, if I were to go up here, 68, you think, Lacroix? Where is it, guys? Where in the UK is this place that you're mentioning? West Yorkshire, North? Yorkshire. Lancaster's over there. Yorkshire is around here, isn't it? Wait a minute. Am I blind? Isn't York up here? Yorkshire? There's Leeds. Okay. All right, I got it. I found it. It's you guys are telling me different things. One person said, so wait, I'm sorry, guys. Someone here said William Hill. Is that in Leeds? Where is William Hill in Leeds? Should I just shove it in the middle? Should I just put it in the middle? Should I just put it in the goddamn middle? The middle? Okay, I'll just do it in the middle. There we go. Pfft, done. I'll just go down from Leeds City Center and look for Holbeck. I don't fucking know. I'm just going to put it in the goddamn city center. Whatever. Make a guess. Oh, okay. Okay. You know what? Honestly, not bad. We were only 1.5 kilometers away, and we were 15 years off. So I don't know why the fuck someone took a black and white photo in the 1980s, but apparently this photo was from 1980. And that is insane to me. Regardless, we were very close geographically, okay? But we were only 0.2 kilometers off of the location, which isn't bad. Okay, next one here. Oh, I know where this is. Oh my God, I know exactly where this is. The Americans here better know where this is. So would someone of the Americans tell me where this is immediately? Okay. All right, where was this? And then tell me the date. You can obviously see here, this is Alabama. We can guess where. This is outside of a school that is currently being blocked by state troopers trying to prevent black folks from entering it. Because of course, we always have to have the worst pictures from American history on here. So these state troopers are trying to block the entrance of black students into the school. So where do we think this is happening, right? Do we know? This is the 1960s. Yeah, you do, Inverted Panda. Okay. In Alabama. Okay, good old Alabama. All right. I'm going to see, what is it, Montgomery or Birmingham? Probably Birmingham, whatever. Birmingham. Okay, we'll do Birmingham. And then do we know the dates for this? What was the exact date of this? I can't remember the exact date of it. I should know. Is it 1963? I think it's 1964, maybe. I can't remember the exact date. So we're going to say 1964, Birmingham, Alabama. Oh my God, my spine. Okay, and let's see what happens. Everyone ready? And let's see how close we were. Make a guess. Okay, we were pretty cool. We were always only 1 year off, and we were only 74 kilometers out. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, not bad. So that was desegregation when they tried to desegregate the schools, and the southern state resisted. All right, Tel Aviv. Yeah, exactly, TJ. Tel Aviv, 2025. Right? Okay, where's this, guys? Where's this? This is a weird-looking building, and it's a giant goddamn church. What the fuck? Oh, is this Sweden? It kind of looks Swedish, doesn't it? Am I wrong? What do we think? You think it's Sweden? What do you mean? You're all gross, okay? I hate all of you. What is this? Total football. Is this Sweden? Drusilla, it's your favorite country. Where are you? Oh my God, Ivana, anything can be a dildo if you're brave enough. Where's Drusilla? Where's Drusilla? This is Drusilla's favorite country. Isn't she from Sweden? Isn't it like exactly the same as Norway? Like, okay, I thought that would bring Drusilla out of the weeds, but I don't think she's here anymore. Okay, so God, I don't know where this is. I need help. Who's gonna help me? Do we think my Norwegian grandma bred a... Yeah, there you go. But you're all over. Oh, hello, Drusilla. Hello. Where is this Drusilla? Do you know? Where is this Drusilla? Okay, where is this? What do you mean I'm all over? What does that mean, Drusilla? What do you mean I'm all over? This looks very Swedish, this name. Okay, you know what? Since I'm not getting any assistance of value, No assistance of value. Worthless. Chat is being worthless. Oh, I need to be... Okay, I'll stop moving. There we go. Is that better? Can you guys see it better? Is that better? I don't know. I'm gonna go in on... What did I do, Drusilla? I just want you guys to help me figure it out. I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go right here. What does this say? Is this a place that anyone knows of? I'm not gonna try to pronounce it. I'm gonna embarrass myself. No, Matsai guy, it isn't Ghana. Okay? Jesus Christ. Jesus. Okay, you know what? Everyone's talking about movies. I'm just gonna say Stockholm, and then we're gonna get over with it. No one is helping. No one is helping. I'm just gonna say Stockholm. It's Malmo. How the fuck do you know that, Jonas? What do you mean? Okay. I'm sorry. That was disrespectful. That was very disrespectful, Jonas. I deeply respect you. Okay. We'll just try Stockholm. Stockholm, and we're going to say 2010 because I feel like it. Next. Guys, this was Iceland. This was Iceland. This was not Sweden at all. Okay, so you lied to me, Drusilla. Bonk! You lied to me. And we were 9 years off, all right? So, right, Lacroix, I'm sure you did, Lacroix, right? Right, Lacroix. Right, then maybe you should have said something. Yeah, you too, Jonas. You too, Dolly boy. I swear to God. You know what? Next round. Clearly, I'm not going to get any help here. I'm surrounded by a bunch of... Okay. All right. Well, this looks pretty obvious. This looks pretty obvious. I'm guessing this is the United States. Maybe. 1920s, 1930s. Thanks, Louise. A bit late now, wouldn't you say? A bit late now. A bit late now. Okay. Think faster next time, Louise. This, I don't know where this is. This could be, I don't know, Chesterfields. Clearly it's America, but I don't know the date. It could be 1920s. What do we think? Somewhere out in America. Thank you, Lacroix. Okay, thank you. You think it's Kentucky, Ivana? Are you crazy? Louise, don't say that, Louise. I feel bad that I made that comment earlier, and now I feel like you're just mocking me by making a misogynistic joke. Okay, how dare you? You make me feel guilty. All right. I had another conversation going on, only a woman. Oh my God, Louise, that's so sad. Okay, that's not true. All right. So we okay, that's it. You know what? It says Texas. I'm going to say Texas. You know what? None of you are helping me. You're all horrible. Okay. I was saying it. Oh, that's possible. Look, why? It could be the North because the white guy is seeming to have a good time and isn't screaming at these gentlemen. So I'm going to say Amarillo though. I'm going to say Amarillo. Okay. I'm going to say Amarillo. Okay, so we're going to say Amarillo, Texas. I'm going to ignore LaCroix, and I'm going to say 1932 Amarillo, Texas. And 1937 Amarillo, Texas. Let's make a guess. Well, we were only 2 years off. Why does it say crotch? I don't know. God. Weirdly enough, it was North Carolina, so it was in the South. But unfortunately, we were America's a big country. So we were over 2,000 kilometers off, but we were only 2 years off otherwise. Okay, whatever. Moving on. That wasn't that bad. I don't feel that bad about it. This is the historic Bain store in Gordington, North Carolina. Impressively, this landmark building remains standing today. Okay, cute. Moving on. Thanks, Dolly Boy. Thank you for telling me that. Okay. Thank you for that contribution. Let's go to this one. This is the last round we have. This says something. Buffet restaurant. Why are they spelling it that way? It's buffet. What? Okay. And then it says restaurasacia. I don't know. What the hell? What is this language? Where the fuck? Okay. Does anyone speak any? What is this language? I don't even know. Anyone know what this language is? I don't. Is that Italian? Really? It doesn't look Italian. This doesn't look Italian at all. I don't think it's Italy. I don't think it's Italy. It doesn't look like Italian, does it? Portugal? Really? You think it's Portugal? Restaurancia? It actually could be Portugal. It's not Thanks, Lacroix. Thank you for that contribution. It's not Cantonese. Thank you. Okay. Thank you for that. You think it's Krakow? Why? Why do you think it's Krakow? I really have no idea. Those are some rad bell bottoms, right? Hello, Shiv. How are you, Shiv? Do you have any idea where this might be? Do you want to contribute, Shiv? Or are you just gonna sit there? Okay, I'm willing to try Portugal. All right, I'm gonna humiliate. Where, by the way, is Toya Toya? Toya Toya has not been in our streams for ages. All right, I'm just gonna say, I don't know. I'm just gonna say Lisbon because I don't know. And I'm gonna say 1960s, 1967. All right, 1967. Everyone ready? Let's try. Oh, well. Oh. Ooh. Okay. So it was the 1970s, not the 1960s, and it was actually in Slovakia. It was Bratislava, Slovakia. So you know what, Fetty, you get a boop. Boop. Drusilla gets a boop. Boop. Thank you for telling me it was Eastern Europe, and I'm sorry for ignoring you because I don't trust you. Okay. And don't you dare. Okay, you know what? It's fine. We were off a little bit, but I'm okay with it. Matt Saigai, I don't acknowledge that. I don't acknowledge that. You said Krakow. You didn't say Eastern Europe, okay? That's a lie. Thank you, Lacroix, for your contribution. All right, moving on here. What's going on here? Final score. Oh, my God, that's humiliating. All of you need to work harder, okay? All of you need to work harder. This is embarrassing for us. You just ashamed the whole community, okay? I'm going to be nice today because I'm tired, but this is unacceptable, all right? By the way, guys, tomorrow, you'll have to try harder, okay? I'm going to add some questions to tomorrow's quiz just to make sure you all learn something from your failure, all right? So what we're going to do now, guys, is I'm going to go, all right? I'm going to go. And tomorrow, guys, we have our 2-week Kahoot. So tomorrow we have our Kahoot. So prepare for the Kahoot. Make sure you study, okay? And we'll crown the next King of Fools, okay? King or Queen of Fools. Okay. So all right. It's not Kirking time. No, TJ, okay? Oh my God, my back. Oh, all right. So be ready for that, okay? And you all know, first of all, I'm going to find someone to send the people on Twitch to, all right? Guys, you all have been horrific today, by the way. You need to work harder. Guys, you all work harder on not being bad people, okay? You've all just been very bad people, and you need to not be bad people, okay? Stop being bad people. All right, so I'm going to send you guys to Park Horse, who's currently playing War Thunder, and we love Park Horse. Park Horse is great. So you need to work harder on not giving us double audio. You know what, Invalid Axiom? You need to work harder on not telling me I need to not have double audio, okay? Work harder on that. So I'm going to say, bye-bye, Shiv. Great to have you here for 5 seconds, okay? So how about this? I'm going to send you guys to Park Horse. No, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'll send you to someone else. I don't know. I don't want to send you. Sorry. Park Horse. Any suggestions? Suggested collaborations? Ew, why are there so many women with bunny ears and large, you know what? Never mind. It's probably a straight person thing. I've just noticed that there are a lot of claddily dressed women. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Yeah, I know. It's like, it doesn't matter. I'm not like conservative about it. It's just weird how a bunch of my recommendations are a bunch of like women who have barely any clothes on. Dolly boy, how dare you? Okay, have you seen? Right, exactly. Where are the bunny boys? So I don't know what that's about. Let's see here. Someone said Salty the Alien. Sure, Drusilla. I'll look up Salty the Alien. Is that a lefty? Salty the Alien.
In the call. I'm still not good at this game.
Oh, I've seen him before. I feel like I've seen him before. No spoilers. ADHD, chatty English. Cryptid connoisseur. Okay. You know what? I don't know much about him, but whatever. Whatever. I'll send him. Who knows? He might be a fascist. I don't know. Whatever. Okay. You know, I'm just kidding. So bye-bye, Vimenos. All right. So I'll send you to him. Just for shits and giggles. We'll see. I don't even know what his shit is, but I trust Drusilla. I hope Drusilla is sending you all to a non-fascist person. Okay. So we'll do that. So I'm going to say, okay, guys, so first of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves, okay, and to disobey authority figures. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, okay? You cannot stand in the center when it comes to fascism. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't stand in the center. Don't stand in the center. Always fight the fascists. And on the wall behind me, there's a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, some of the freedoms. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to go now. We're beginning the raid now. And forgive me if it's not a good person. I'm hoping they're a good person. I'm putting all my faith on Drusilla. Putting all my faith in Drusilla. Okay, so if Drusilla betrays me, I will never forgive her. Ever, 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 ever forgive her. Ever, ever, ever forgive her. But that's okay. We'll see. We'll see. Everyone ready for this? I love you all very much. You have a good rest of your day, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Be prepared for the Kahoot. Join our Discord. Bye-bye, guys. And the raid is starting, and now I'm going to turn it off. All right, I'm going to turn off the YouTube. So bye-bye, YouTubies. That's what I'm going to call you from now on because it sounds cute. YouTubies. I'm going to say bye-bye to the YouTubies. Because isn't that cute? Don't you all like being called YouTubies? All right, where the fuck? How do I do that? How do I get out of here? How do I get out of the YouTubies? How do I get rid of you YouTubies? Okay, there we go. I'll get rid of the YouTubies. Bye-bye, YouTubies. Love you all very much. Bye-bye. And now we will finish.